Good morning, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Ngola, good morning. Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable Kola Banat. I see you are a loner today. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Honorable Cameron is on his way up and Honorable Breitenbach has 2 meetings and will then come.
Okay. Honorable Sauls. Honorable Matthews.
Morning, Chair.
Honorable James. Honorable Skosana. SC.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Committee members, everyone present.
Advocate Mukhaitz, good morning. Advocate Zikalala, good morning and welcome back. Thank you so much, Mr. Cedrick Nkabinde. Good morning to you.
Morning, Chair.
And the team behind you, led by Tloya Bolepje. Thank you so much. Good morning. The members of staff of Parliament, good morning to you. And the support staff of political parties, good morning. Can I check if we have apologies? We recorded apologies, 3 apologies. In fact, it's for the apology of Honorable Sangoni. We said that she's in Ghana this week. The apology of Honorable Mwangu. We said he's away this week on oversight commitments, parliamentary oversight commitments. The apology of Honorable Malema has been recorded that he will not be available this week due to organizational commitments. The apology of Honorable Chopper, academic commitments this week, and Honorable Vessels as well is away on academic commitments. May you please, Honorable Kola Banat, restate those 2 apologies of Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Cameron.
Certainly, Honorable Cameron's on his way up, so he'll be a few moments late. And Honorable Breitenbach has 2 meetings and will then attend. And you know, Honorable Kloppers is writing exams, so won't be here this week.
Okay. Honorable Nombalo, good morning, and how are you?
Morning, Chair. I hope you are good. I'm good too. Honorable Shongwe is stuck in traffic. He will join us.
Okay. Do we have further apologies? Okay. Before we proceed, Honorable Matthews has whispered to me that she has a matter she wants to raise. Let me give her the opportunity to raise the matter.
Thank you, Chair. Just on some housekeeping matters, we have the supplementary statement of the witness, and we need clarity from the evidence leader why we have accepted a supplementary statement and whether it's legally sound and whether it's even procedural legally. Because the initial statement, we literally sent the witness home last week because we couldn't process, or we couldn't continue rather with his statement. And then when you actually read the supplementary statement, the witness is indicating very clearly that he produced the statement under, well, not duress, but it was last minute. The evidence leaders weren't on time, so we also need to know whether the witness is going to be prejudiced during this process. So we need to understand from the evidence leaders what led to them deciding that the witness must come in today, because we were not taken into confidence about that. Also, as a committee, we agreed that the lineup is something that we must agree to here as a committee. But we appreciate here that there will be last minute moments and instances where you as the chair, you can make that decision to process. But we have a WhatsApp group exactly for that. So the witness in his supplementary statement, he says that he was told on Friday evening that he's expected to come here today. So we had all day Saturday, all day Sunday, all day Monday as a committee just to be briefed on what is going on, and this is how we are moving. So last night, literally after a 12-hour shift, almost a 12-hour shift, we were told that the witness is appearing here today. And I think that could have been handled in a better way. We also understand the other housekeeping matter here is that we don't know, we've asked the evidence leaders to tell us whether they have capacity or not. I mean, even the quality of our statements and the work they are producing, I don't think it is of standard that it should be expected from Parliament. But we also understand that there's only 2 of them. So Chair, maybe you must also take us on board on your engagement with the Speaker, because clearly there needs to be more money or budget allocated so we can have a team of evidence leaders. I mean, for the past 2 weeks, there was only 2 of them, and the work is getting surmountable right now. Yesterday, Auntie Mary embarrassed us in front of the whole country, telling us that we don't even have a forensic investigator. Yet we spent a lot of time as a committee and indicating the resources that we need. Chair, this is not a matter of national importance. It's a matter of national security. We're not doing political theater here. People are dying, people are unsafe here in the country. It can't be that here in Parliament that we are producing an inquiry that is substandard, that we are begging, literally, by the way we are processing some of the information, we are begging that all the work that we have done and the findings that we produce and the recommendations that we make is going to be taken on review, because we are not putting our best foot forward. We also cannot be told the Speaker should have been embarrassed and should have called you already and called you out, Chair, on why we don't have a forensic investigator here after Auntie Mary tells us that we don't have capacity. It's here in Parliament, Chair, where budgets are approved. So how is it that the whole entity of government, or of the state rather, that is responsible for appropriating budgets is saying that, oh, we must be conscious we don't have enough money to induct an inquiry of national security, not of national importance? So I do think here as political parties and as individuals of this committee, we start taking this work more serious. That, Chair, you need to go and engage the Speaker and those who need to be, that we beef up our back office so we are able to produce high-end work. We cannot have witnesses tell us now, giving us supplementary statements. I guess the evidence leader will guide us on, we got some legal advice on whether we can accept a supplementary statement in the first place, but we'll also be guided by the evidence leaders, and maybe our Parliament legal team can do the same thing. But I'm just pressing on us as a committee and you as the chairperson, that we become what the people of South Africa needs here. We also have a commission that's going on. There's huge amounts of budget that has been allocated to it. We also know that historically, commissions, they just end up being a report and nothing happens. We want this Parliament, our process, our findings, our recommendations are going to be binding. We also don't want that situation of where Parliament has just become a rubber stamp, where political parties use their numbers to cover up the corruption of their colleagues here in the country. So we're just asking that we look into this matter, and you just advise us on what happened at the back of the office, that we have the witness here that has told us in his own statement that it was a rush job and we didn't give him sufficient time to prepare. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I see.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Honorable Mates. The witness Mr. Nkabinde, when he last appeared, ran into some difficulty explaining some of the dates. These difficulties were discussed by honorable committee members, and subsequently, Chair, you ruled that the hearing would be discontinued and that Mr. Nkabinde would be given an opportunity with his legal team to make adjustments to what he had told the committee and what's in his statement. He had used an unfortunate term like that some of these dates were a thumbsuck. He had also complained that he didn't have access to his devices because of the search and seizure operation. And he was then literally sent back by you, Honorable Chair, on behalf of the committee to reconsider and to come back. He has done so in the form of a supplementary affidavit where he addresses his efforts to confirm the precise dates and information that was given the last time. And in our view as evidence leaders, he's entitled to do so in the form that he does. Yes, the supplementary affidavit may have come in late. It was also late for us because we again only this morning had the opportunity to consult Mr. Nkabinde and his legal team. And we would respectfully submit that we are ready to proceed today. And Mr. Nkabinde is here willing to assist the committee. The timing and dates of his appearance today, as you well know, Honorable Chair, it's not up to the evidence leaders. It's up to the Honorable Committee and yourself. You do discuss it with us, and we have done our best to accommodate the schedule, the changes in the schedule, sometimes late, sometimes last minute. We've done so to get the work of the committee done. In relation to the quality of witness statements, I don't make any comment. I think the Honorable Committee and its members can make up their own minds as far as that is concerned. All I want to say is that the team that we have, with the resources and capabilities at our disposal, we have done our best. We've set long hours. We sit weekends. We sit at night. We have to engage not only with witnesses, but as you can see for yourself today, they often have an entourage of lawyers and assistants, which they're entitled to, and we also have to deal with them. So it is so that at times witness statements come in late, but there's little we can do about that, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Maybe before I rotate the matter, let me say this. The honorable members, yesterday after our meeting, I presented this item to you to inform you that the legal team has called me and said that there is a possibility that they could bring Mr. Nkabinde this week. And then I spoke to them and said, if there is agreement between the parties, because we said to him that he will come back within 10 days. If there is agreement between the parties, let's have that happening. We will take the matter to the committee for ratification. And that is exactly what we presented yesterday, to say the committee should ratify the decision that would have been made to have him here. And the committee agreed that they ratified that decision. And my understanding was that the honorable members understand we are pressed for time. We no longer have any time available, and we are still waiting for the extension. But we must be able to have our key witnesses appearing in the event that extension is not granted. Some significant work must have been done. But look, even when that explanation is made, it does not take away accountability from the chairperson of the chairperson of the committee is responsible for everything that happens here. And where there would be mistakes, I will not even try and pass the buck to somebody. I will take responsibility for those mistakes that would have happened. Like Honorable Matthys says that maybe we could have shared that in the WhatsApp group to say, members, there is this proposal that Mr. Nkabinde should come back to the committee this week. I take responsibility for that, and I cannot even shift it to anybody. If there is any person that the committee must crucify, it's me. And secondly, I want to indicate that some of the matters that Honorable Matthys is raising may not be the matters that we deal with here. We can deal with those in the committee meeting when we discuss the budget that is allocated and so on and so forth. The fact that the witness is here and we have not received any application on their part to request extension means that, or where I'm sitting, I can assume that there has been agreement between them and the legal team that they will appear here today. And with regard to the quality of the statement, I think the approach that we should take is that honorable members are here. They can probe the witness. If there are issues that they are not happy with, they can indicate so that the witness is not responding to questions. I may not be persuaded on the statement that the witness has made, because we cannot force the witness to write the statement anyhow. The witness writes what they think the committee deserves to get. I think we spoke to the witness last time when he was here. He's a human being. He's a responsible and reasonable public servant by presumption. And obviously he must have done his best to give the committee the information that it deserves, especially with regard to the material weaknesses that could have been there in his statement last week regarding the chronology of events, which we said they must go and improve. So I think just one point that you may have to clarify, which Honorable Matthys spoke to, is with regard to what is called a supplementary affidavit. I think that is the point that you can clarify.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, I just missed that. You want me to clarify why there's a supplementary affidavit?
Yeah. And what is its status?
Because it differs from his main affidavit. He explains the reason why. You will recall, Honorable Chair, there was an issue with the dates. The committee debated it with him and amongst themselves quite extensively. And he's obviously taken that on board with his legal team and is now sought to correct that. And he will explain how he's corrected it, what his sources were. And that, Honorable Chair, is typically done under oath in a sworn statement. When you make more than one sworn statement, you would usually style it a supplementary statement or an additional statement or a supporting statement. And in this case, they elected to call it a supplementary affidavit. So the main affidavit still stands and is before the committee, and the supplementary affidavit serves to supplement and to explain some of the initial issues that arose from the main statement. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that explanation, I'm going to circulate to the members and then hear what their views are. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, I think we must indicate that we take the concerns by Honorable Mateus in good light. Because I think it's one of those regular checks that we always must do to safeguard the credibility of the process. But I think it is important to reflect a bit that part of what was the crux of why we deferred the witness was the issue relating to him having the numbers of Mr. Mkhotsi in Lusikisiki, whilst he claims that he has got the numbers of Mr. Mkhotsi preparing for the Stilfontein thingy. So there was a mismatch about the dates, which actually appeared that the witness might be misleading the ad hoc. And I think in the supplementary statement, the witness has thoroughly explained that the dates which actually ultimately led him to be in possession of the contacts of the men in question. So I think that part has been clarified, Chair. And also, Chair, we as the committee have actually advised Mr. Nkabinde to state plainly in the statements the challenges he's facing in soliciting some of the information that is required in the Ad Hoc Committee. And Mr. Nkabinde has also done that to an extent that went to an extent of saying, he even went to an extent of writing to Brigadier Gunene, who is the applicant for the seizure of his gadgets, and he didn't get any assistance. So we would have said that you must plainly explain to us in the statement that you have found these challenges in actually soliciting some of the information, and he has done that. Chair, it is correct that when we released him last week, it was plainly communicated to the witness that would recall him within a space of 10 days, and we have done that. Also, it is true, Chair, that we are not enjoying a luxury of time. In 7-8 days, our term of office is coming to an end. Of course, subject to what the House would decide on. So I think, Chair, it is important to note those things and say we must proceed noting what Honorable Mateus is saying. And just saying in a number of witnesses that are still coming, we must always say avoid such kind of hiccups. Some are naturally going to come. It's a given fact, but it is very important to have a very innovative way of navigating through the challenges we encounter during this period. So, Chair, we say as we proceed noting what Matis is saying and actually thanking the witness for having been able to provide this kind of crucial information under pressure like this. And it's a supplementary statement that deals with particular issues. The statement that mainly we're going to use is the main statement. It was just correcting some of the issues we have raised with them and the legal team. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip. Okay, Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think I must start by saying that our ultimate goal is that the work of this committee must not be derailed unnecessarily. We don't want to fail South Africans by subjecting this committee to an unending process, to a monotonous process with no progress. But that, Chair, is withstanding the fact that our confusion, which we thought is going to be clarified by the SC, is that insofar as we understand the supplementary statement, it does not only correct areas that were identified by the Ad Hoc Committee in a previous meeting. It goes further because our understanding is that in terms of the legal principle, a supplementary statement is wherein you supplement what has not been addressed in an original statement. In other words, you are not amending the original statement because a statement that has been made under oath cannot be amended. It can only be supplemented. For instance, if you did not mention the address wherein you stay in an original affidavit, you can make a request that, may I draft a supplementary affidavit which will add the address. We are making an addition. You are addressing shortfalls. So when we read and dissect this supplementary affidavit, it starts from, if I have the correct one, it starts from the first, from paragraph 1 until paragraph 78. So our understanding, Chair, was that a supplementary affidavit would actually come with maybe new aspects which have not been addressed in an original affidavit, to say, I forgot to mention that on this day this is what happened. I forgot to mention just those areas. Now, to us, this is a new statement. And if we can get some clarification on that, Chair, but obviously our firm view is that the work of the committee must not be derailed. We desire to move our work expeditiously, but we need that clarification from the SC. What happened, SC? Is this a new statement? And if it's a new statement, how many amendments have been made? Where are those amendments only related to the areas or to the gray areas that were identified previously by this committee, or the witness went further by making further amendments? But if he added some information, there is no crisis, which has not been addressed in the original statement. There is no crisis. A crisis can only arise in the event where the witness has chosen to amend some amendments or some remarks that he made in the previous statement. So we need that clarity, Chair. Thank you very much. Before we suggest whether we can move on or we can stop the today's proceedings.
Okay, let's see.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just in response to Honorable Nambalo, this is not a new statement. The original statement that served before the Honorable Committee on the last occasion, that still stands. In the supplementary statement today, Mr. Nkabinde clarifies, and I want to refer to his statement. He says at paragraph 3, the supplementary statement is deposed to in amplification of my main statement dated 10 November 2025, filed with the committee. I further submit, that's in paragraph 4, that this statement is intended to clarify the dates on which the committee raised issues and required additional information when I appeared before it on the 13th of November. As will be gleaned from the supplementary statement, I still do not have access to my devices that were taken during the recent search and seizure at my house on the 10th of October 2025. I have, however, had to make alternative arrangements, as I will explain below, to verify some of the dates. Any dates not specifically corrected herein should be noted as remaining unchanged from the main statement. At paragraph 5, in this supplementary statement, I do not repeat the facts stated in my main statement and ask that they be read together as they relate to the same issues and facts, and the clarification and/or rectifications be noted accordingly. The purpose of this statement is also to ensure that the committee is fully appraised of the challenges encountered, including delays, limited access to essential devices, and insufficient time afforded to prepare a proper response. Then on page 13 of the supplementary affidavit, there's a heading, my efforts to confirm the precise dates and information for the committee, and that is then explained. There are two main aspects that I will refer Mr. Nkabinde to, and they relate to the dates issue, recording his communication with Mr. Mokotsi, and the other aspect is in relation to the phone call from General Mkhwanazi.
Thank you. I think that clarifies the matters, Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, no, Chair, we hear the explanation. However, Chair, our concern has not been allayed to this point. Because, Chair, our understanding is that in a supplementary statement, you don't make repetition of what is contained in an original statement. What was supposed to happen here, Chair, is that this supplementary statement was supposed to acknowledge the content contained in the original statement, not to repeat it word by word. And then they just write a topic of issues that they supplement, facts that they supplement. It was not supposed to be this long, Chair. We're not supposed to have an introduction. We're not supposed to have a background of the deponent, because that has already been clarified in an original statement. So it creates a lot of confusion because it gives an impression that this is a statement that is amending the original statement. Because if it is not amending the original statement, it should not repeat the same facts that have been, or the same averments that have been addressed under this original statement. It should only deal with a new supplemented information and say, we note paragraph 1 of the original statement, we note paragraph 2, we note paragraph 3, and write a new heading, supplementary information, and you supplement. It was supposed to be only 2 pages, Chairperson, but now it's a repetition of this statement, and it creates a lot of confusion.
Yeah, no, I hear the point that you are saying. If you look at number 5, it says, in this supplementary statement, I do not repeat the facts stated in my main statement and ask that they be read together as they relate to the same issues and facts, and the clarification and rectifications to be noted accordingly. What the legal team might have done was to bring the contents of the earlier statement after this preface, so that in the event we want to make reference, you don't have to be having 2 documents in front of you, but the contents of the previous statement have not been changed. That is why it is written there at number 5, the way you are saying. I agree with you that in terms of the structure, you would have wanted maybe 1 or 2 pages. But the other, am I correct, SC, that the contents of the previous statement have been included in this supplementary statement?
Indeed, Honorable Chair,
Yes.
it's confirmed by Mr. Nkabinde. And in the ordinary course, if there's any material differences that constitute contradictions in the supplementary, and it contradicts what he says in the main, then clearly he will have to take responsibility for that, and any adverse finding that is made, will be made. As evidence leaders, I think I've explained it a few times. We interact, we consult, we do a draft, we send it to the witness concerned. The witness concerned, almost in all our cases now, have their lawyers. They look at it. Sometimes they make minor amendments. Other times they redraft the statement completely and send us their statement. And it is not for us as evidence leaders to tear it up, throw it in the bin and say, no, we don't accept what you say in your statement. Provided they do so under oath and they take responsibility for it. Our job is to lead them according to their statement, and for the rest, the honourable members then debated with them and asked them questions.
Chair, no, I think the SC is not helping us at all. If anything, he is just exacerbating our confusion. Because 1, it's your responsibility, SC, to guide the witness on legal technicalities. The witness has a responsibility to produce content of his statement, but to guide him on legal technicalities is your responsibility. So you can't run away from that. Secondly, Chair, we still insist that this is not a supplementary affidavit. This is a new statement. And this statement amends this statement. Because if you say on paragraph 5, Chairperson, of the supplementary affidavit, you are not going to repeat issues which have been addressed in the original statement, but on the following paragraphs, you repeat them. Issues which have been addressed on the previous statement. That means, and when you repeat them, that means you are amending. And we're saying, Chair, by law, that is not allowed. You can't amend a statement that has been sworn. I mean, a statement that has been made under oath. It's illegally wrong. Chairperson. And I'm so disappointed that the SC does not address that, is shifting the blame to the witness as if he can take anything that comes from a witness, even a love letter, which has not been made under oath. It's his responsibility. We must agree on that. So, Chair, but like we said, that our intention here is not to delay. Maybe we can note all these things for deliberations, because we really want to proceed. We have an interest of questioning this witness, but these observations that we have made here are worrisome. And what exacerbates our concern is how the SC is reacting to our concerns. He's trying to belittle them and he is being dismissive, whereas he has a responsibility to guide witnesses on legal technicalities.
Okay. Is your hand up, Honorable Scosan? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'll summarize, Chair. You know, General Mchunu has put cat among the pigeons. We cannot fail him here. And I'm disappointed as well, you know, that the witness beside their SC is got a legal team and they know the law. They know exactly what we are talking about. What my colleague has spoken about here, if you look at the original submission and you look at the supplementary, completely, it was not, it was only about the dates which the witness told us here, that he told the legal team, meaning our legal team, that he was not sure because of the gadgets. But when you look at the document, this supplementary, it's replacing the original sworn affidavit. And it can't be right, Chair. But anyway, for the sake of progress, I'm not sure whether legally this thing is not going to have impact on us as a committee, but really it's disappointing and it's not a laughable issue. You know, we are dropping the ball, and we always mention this thing on the other committees, that some of our professionals are really failing us, and this is an egg on our face as well, because we are not here to have a gossip. You know, we are here to do our work, and we must represent our people to the fullest. We cannot be seen as, you know, that we are, like my colleague said, it's not a love letter. This is a serious document. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Cameron.
Thanks, Chair. I think we should just proceed. The SC is not here to be a legal advisor to Mr. Nkabinde. He's got his own legal team. They need to do what they need to do. Let's move on. He can take responsibility for whatever he says. We're not there to do. I mean, if we have to go into legal advice for all of the witnesses, we'd be here until Easter of 2029. So let's move forward. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Matthews.
Chair, we just want to make it note that we didn't raise this matter because we are trying to delay processes or we want the witness to go home today. It was to make a correction to that statement.
Yeah.
And the bigger point here is that we can sit through the whole day today. And when we do our findings and when we do our review, when we do our findings and we do our recommendations, we can be taken under review and our whole process of what we are doing. So we just want to make sure that we are doing the right thing. And we did the same thing when General Mchunu was here and he came with the supplementary statement and we had to go and say, just go and fix it and make it as a statement. So for the sake of expediency, it mustn't be at the sake of legal processes. And I agree that the senior counsel is trying to pass on blame. We do understand that the witness has his own legal team, but it's something very simple. Where you properly advise, can a witness come here and say, I thumb-sucked? He's not answering. He's saying legally, can a witness come and say to us under oath, I thumb-sucked the statement and the next minute we supplement it in? Yes or no? I don't understand how was the witness advised to do a supplementary statement and not submit a new statement It's not even, most of that is just cut and paste and just redo it. This whole process of us spending 1 hour going back and forth is so unnecessary because it just needs to be fixed. How do we accept a supplementary statement? And the senior counsel is not telling us how he decided to put this witness down with a supplementary statement, because he could have came to us and say, the witness is not cooperating, he wants to give us a supplementary statement instead of a new statement. We are quite happy to proceed, but we don't want to proceed under conditions that we are going to be held accountable later. And perhaps the senior counsel must tell us that if we are taken, our report is taken under review, what recourse are we going to have? And how is he going to be held accountable for the advice that he's given us that we must accept and we must proceed with a supplementary statement? We want to proceed. Can we just go and fix that statement? I'm sure it won't take long, and remove that word supplementary and make it as a new statement to the committee. That's all. Thank
Okay.
you, Chair.
Honorable Sauls, yeah, I will come to you, Chief Whip.
Chair, my understanding of the difference between what we're dealing with now and what we dealt with General Nkwanasi's statement is that he had a statement submitted to the Madlanga Commission, and then he had a statement to us. Then he phrased the statement to us as a supplementary statement to the statement that he made to the Madlanga Commission. And we had a problem with the fact that he calls the statement to us a supplement to that statement. We are looking for a main statement in total. So it was for that reason that they had to go back and then come back, and we considered the entirety of what he submitted to Madlanga and to us as the main statement. The difference here is that the witness had to go back and clarify a section within his statement that he said was thumbsucked because he didn't have access to his phones and other resources. The committee then allowed him to go back and clarify that. He comes back today and calls that parts that he has clarified a supplement to the main statement. It doesn't replace the main statement. Now, Chair, of course, I'm not an attorney, so I'm going to leave the judgment on the legal technicalities of the document to the SC. If the SC says it satisfies the legal technicalities, I've got to believe him. Where I make a contribution is on looking at what the witness says in the statement, and I want to read it. He's explicit in the designation of the statement. He says, he calls it supplementary witness statement of Cedrick Nkabinde. That tells me he's telling us that's a supplement. He then also says that it must be read together as they relate on the same issues and facts. He then further says, in the supplementary statement, I do not repeat the facts stated in my main statement. He then says, where I have not corrected something, it remains as stated in my original statement. So my understanding is that these two statements now forms the main statement. Then on the issue of, did Mr. Nkabinde have enough time? He did have enough time in context of the fact that as the committee, we don't have the luxury of time. So the witness had to consider it as a matter of urgency. When he left on Thursday, from that moment of leaving on Thursday, he had to start working on getting confirmation. So he had Thursday, then he had a full day on Friday. Then he had 48 hours, full working days, Monday and Tuesday. That is a lot of time. And then for police, I would think for information such as this, there should be access over the weekends. But that's debatable. But given that he had a full Friday, a full Monday and Tuesday to get clarification or confirmation. In my view, that's enough time. On the issue of Brigadier Kunene from the PKTT, who has not responded back to grant access to the witness to assist in verifying the statement, that is problematic. To date, you have Brigadier Kunene not having responded at all. The question is the PKTT interested in assisting this committee then to investigate properly the veracity of the allegations? So that is a big question. I conclude by saying, Chair, based on the above, we should proceed. Thank you.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. It is worrying that a chief of staff cannot take responsibility for his actions. We are in this mess because he undermined this committee in the first place. If anything, he's had an advantage over all the other witnesses because he was given additional time, which he still today comes with a supplementary question, supplementary statement. We are still subjected to a thumb-sucked statement. For as long as we have this incorrect statement with incorrect dates, with thumb-sucked information in here, we are still subjected to it. I don't understand, in the supplementary statement, it says here, and this is where it confuses me, I do not repeat the facts stated in my main statement. Those aren't facts in the main statement. That is thumb-sucked information. So I would have expected that the supplementary statement today would have read statement, and we would have only had one statement before us. So the outcome of today's proceedings, he will have to bear the consequences of it. That is number one, but we cannot continue delaying. We need to move on for the sake of progress. And that's where I leave it. Thank you, Chair.
Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning to colleagues and Mr. Nkabinde and his team, and of course our legal team. No, Chair, I think Honorable Souls has dealt with the first part of what I wanted to raise. The distinction between how we handled the statement of Lieutenant General Mchunu during his appearance to us and the one that is before us. So let me just emphasize one point in that regard, that in this case, we were given a statement ourselves, which was not coming from anywhere else except from the witness. And there were concerns about the accuracy of certain information, as a consequence of which we then agreed that the witness must be given more time to obtain that information. I think we've got to depart from the understanding that to the extent that it was possible, he has managed to secure the information that was required. We now have it with us. The dilemma that members are raising, which I fully understand, is that but before us today is our original statement or his original statement and the supplemental and statement. And the question is not just of form, that there are two. It's also about the content, from what I think some of my colleagues have raised. Now, this is how I suggest we proceed, Chair. One, I think we should allow the witness to give an indication as to whether the supplemental entirely erased the main one. That's number one. Or he proposes that we must interface with them as one document.
He says they must be read together in the supplementary statement.
Okay, sure. If that is what he says, I want to suggest that we proceed in that direction. It may very well be that as we proceed, we may discover inconsistencies between the one and the other. And if that happens, and if that situation arises, it will be incumbent upon him to clarify us why that and how does he want us to understand where there's an inconsistency. So that's what I want to propose, that in support of all my other colleagues, that we should proceed, but our proceedings must be guided by the fact that it is on his court to guide us when we raise matters that are contradicting between the two documents. So I want to appeal, Chair, that we don't take a break and start working on it again, but we proceed with that understanding that as we pick up contradictions, the witness must help us to interact with those contradictions. But I accept and I understand the concerns as raised originally from Honorable Matthias and all other colleagues. But my appeal is that notwithstanding all of those concerns, let's find a way in which we can proceed without taking a break to deal with the matter. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Honorable Nomvalo.
No, Chair, we are not far apart from the submissions that have been made by the latter speaker. But we just want to correct one thing, Chair, so that we don't proceed on a wrong note here.
Yeah.
The reason why the SC engages in a consultative process with witnesses is for him to guide them on legal technicalities. If the SC has no role to play in the content or in the legal technicalities, then there is no need for a consultation to take place between him and witnesses. So the suggestion that Honorable Cameron is making, that the SC has no responsibility to guide witnesses, is actually far-fetched and untrue, to say the least. We must never proceed on that note, Chair, because we are going to mess things up. Because if we agree on that, then witnesses must just submit statements without having a consultation with the SC. They must just submit them so that we can solely blame witnesses and their legal teams. Here we're blaming the legal team, our legal team, the senior counsel. These are the issues that he must identify and deal with during the consultative process. We just wanted to address that. Chair, like we said, we support the idea that let's move on, but we just need one clarity from the witness. In the original affidavit, Chair, because I just want to be practical. I think under page 2, the topic there is contents. It says that in the original affidavit, on page 16, the witness will talk about the minister's directive of the 31st. And on page, okay, then in the supplementary affidavit, on page 2 again, the witness is making an indication again that he will talk about the directive of the minister. 2, on the same page of the supplementary affidavit, the witness is saying on page 22, he will talk about the knowledge of PKTT. That's how it's written. And in the original affidavit, he says on page 3, he will talk about knowledge of the PKTT. Now, the question that we have here, Chair, is when you talk about the same issues in different statements, are you making amendments or you are making a supplementary of what has not been contained in an original affidavit? Now you supplement it in a supplementary affidavit under the same topic. I'm not sure if my question is clear, because that's what triggers our confusion as well. When you talk about the same issue, when you address the issue which has been addressed already here, what is the intention? Do you intend to amend or you intend to supplement what is contained here in the original affidavit? So that when we move on, Chair, we move with a correct understanding of his intentions. That is a clarity that we have. Thank you.
Mr. Nkabinde, remember, you are still under oath. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. My understanding how I outlined the topics is that in that specific topics, there are things that I wanted to clarify, to supplement. So I wanted to make it easier that what I'm supplementing in this topic, you will find it in page so and so, because even when you read in my supplementary, I'm referring also to a certain page and a paragraph of the main statement. This is what I'm amplifying and I'm supplementing, and more of clarifying. Thank you, Chair.
No, I think we are fine with the response.
The last will be Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, when we used General Mkhunazi's supplementary statement, it wasn't because we were that we did not understand that the dynamics were different between the supplementary statement and his original statement. We didn't use that as an example on that. We used it as an example to indicate the process that we used to make sure that we do not compromise ourselves as a committee, and that we use the opportunity to fix it so we could proceed in that manner. So it wasn't that we were under some delusion that the two are the same. And just on the issue, and we're going to conclude now on the issue of amending a statement and clarifying. There's a difference between clarifying points in a main statement and changing it. So we will note that there are dates that need to be changed in the main statement. It's not clarifying. Literally, dates needed to be changed, not clarifying. So that must also be noted. And I think the committee must be cognitive of the decision that we've taken today. And when we go into the deliberations, what's going to happen. And also our evidence leaders must also be cognitive of the situation that they've placed us in, who are representing the people of this nation, by just not doing something very simple of just saying that this is a statement instead of a supplementary statement, because we still don't have an explanation why it is a supplementary statement, because all it needed to be was just a statement, and we would have not wasted an entire hour discussing something like this that has huge legal implications. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Let's do this. Number one, all of you as members of this committee, I do not have any doubt that your intention is to work in the best interest of the people of South Africa. And number two is that you want to do your work very diligently and very meticulously, because you are lawmakers. You are the first to observe the law of this country and make sure that you defend and protect it. I also want to persuade you, honorable members, that stop sniping at each other and focus on the work that we must do. I know that you come from different ideological persuasions, you come from different political quarters. Talking back at each other is not going to help us. Let's focus on the work as a team. That is what will help us to achieve what we want to do. SC, the members have made very important observations. Yeah. And the last time when and a similar observation was made. I said that we accept that we were not perfect. I remember when I did an interview with one television station. I told them that there was a footballer in Italy in the name of Franco Baresi. Franco Baresi is one of the very few players in history to have played in 5 World Cups. He featured for the first time in 1978. When the World Cup was played in Italy in 1990, he was there. And apparently in the USA 1994, he was still there. 5 World Cups from 1978. In that illustrious career, he unfortunately conceded 8 own goals. But that did not take away his illustrious achievements. So I want to say to you that when criticism is made, take that criticism in a good light. It must not break your spirit. You must take it as something that is well intended, and that members appreciate the work that you do. And even after a hard day of work, sitting alone, you may still feel that it was not enough, you could have done better. And where members make these critical observations, I want to exhort you to ensure that we improve, so that the work of the committee is not scuppered. Honorable Matthias is right that we sat here for an hour having to discuss the form. Not even the content. I think it was only one paragraph that Honorable Nomvalo wanted to be clarified, but discussing the form of the statement. So I think it's a thing that that we must improve on. But at the end of the day, honorable members, I have said it that as the chairperson of this committee, I would not even wish the criticism to go on anybody. I take responsibility for everything. You know, when you are a driver of a bus, passengers can sit at the back, some even drink, some take their provisions and start eating and dancing in the bus. But if the bus gets a puncture, the driver must explain to passengers, how did it happen that we got a puncture? Why did you bring us this kind of a tire here or this kind of a bus here? So I'm taking responsibility on behalf of everybody. So we are going to proceed. We're not going to administer oath today because we administered oath on you, Mr. Nkabinde. You are still under oath. And let me remind you what we said so that we don't get stuck in the proceedings. When we parted with you last week, and I think this is what is going to help us in the proceedings today, because this is what stopped our proceedings last night. We said that when you come back today, or whatever day we shall have decided, before we proceed, we are going to check with you that you have put the helmet of integrity on your head. And I can see today you have that helmet of integrity. We said that you will put the badge of conscience. And that badge of conscience is here with us today. a necklace of morality and amulets of ethics, because that is what will give us a crown of credibility. So we are going to proceed in that way. Our presumption is that the helmet is there, the badge is there, the necklace is there, and the amulets are there. SC and Mr. Nkabinde, your time starts now, and I want to wish both of you good luck in leading evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. No more own goals. Mr. Nkabinde, again, welcome this afternoon, and thank you for your cooperation. At your last appearance before the committee, you were granted a break to allow you time to verify and to supplement some aspects in your witness statements, which we will deal with. You deal with it it's on page 13 of your supplementary affidavit. From paragraph 49 onwards on page 13. So perhaps you, from 49 to 54, you can just summarize for us what efforts you made to address the shortcomings in your original statement, which were highlighted by the Honorable Committee.
Thank you, Chair. To summarize my efforts to confirm precise dates, what I have done, I consulted with the personal assistant to the minister,
Minister Mchunu.
to the Minister Mchunu.
Yeah.
I consulted with him if I can have access to the minister's calendar, because the minister's activities will be precisely as to in relation to the dates I'm looking for. Another effort, I instructed my lawyers to write a letter to Brigadier Gunene, if at least can I have access to check the relevant dates, even if they don't give back my gadgets, just to go through my dates. But unfortunately, there were no response from that letter. There was not even an acknowledgement received. So with the help of the calendar of the minister, including with the travel agencies looking into the traveling itineraries of the minister, then I was able to be precise with the dates of a sequence of events that are relevant to the committee, Chair.
Okay. So you still didn't have access to your cell phone, to your gadgets that were seized during the search and seizure operation that was led by Brigadier Kuneni.
Can you repeat your question?
I said you still have not had access to your gadgets, your mobile devices.
Yes.
That were seized during this operation earlier in October.
Yes, that's correct.
So these dates that you now referred to, you reconcile that with the personal diary of Minister Mchunu's PA.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. So let's go there. Can I refer you to your original affidavit? To paragraph 75, it's under the subheading Brown Mogotsi on page 24. and it goes through to 83. You see that?
Yes, that's correct.
And at paragraph 75, you said, as indicated, I was present at the portfolio committee meeting of police on 5 March 2025. During this meeting, Lieutenant General Nkabinde indicated to the meeting that I confirmed to him that Brown Mokgotsi was a person who is close to the minister. And then in the following paragraph, in this regard, I wish to clarify that I received a call from Lieutenant General Nkabinde on 30 September while I was with the minister on a visit to Lusikisiki in relation to the killings that had happened in Lusikisiki. So that is where that's the first occasion where there was a pause and several questions, and you now address this in your supplementary affidavit at paragraph 57. Or rather, perhaps you should just start. You record this in a chronology, your record of communications with Mr. Mokgotsi for 2024, and then more pointedly at paragraph 57. No, sorry. It's 56. At 56 on page 18. And also 57.
That's correct.
You want to read it into the record, or you can summarize it? Okay.
It starts on the page 15. It starts on the page 15,
You
Paragraph-
want to start at page 15?
paragraph 55.
You may.
The subheading there, it's a record of communication with Mr. Mokgotsi, chronology of material events. After checking with the minister's PA and consulting the minister's diary, I confirm the relevant dates regarding my knowledge of Brown Mokgotsi are as follows. In and during August 2024, there was an ongoing standoff developed at an abandoned gold mine in Stilfontein, which resulted in a significant humanitarian crisis involving hundreds of illegal miners called or commonly known as Zamazamas. So there was that crisis during August.
Yep.
If I go to paragraph 55.3, hundreds and possible thousands of miners from countries such as Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and Lesotho remained trapped underground, fearful of resurfacing due to the police presence and potential retaliation from armed criminal groups controlling the mine. Then from 18 August 2024 onwards, some miners began resurfacing on their own initiative, after which they were immediately detained and processed by authorities. So, Chair, this is a background of prompted the minister to convene a staff meeting on the 20th of August 2024. Because this information were viral on the media. So it concerns the minister. So 20 August, in paragraph 55.5, the minister called a staff meeting and he instructed us in the meeting to make, through the department, to make arrangement for him to go and visit Stilfontein. I confirm that it was at this meeting when the minister provided me with the contact details of Mr. Brown Mohotsi from Northwest. And I recall that minister instructed me that I should contact Mr. Mohotsi and ask him to come with some local leaders to brief him on the situation before his visit, which I accordingly instructed to facilitate for this engagement. I then contacted Mr. Mohotsi on the same day of that meeting and informed him that I will revert once a suitable date for the briefing had been identified. So I followed the usual protocol that we follow with the staff to ascertain the minister's earliest availability for the proposed meeting. I checked the minister's availability with the PA in order to facilitate this meeting with Mr. Brown. At the time, the minister's calendar was fully booked for August, and a date of September was considered. 55.9, although I cannot recall the exact date, during the second week of September, I again engaged Mr. Mohotsi and identified the date of 30th of September 2024 as a possible meeting date based on the minister's availability. Mr. Mohotsi undertook to confirm with the other expected attendees, and he reverted to me few days later, confirming their availability. And accordingly, the meeting was scheduled as follows. It was going to be on Monday, 30th September. The time allocated for this meeting was 11 to 12, 1 hour. The guest, it was Brown Mohotsi plus 4 other people. The venue of the meeting was going to be at an official residence. On the 30th September in the morning, I recall that an urgent matter arose for the minister, and the meeting had to be cancelled. I accordingly informed Mr. Mohotsi about the cancellation, and I advised him that I will advise him of a new date once it's been identified. During October 2024, a new date, suitable date for the meeting was identified as the 28th of October 2024. I engaged Mr. Mohotsi to facilitate this meeting, and within few hours he returned and confirmed availability of the group. The meeting was accordingly scheduled as follows. It was going to be Monday, 28 October 2024. The time allocated for this meeting was 4:30 in the afternoon to 5:30. It was also an hour allocation. The meeting guest was Brown Mohotsi plus 4 other people. The venue for this meeting was official residence. I further facilitated all logistical arrangements for the meeting as per my role and responsibilities, and it proceeded as scheduled. I, however, as I testified previously before this committee, I did not attend this meeting, and therefore I'm unable to confirm the discussions that were had at in that meeting. I reiterate that I can only reasonably confirm that the meeting discussed the issues concerning the crisis with the Zamazamas at Stilfontein, as that is the purpose of which this meeting was arranged for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So this meeting, did it deal with any official police or policing business?
That's
Oh.
correct. That's correct, Chair.
So what role, we know that Mr. Mkhotsi is not a police officer, is that right?
That's correct.
So what would be his role in this meeting or at the meeting? Why would the meeting be facilitated with him?
The minister wanted for me to arrange a meeting. He was planning to go and visit Stilfontein. Then he suggested that he needs to have an engagement with some local leaders to get an understanding before he goes there. So he then gave me the number of Mr. Mkhotsi. I believe he's from Northwest, for him to assist and get other leaders to come and brief him about the situation.
So the other, I think you mentioned the other 4 persons at the meeting. You can't recall who they were. Were they local leaders?
According to the arrangement, Brown Mkhotsi had to come with some local leaders, of which I don't know who are they. I don't know their names.
So despite not being at the meeting, did you make any follow-up on what happened at that meeting, what the outcome was at that meeting? Was there in fact a further meeting in relation to this issue, the Zama issue?
No, I never inquire, but I also remember that there was going to be a follow-up meeting that the minister wanted me to convene again for the same people, which was gonna be in the early year of 2025. If I go to paragraph 56, in early January 2025, although I cannot recall the exact date, the minister instructed me to facilitate a follow-up meeting with Mr. Mkhotsi and the same group of individuals. After reviewing minister's calendar, 3rd of February 2025 was identified as a suitable date, which I informed Mkhotsi, and he confirmed his availability. And the meeting was accordingly scheduled as follows. It was gonna be Monday, 3 February 2025. The allocation of this meeting was 1 hour, 11 to 12. Venue official residence. 56.2, it was approximately 15 minutes where after the scheduled start of the meeting, the Mr. Mkhotsi were running late, and then I had to check how far are they. Then when I contact Mr. Mkhotsi to check on their arrival, he informed me that the individuals that should accompany him had been urgently called at Luthuli House, and they were now unable to attend. So that was another follow-up meeting, but it could not materialize.
Can I just take you back to paragraph 55.7? That date there, it seems to be a typographical, it's 20 August 2024,
2024, yes.
not 2025.
No, it's 2024. It's a typo.
You don't need to make another affidavit for that. So again, what you fairly early into your tenure as chief of staff,
Yes,
around about this time, you in fact had just been appointed
that's correct.
on the 1st of August, 2024. So what do you make, or what are your impressions of Mr. Mkhotsi? Is it only because of the Stilfontein Zama issue and because of his, perhaps because of his standing in the Northwest province, that he could be of some assistance? What did you make of it? What did you know about him?
With my observation, it was only for this Stilfontein, this arrangement of these meetings. Why I'm saying that, after all these arrangements of these meetings, I have never seen Mr. Mkhotsi in coming to the minister or ever facilitated any meeting for him to come and see the minister. It's been a year now. There has never been such a thing. So my observation will be that time it was that brewing issue of Stilfontein. And probably because it's coming from the same province, I don't know what rationale behind the minister to identify him who will be able to assist in getting other local leaders.
Honorable Ngola.
No, thanks, Chair. A quick one. I thought this will pursue further this question of Mr. Mkhotsi not being a police officer. Are you aware of him being a police informant, a police conductor, of anything of that sort?
Not at all.
May proceed, SC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So are you absolutely certain that Mr. Mkhotsi never visited the minister at his offices? I take it that your office would be next door to the minister's office. Just
Yes.
in the ordinary way, you as chief of staff, you'd be close to the
I'm
minister.
close to him and I'm responsible to facilitate his meetings. I'm responsible for his calendar, actually.
And you say Mr. Mkhotsi was never either in your office or the minister's office.
No, not at all.
So just for your comment, so when Mr. Mkhotsi states that he would have made a call from the minister's office to Mr. Matlala, either he's mistaken or he's not telling the truth.
When is he saying? Can you repeat?
If he says that he made a call from the minister's office to Mr. Matlala, Kat Matlala, from the minister's office, then you wouldn't have been aware of that.
Yes, that has never happened in,
Or certainly
in my presence. Yes.
Not in your presence.
Yes.
Honorable Skosana and then Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I guess it's normal that the ministerial schedule meetings are characterized by attendance list. And I guess the 4 people who attended that meeting, the names should be there. Unless I'm lost, but in my knowledge, that's how things are done. I think those four names should be in that list. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered by Honorable Skosana. Because surely at the official residence, when you say you don't know the names, you say in your testimony that you were responsible for facilitating the logistics. So you didn't know who they were, you didn't know what cars they were coming in, there's no security at the official residence. Is that what you're saying? And then secondly, also you say that the meeting was cancelled because Who was called to Latuli House? Was it Mr. Mokgotsi or was it the Zama Zama community activists that were now being called to Latuli House instead of the meeting? Can we just get clarity on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The last question, this is the information I got from Mr. Mokgotsi. He indicated that the comrades that he is coming with,
Yeah.
that they are now called, not him. The way he indicated it, it was not him who was called. He said these people, he referred them as comrades. Because even when we are confirming the meeting, how many people, how many are you? He will then say, I come with other 4 comrades. Because he even calls the minister Comrade Senzo. That is how he used. So he just said, no, the other comrades that I must come with, they were now there. We are already here in Gauteng, but they were urgently called. So it means not him. Then coming to the attendance register, these types of meetings where the PA is not in the meeting, I'm not in the meeting, it's highly impossible for the minister to take those administrative, because no one attended that meeting in the staff except the minister himself. And with at the gate, where you come to the official residence, there are police officials at the gate. You only informed them that we are expecting a visitor by the name of Brown Mokgotsi. He is coming with other 4 people. So then they let them go. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Chair, I put it to you, Mr. Nkabinde, that at all the parliamentary villages, and I'd like to think that security is even tighter at an official residence, you don't just give the name of one person. It is mandatory for you to present your ID at the gate, and they have record of everyone that gains access into that official residence. Could you not have called the security to get the names? Because we want to know who these names are, because right now I'm not sure if they are activists, community Zama Zama activists, or are they comrades? We need to know who these people were. Thank you, Chair.
Do I comment, Chair? This is,
If you can please respond.
yes. No, this is a standard practice where official of residence of the minister is situated. You simple alert them that you are expecting a visitor. There is no register there. They are not taking any registration. That's what I even observing there. So I don't know if they are doing the right thing or not. Thank you.
So what the members want to know is, in that meeting, was there no attendance register which was taken?
No, Chair, because the minister was alone.
With the-
Normally, if the PA is there, he would have facilitated that.
So, and then Mr. Mokgotsi was arranging that meeting with you,
That's correct.
and then he did not tell you what are the names of the other 5 he was coming with.
No, Chair, I never asked as well.
Okay. And these people were going to brief him about the situation in the Stilfontein mining area.
That's correct, Chair.
And then from your knowledge, or what you could have heard, were the senior leaders that were coming from the provincial government, whose under whose departments or line functions mining could fall?
I'm not sure, Chair, because I don't know who are those people.
Okay. Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, my follow-up question, Chair, why I was asking that to the witness is that you remember very well what Minister Senzo Mchunu told us here. He said very vividly that he never responded to Brown Mokhotsi's messages. I remember very well sitting here that he disowned him completely. But anyway, it will come to that, SC, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to be honest to you that what we are saying now to us is completely foreign to us of what the minister told us, you know, but I'm happy that, you know, you are giving it to us now, you know, and thank you, Chair.
We may proceed, SC.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair. Can I also refer you to another aspect, Mr. Nkabinde, which you were required to address? Can I refer you to paragraph 76 of your main affidavit?
I
Where
can
you
see
say,
it.
in this regard, I wish to clarify that I received a call from Lieutenant General Nkabinde on 30 September 2024, while I was with the minister on a visit to Lusikisiki in relation to the killings that had happened in Lusikisiki. And you then address this in your supplementary paragraph 57 on page 19. Do you want to deal with it?
Thank you, Chair. I wish to clarify and supplement paragraph 76 of my main statement and place it on record that after verifying the details, I can confirm that I received a call from Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on the 1st of October 2024, not 30th September 2024. This call was received while I was accompanying the minister on his first visit to Lusikisiki in relation to the killings that had occurred in the area.
Can I also refer you to MK 16, MK 16 and MK 17 at page 313, 314 and 315. There's a WhatsApp exchange. MK 17, it should be in a bundle, MK 16,
There's
MK 17.
16. There's MK 17, yes. 313 page.
315.
Yeah.
Have you got it there?
Yeah, got it.
Nkabinde?
Thank you.
Is this the call that you are referring to after General Nkwanazi had shared this WhatsApp with you on page 315?
Three one five,
Yes,
which call are you referring to
I
here?
think the
WhatsApp,
SP has
the
left
WhatsApp.
us behind. Want to see
the
which
call
are
relates to this WhatsApp.
Let's do this. Honorable Ngola is making a point here.
No, I'm saying, Chair, the SC is leaving us behind. We don't see which annexure is he referring to. We only had that he says MK17. So we are trying to look for that. So can you please not leave us behind?
On the last occasion, Honorable Chair, it was handed to the committee as an exhibit, MK16 and MK17.
We can confirm, Chair, that we don't have that annexure.
May we proceed, Chair?
We don't have the annexer.
Mr. Nkabinde, you have it. This is an extract of General Nkwanazi's it was attached to his statement the last time. So we just extracted this
Okay.
to raise it with you.
Yes, you said 315 a page.
315, yeah.
Yes, I have it.
Now, this call that you referred to,
I don't
That
see a
bit-
call here, Chair.
on page 19 of your supplementary statement and paragraph 57, this is what you say. I wish to clarify and supplement paragraph 76 of my main statement and place it on record that after verifying the details, I can confirm that I received a call from Lieutenant General Nkwanazi on 1 October 2024 and not 30 September 2024. That's the
Yes.
correction that you made. This call was received while I was accompanying the minister on the first visit to Lusikisiki in relation to the killings that had occurred in the area.
Yes.
So we are now referring you to this WhatsApp. Yeah. Which is also referred to at paragraph 77 of your main statement. Where you say Lieutenant General Nkwanazi sent me a WhatsApp text during our telephonic conversation. That's the one you referred to on 1 October, in relation to an occurrence book that he had received from Brown Mkhotsi about interference by Lieutenant General Nkwanazi during an arrest of a senior correctional services commissioner who was found allegedly in possession of drugs. Lieutenant General Nkwanazi said that Brown Mkhotsi indicated to him that he knows the minister. Lieutenant General Nkwanazi wanted to know who Brown Mkhotsi is and whether he knew the minister. So if you go back to the bundle, MK17, you'll see on page 313, that's an extract from the occurrence book. And then there's this exchange. And these WhatsApps are then copied to you in the middle of the page. The minister's brief, he has just arrived in Lusikisiki. And on the following page, 315, my General Brown Mkhotsi from the Northwest, an internal attempt to discredit you through defeating the end case. Morning, sir. What are you talking about? What defeating case are you referring to, and who is behind that? Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I see conversation here between two people.
Yeah.
Who are these people? I'm not sure. Who are these people
And
talking
then
here?
at paragraph 78, your narrative goes on to I confirmed that I knew who Brown Mkhotsi was, and that the minister too knew Brown Mkhotsi from Northwest. Lieutenant General Nkabinde sent Brown Mkhotsi's number to me, and I confirmed that it was indeed Brown Mkhotsi's number. I never referred to Brown Mkhotsi as a close associate, quote unquote, of the minister, as was described by Lieutenant General Nkabinde during the meeting of 5 March 2025. That's the portfolio committee meeting. Then you say, I personally got to know Brown Mkhotsi during my position as Chief of Staff, and you referred to the meetings you referred to earlier, facilitated a meeting between Minister Mchunu and Brown Mkhotsi, together with other members of the ANC from the Northwest Province. And in your original statement, you've got during October/November 2024, and you've now confirmed that date as the 28th of October 2024, and that you reference in your supplementary affidavit at paragraph 55.9. You see that?
I see that.
Yeah. Now, the IDAC complaint that had been referred to, sorry, the IPID complaint, it's also at Annexure MK27. That's the one. At page 602, MK27, have you got that?
I got it.
This is a complaint which is authored and signed by, is it Mr. Kife Lakai?
Yes.
Kife Lakai on 12 March 2025. And it's addressed to Lieutenant General Nkabinde. Kindly note that IPID received a complaint of interference from the Minister of Police, and it's the IPID registration number. It is alleged that on Monday, the 8th of January 2024, at about 20:45, an operation was conducted at Kuala Busha prison residential area, and then some further details are provided. The objective of IPID is to give effect to the Constitution. Then in terms of further provisions are cited there, and at paragraph 6, it says the IPID have certain information in its disposal indicating that you may have been involved in instructing the members not to arrest Ms. Nelly Ndlovu. We therefore request you to submit your statement under oath, clarifying the role you played in this matter. IPID will appreciate if your requested statement can be made available on 19 March 2025. Now, this is addressed to Mkhwanazi, and that relates to the WhatsApp messages referred to. Your comment?
Which WhatsApp?
So perhaps to put it in its proper context, let me read to you what Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi had said in his statement. I attach marked MK17, which is what you've got there, a copy of these message communications I received on the WhatsApp platform from Mr. Mkhotsi. On the same day, I telephoned Mr. Nkabinde, the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Police, and asked him as to who Mr. Brown Mkhotsi was. The latest communication intimated that Mr. Mkhotsi would be traveling with the Minister to Lusikisiki. I assume, therefore, the Chief of Staff would know of this gentleman. The response from the Chief of Staff was that Mr. Mkhotsi is an associate of the Minister, but is not employed in the department. That is when I first got confirmation about Mr. Brown Mkhotsi. I asked the Chief of Staff to send the phone number of this Brown Mkhotsi, which he did. It is the same number from which all these communications were made and which I have since confirmed as being registered to Mr. Mkhotsi. The Chief of Staff thus confirmed to me that indeed the person who is sending me WhatsApp messages is the same person called Brown Mkhotsi and is from the northwest. Do you want to comment?
Yes, indeed, General Mkhwanazi contacted me about a person who called him and said he knows the minister. And General Mkhwanazi wanted to know if I know this person. And I confirmed with General Mkhwanazi that yes, I know him and also the minister knows him. But I've never said he's a close associate to the minister. But I've never said it like that.
Okay. And you dealt with that in your main affidavit at paragraphs 77 to 81 in your main affidavit.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's the extent which you say you know Mr. Mkhotsi and know of Mr. Mkhotsi.
Yes.
Chairman, Honorable Chair, it's 1 o'clock. Are we going to have a short adjournment?
None. What do we do? Do a break.
The rest of the amendments we have.
No, let's proceed. I will indicate if a break.
The IDAC bank is So thank you, Honorable Chair. Just before I move on to the IDAC complaint, which is referred to in your main affidavit at page 22. At paragraph 63. The reason why the IPID complaint is referenced which is addressed to Lieutenant General, or rather General Mchunu, is that there seems to be a pattern of wanting to implicate and charge members of the PKTT. So your comment firstly on that claim or that allegation that there seems to have been a deliberate plan to implicate members of the PKTT. Hence, this complaint that we've just discussed, directed at General Mchunu, and now I'm going to move on to the IDAC complaint.
Chair, to get a full context and full understanding so that I can respond accordingly. The complaint that you are referring to from IPID to General Mchunu has nothing to do with PKTT. So I don't understand where does PKTT feature. This it's about a correctional service senior officer who was allegedly found with drugs, and General Mchunu apparently, and it's allegedly that he stopped those police from arresting that senior officer. So here it's a defeating ends of justice case opened against General Mchunu. So I don't understand where does PKTT feature here.
Well, the connection with respect is obviously that that as the commander of the PKTT, and given General Mchunu's involvement in the PKTT over the years since its establishment in 2018, that this is now directed at him, and that he is required to make a statement, and is accused of stopping the arrest of certain individuals.
Hence, I'm saying this has nothing to do with PKTT. It's General Mchunu who stopped people from doing their work, not PKTT. Whether that is true or not, it's something else, but this is directed to what General Mchunu did, not PKTT.
Honorable James.
Just clarity. It was not General Mchunu that stopped the police from doing their work. The statement we received, I think it was from General Mchunu, mentioned that these drugs were planted. It was found on the residence of a correctional services member. It was not found in possession of this member. It was found on the premises. And the question here is, why does Mr. Mokgotsi have records of the SAP 13 book? We are saying here that General Mchunu interfered. He's a policeman. He's the provincial commissioner for KZN. He's meant to interfere in such cases. My question is, why does Mr. Mokgotsi have access to SAP 13 file? So we must be very careful when we say he interfered. We need to give the merit of what actually happened there. Thank you.
Honorable Skosana.
Should I comment? Chair?
Thank you, Chair. Partly, I'm covered. I just wanted clarity on that as well, because unless the witness is saying that we were misled, maybe he knows better on what happened exactly to the issue, of those drugs. But as far as I'm concerned, my colleague just explained this is how we captured it, unless there's two contradiction statement now. He's disputing what we were told, and what was submitted to us. Thank you, Chair.
You can respond, Mr. Nkabinde.
Chair, firstly, if I clarify, I don't know the circumstances of what happened with respect to recovering of drugs, attempts to arrest the correctional service senior officers. I know that thing while reading here, what is it saying? Hence, I even emphasize that I don't even know whether it's true or it's not true. So this is what is written here. They are saying the police officers, they recovered drugs and they attempted to arrest that correctional service senior officers, and that is when General Mkhwanazi intervened. So whether General Mkhwanazi intervention is wrong or right or unlawful or lawful, I'm not suggesting any of that, because that is basically about investigating of that case and the outcome of that investigation, because I'm not involved in it.
Chair, Mr. Nkabinde, I'm not sure whether, because we are seeking clarity, we are not yet questioning you. Now, you are saying, either you said interfered, or now are you saying he intervened? I just wanted clarity on that. Did he interfere or did he intervene? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, hence, I even used a word allegedly, because according to this letter and the complaint, they are complaining that he allegedly interfered with them not to arrest that woman, that correctional service senior officer, of which I was not there. I'm just reading the letter that senior counsel is showing me. That is the content of this letter, of which that is why I'm making it clear that I'm not sure whether that is correct or it's not correct. It's according to this letter.
Thank you, Chair. He has clarified, though at a later stage on your evidence, you said that intervened. You've changed from that interfered. So that's why I wanted to find out, did he intervene or did he interfere? Thank you, Chair. If you can just clarify that, in your own knowledge, that allegation, did they said he intervened or he interfered? Thank you, Chair.
If I'm not following what is written here, Chair, General Mkhwanazi engaged me about the very same matter. He actually engaged me and sent me this letter. Then he said, do you know anything about this letter? Does the minister knows? Then according to him, when he explained to me, he was not intending to interfere. He was intervening to avoid unnecessary civil claims, that they rather take the drugs for testing, and also the way it was recovered, there was a possibility that probably it would have been planted by other people. So he did engage me about the matter, and hence, Honorable Skosana, I'm now using the word intervene. That is now on the basis of my engagement with him.
May we proceed, Honorable Skosana? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, are we proceeding or are we adjourning? Going on to another topic.
Up until 13:13.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry. My apologies. Mr. Nkabinde, So this is also part of that same context because in General Nkwanezi's affidavit and in his evidence, he catalogues a number of instances where these attempts were made to implicate and to frustrate the work of PKTT, and this was the one example. Now, the other one I want to take you to is in your affidavit, your main affidavit. The heading is the IDAC complaint at paragraph 63.
I can see it.
You see that?
Yes.
On 1 November 2024, the minister received a complaint from Mr. Fadil Adams, who's also a member of parliament, that the dockets he registered in Western Cape and Gauteng were being unlawfully intercepted. A copy of his email is attached as CMN4. Okay. So on CMN4, you see at the top, Mr. Nkabinde, this is from Sakina Frenchman. It's sent to you on the 1st of November 2024, and it's sent to you, Landu, Motswakai. Can you just you confirm you received that email?
That's correct, Chair.
As the subject is charges laid by NCC. Who are the other persons referred to in the email?
Mlandu, it's a PA to the minister.
Okay.
Motswakaya is an assistant PA to the minister. And myself.
To you. And then on then there's another email later on from Sakina Frenchman addressed to Edward Senzo Mchunu, charges laid by NCC, and this is addressed to the minister himself. That is by Honourable Member Fadil Adams, the Member of Parliament. You see
Yes,
that?
I can see that.
There's a further email on the 10th of November across the page, addressed to you, referring to these 4 matters. You can see there, he requests an independent investigator or body to investigate the cases I've laid. I make this request as your National Commissioner has claimed all is above board in the case of the allegations made against Major General Khumalo. We are reliably told that this is false and that the statements and have the statements to back it up. If indeed the Commissioner's position is compromised in this regard, please view our concerns with concern. And then a further email at 21:38, also on the 10th, also addressed to you. Dear Sir, from the Office of the Honourable Minister of Police, with regards to case number, and there's again a few cases mentioned. The above cases relate to fraud, theft, and nepotism. We hereby request that an independent officer or body be appointed as we are concerned that General Masemola may have erred in his statement that the allegations pertaining to Major General Kumalo's security clearance. If this is the case, the National Commission has misled the nation, which is, in our view, a very serious issue. So, Mr. Nkabinde, that is the referral to the minister. Allegations of fraud, theft, and nepotism. Does that ordinarily fall within the mandate of a specialist body that's been established to fight corruption?
Yes, it does fall. Does fall, yes.
Why do you say that?
Fraud, it's their mandate. Fraud and corruption is their mandate. And also, Chair, when we receive complaints, we don't just refer a complaint. You take the complaint on its merits. This complaint itself, it's showing that a complainant has lost confidence in the National Commissioner. If you read the content of the email. So definitely, as he is requesting an independent body, the independent body relevant will be IDAC. Because now National Commissioner is the #1 cop of the country. You can't refer it to anyone. The only independent body in this regard appropriate will be IDAC.
Now, are you aware that Honorable Member Adams had also referred this to the police? You must be aware, because he claims now that he's frustrated, he's had no joy, he's laid these charges, and now he's knocking at the door of the minister.
Yes, I'm aware because he wrote to me.
Now, we have an information note. This is also in the schedule, it's at page 285. It's a bundle which starts at 267. Those are some of the emails I read to you. And then it's MK15. So, after you. You see this information note on page 285. 285.
Yes, I see it.
The complaint, this is addressed to the Minister of Police. It's dated the 5th of November, 2024. This is just a few days after the referral to the Minister's office. Complaint against the South African Police Service, allegations of corruption and defeating the ends of justice. Complainant F. Adams, MP. The purpose of this information note is to provide information on a concern leveled in the email received V-Day F. Adams, MP. Background: Mr. F. Adams referred to as the complainant, sent an email to the Office of the Police Minister dated 1 November 2024, wherein the complainant alleged the following. He opened 3 criminal dockets in Cape Town Central, but has learned that there has been interference from the SAPS provincial office. He thus opened 3 criminal dockets at Orlando SAPS Gauteng, but also learned that there's been interference from the SAPS provincial office. The National Commissioner has instructed that a report is provided in terms of the allegations that the SAPS is derailing the criminal allegations leveled by the complainant. Then a discussion follows. At paragraph 3.1, the dockets where they were registered, 3 in Cape Town, 3 at Orlando. 3.1.1, the criminal allegations in the 6 cases which are opened are leveled against Lieutenant General Kumalo, Major General Lushaba, Major General Madondo, and Brigadier Ngube, and are centered on 4 specific matters, namely abuse of the Secret Services account, cover-up of a criminal incident linked to Valeria and the case number. This docket is locked in a safe at the police station, and access thereto will only be available from 11 November. Failure to address Major General Madondo's results of the polygraph examination, wherein 2 incidents of tax evasion were uncovered, practices of nepotism. Then it says at 3.2, an officer from the Division Inspectorate who was in Cape Town on other official business made several attempts to conduct an interview with the complainant, but due to other commitments, the complainant had to cancel the proposed meetings. The complainant indicated that he could travel to Gauteng if required. The allegation leveled by the complainant is that the provincial officers of Western Cape and Gauteng have interfered in the investigation. The allegations contained in the criminal dockets are of a sensitive nature, and the practice of the provincial officers to obtain the dockets to ensure the matters are addressed appropriately is not seen as interference, but as standard operational procedure. At 3.3.2, the complaint by the complainant can be seen as premature, as the provincial officers were still in the process of addressing the matter. And the recommendation is at paragraph 4. This office recommends that an extension of the 10 working days is provided in order for the following to be conducted, whereafter a comprehensive report can be provided. Interview the complainant and obtain a detailed affidavit. Perusal of all criminal dockets, including the Valeria docket. Determine if any other government department is investigating the same allegations. And this is then signed by, on the 4th of November, Major General, Acting Divisional Commission Inspector at Gladla. And also Sabia, on the 5th of November. And the minister on the 8th of November. Yeah. That's on the 8th. And so we get to the point of this little exercise. CMN5 is then the referral to IDAC by you on the 11th of November 2024. So your comment that I've just read to you, there's a recommendation, it's confirmed by the minister on the 8th of November, the recommendation is that the police recommends that an extension of 10 working days is provided in order for the following to be conducted. And we've read that. Nevertheless, you, on the 11th of November, you refer this matter to IDAC. Why would you have done that when the police said, give us 10 days? It's a sensitive matter, which they take seriously, obviously. They're investigating. There's been no interference. The delays are all part of standard procedures that are followed. But you apparently, with some undue haste, can you explain why you then refer this to IDAC?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe what I need to try and do is to elaborate and make it easy for senior counsel to understand the variety of these complaints. Firstly, Chair, these are two separate complaints. Hence, I did say initially that we receive complaints and we treat a complaint on its merits. We screen the complaints, then we refer it to the relevant authority. I received this complaint, the minister received this complaint, the first complaint, that I have opened cases in Western Cape on a number of senior subs personnel as per the following case numbers. I was told that the dockets were intercepted. In my quest for justice, I traveled to Gauteng and opened the following dockets as per the following case numbers. However, I have also been notified that Gauteng Police Department has followed same modus operandi as the Western Cape. This is the first complaint I receive. The nature of this complaint, when you screen this complaint is a service delivery complaint. Is a person here who registered dockets, but he was told instead of his dockets are allocated to investigating officer or a detective, he is now told the dockets were unlawfully intercepted. So what do you do with a complaint of a service delivery? This is what I've done. I referred this complaint to the National Commissioner. The info note that you are reading, it was based on my referral to the National Commissioner. This is my referral to the National Commissioner. The ministry has received this complaint from the Member of Parliament. In order for the ministry to respond accordingly, please furnish this office with a report in responding to this complaint and details of the investigating officer who was assigned to investigate this matter. Why I'm referring even to the particulars of investigating officer, it's because I realized this man is complaining that his dockets are not getting investigated. Instead, they are being intercepted. So the info note that you are reading, the National Commissioner is responding to the minister based on this service delivery complaint. Now I receive a second complaint, 10th of November. Please note that I, Fidel Adams, request an independent investigator or a body to investigate cases I have laid. I make this request as your national commissioner has claimed all is above board. In the case of the allegation made against Major General Khumalo, we are reliably told that this is false and have the statement to back it up. If indeed the commissioner's position is compromised in this regard, please view our consent with concerns. Now, this is another complaint. This complaint, when you view it and screen it, is not now a service delivery complaint. This complainant now is requesting an independent investigation. So it means these dockets, he feels that it needs to be investigated independently. So now we are talking about investigating criminal dockets. So when this complainant has lost confidence in the national commissioner, the only relevant independent body will be IDAC, because other authorities are under national commissioner. So hence this one now, this referral to IDAC, it's basically the complainant is requesting an independent body to investigate my complaints, my criminal dockets. Thank you, Chair.
SC is now 13:30. We are breaking. When we come back, we will take the three hands. Let me see. Is it only three? Yeah. When we come back, we will take those three hands. No. We must break. And you must not overwhelm my witness with your hands. You will raise those hands when we come back from break. Thank you. 13:30, we are coming back at 14 hours. Yeah, we'll come back at 14 hours to recover 30 minutes from the 1 hour that we lost.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good afternoon once again, honorable members. Mr. Nkabinde, are you okay? Thank you so much. You know, we have shown a lot of respect yesterday to a witness who was here because he's a senior citizen, over 80 years old. And I can assure you, if you cooperate, this committee is going to respect you so much, to treat you with respect. Just conduct yourself like a person of advanced age. You will see you are going to enjoy your stay here. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a follow-up on the Adams complaint. So, are you aware, Chief of Staff, that Mr. Adams opened the case on the 28th of October, 2024 in Cape Town, and later opened another case on the 30th of October in 2024 in Gauteng. So it's just in between less than 2 days. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
I put it to you that the complaint, there is a less than 48 hours complaint. A complaint talking about that there was delayed investigation and there was interception. So do you think the complaint is reasonable given these facts?
When I'm looking to the complaint itself, it does not give an indication to me receiving a complaint about those time factor. It's only referred to case numbers, of which case numbers you wouldn't know when was it registered. But to comment as a detective myself, or as a trained police officer myself, to comment on that, when the case is registered at the church office, you come, you lay a complaint and it's get registered. You are not expecting results of your case in less than 2 days or less than 24 hours. But you will expect that Cedrick Nkabinde is an investigating officer of my case, a person that I can make a follow-up on. So if instead of your case is allocated to the detectives and it's intercepted, it's been removed, it raises red flags. Why it's not allocated? It's just a comment as my experience as a police officer.
Can you share? We will pursue the matter further later.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I wanted to check with Mr. Nkabinde. He said the complainant had lost confidence in the National Commissioner. So I wanted to check, did the complainant liaise directly with the National Commissioner before sending the complaint to the National Commissioner's office? And if so, how many times did he liaise with the National Commissioner? And which mode of communication did he use to liaise with the National Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair. When we receive complaints, like any other complaints, you treat it as you received. I never interrogated. First of all, I did not even know Mr. Adams. So I never even interrogated and asked him, if you are now showing a loss of confidence in the National Commissioner as you are alleging, what made you to do that? What happened? I just treat the complaint as it is and channel it to the relevant people. Like when it comes to complaints, Chairperson, we receive more than 100 complaints almost per day. For you is to read, refer to the Hawks, refer to IPID, refer to the National Commissioner. So you don't, because you don't also want to get into the space where you now literally investigate a matter as a office of the minister.
Yeah, my question premises from the proposition that you have made, that in fact you were convincing the committee that you could see that this person has lost confidence in the National Commissioner. Now, the impression that you gave to me is that this person has attempted not once, not twice, to engage the National Commissioner or to raise his complaints with the National Commissioner with no success. Hence, I'm asking, because you can't just throw statements with no supporting evidence. Hence, I'm asking, what makes you to arrive to that conclusion that he lost confidence in the National Commissioner? Did he try to speak to the national commissioner? If yes, how many times? Because you can't lose confidence in person you have never spoken to.
Thank you, Chair. The nature of a complaint, the content of his email, it was suffice that he's indicating that he's now lost confidence because he even saying if indeed the national commissioner's position is compromised. So now he's alleging that he does not trust now anything from the national commissioner because he's alleging that he's compromised. But I did not interrogate it further because I don't even know Mr. Adam at that stage. I did not even call him and say, why you are saying national commissioner is compromised? On what basis? I could not do that because also at the office of the ministry, we also avoid to enter into the space of operational matters. You rather refer, then they give a report.
So following what we have just said, we should take such remarks to be his assertions, and you don't have ownership of them. That's what he said, and it remains his assertions.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair.
You pass the microphone to Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde, earlier, if you remember, we spoke about IPID, that they are independent.
Sure.
They are not like they are not like SAPS in particular. Hence, the honorable member complained about the national commissioner. Now, it's evident. I mean, today we know that, as he said to you, that he doesn't have any confidence to the national commissioner. Though, as my colleagues has already spoken about, when the case was opened, in 2 days' time, after opening the case here, it was opened in Gauteng. Now, I understand that, as you said, you are a trained policeman as well. But don't you find it strange yourself? Let me start there.
In terms of timelines, based on this complaint, there is no indication when these dockets were registered. I don't have that because the complaint is just in reference to the case numbers. So with the case number, you can't deduce when was this case registered.
So he never divulged that he opened a case 2 days earlier.
He never, because we never spoke. He's just sent them in email.
Now okay. Perhaps this will come, Chair, when we are asking questions, because really it's a concern that honorable member, without even talking to the national commissioner, he cast aspersions and lost confidence in the national commissioner. Hence, he came direct to you, and knowing that IPID reports directly to the minister. The independent story is a debate for a later stage. Thank you, Chair.
May we proceed as seen?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Can I, the next few questions, Mr. Nkabinde, I'm going to refer to this exhibit bundle, which you've got. It's marked page 267 through to 308.
I do have.
You've got it?
Yes, I got it.
Now, the first reference is at page 283. And if you go to the bottom, you'll see that email from Sakina Frenchman, email dated 1 November, addressed to the minister.
Yes.
And you'll see the case dockets referred to. And then in the middle, or towards the top, the second email is from yourself to Major General Sabola and Brigadier Letoko. Good morning, Major General Sabolo. The ministry has received this complaint from the Member of Parliament. In order for the ministry to respond accordingly, please furnish this office with a report responding to this complaint and the details of the investigating officer who was assigned. Your report is expected on Monday, the 4th of November, 2024 at 1500 hours.
That's correct.
Now, if you go to NMK 15 and to page 273, that's the information note that was sent to the National Commissioner Inspectorate. Sorry. Sorry, the page reference is 285. My apologies.
Okay.
It's to the minister, and this is from the Inspectorate. Now, I've read this
Yeah.
to you previously.
Yes.
The point I want to make is that this report you'll see on page 287. And it's dated the 4th of November 2024.
That's correct.
That's exactly the request. Let's call it that. The request you made is that you want a report by the 4th of November. So it says this office recommends that an extension of 10 days is provided in order for the following to be conducted, whereafter a comprehensive report can be provided. And it is also signed by the minister on the 8th of November.
I can see it.
Yeah. So first things first, the cases that are referred to, if you look at page 268, from the email from Sakina Frenchman on behalf of Honorable Member Fadil Adams, the case numbers there, Langplata Police Station, and in 3 other cases registered at the Orlando Police Station. If you go to page 275, which forms part of the information note to the National Commissioner, you see that?
Yes, I see it.
They appear to be exactly the same cases.
I can see it.
So help us then understand why you say this complaint you've referred to the Inspectorate, to the National Commissioner, and with respect, given most people's experience, is dealt with relatively quickly, you must admit. You send it on the 1st of November, they come back to you with a report dated the 4th of November, and they say, we still need to interview the complainant, but give us 10 days and we'll give you a more comprehensive report. In relation to the same subject matter, my question to you then still is, why do you then refer the matter to IDAC when it is clear from the inspectorate in their report to the National Commissioner that the matter is being dealt with and that you must give them an extra 10 days?
Chair, to make it clear with this and make it honorable member to understand. Yes, these are in relation to the same case numbers. These are in relation to the same case numbers. But inspectorate does not investigate crime. Inspectorate does not investigate criminal matter or a criminal docket. The function of the inspectorate is to investigate any service delivery complaints when a person is not happy with a service delivery that has to be rendered to him. Now, if I can make an example, Chair. I'm here, someone come and assault me. Or a member of parliament come and assault me. I'm just making an example.
That's not a good example.
And then you go and open an assault case at the police station. It does not mean that if I report the member to the ethics committee, the assault case as a criminal docket must not be investigated. So it's a similar question here. There is nothing wrong with what inspectorate is doing. They are doing very good to check why this docket were intercepted, why there was such a delay to allocate an investigating officer to these cases. Was there any possible corruption? Was there any possible defeating the ends of justice? Because inspectorate does not investigate criminal matters. It's only detectives that investigate criminal matters. So now, while this process is ongoing, there is nothing wrong also to ensure the criminal docket is get investigated. That's what was my understanding, Chair. Because the process of inspectorate should not hinder the process of investigating this case. So it's just a parallel process, which it can even go parallel.
But with respect, Mr. Nkabinde, far from hindering the complaints process, the investigating process, the inspectorate tells you, because I'm sure you'll agree with me, they play also a screening role, because now they say, well, we first have to interview the complainant, after which presumably it will be farmed out to the correct unit to deal with it. But besides that, Mr. Nkabinde, you make a request short of a demand to the National Commissioner in your email that I read to you on the 1st of November, and you say, can we please get a report from you by the 4th of November? And they do that.
Yes, of a service complaint, complaint,
So-
not a criminal docket investigation.
So on what basis do you then take this matter, knowing that the police are dealing with the
That will be
matter?
defeating, Chair. You can't because a service delivery complaint is being dealt with, then the criminal case must not be investigated. It can't be, that's a defeating.
Well,
Because the inspectorate does not investigate criminal matters.
if you look.
In fact, inspectorate should just get copies of those dockets and investigate their service delivery complaint and let the docket criminally get investigated. So you cannot now, if inspectorate will take 3 months, I'm just making an example, to investigate the service delivery complaint. It can't be correct that for the next 3 months, the criminal matter is not get investigated. I'm not defending why even Adams laid a complaint or what. I'm just in principle and general practice that I treated this matter as a 2 separate matters.
Mr. Nkabinde, I don't understand why you distinguish between a service delivery complaint. Where's a case number which says this is a service delivery complaint case number?
It
so-
can't have a case
No,
number.
it can't,
Yes,
exactly.
it can't have a case
It's
number.
it's the 4 or 6 cases that Mr. Adams had complained about. I mean, it's clear from the information note, and it's also clear from your own.
Hence, I'm saying, Chair,
Can I just
thank you.
complete my point? Your annexure CMN 5 is the complaint or the referral to IDAC. Can we agree that the case or the cases that are referred to are exactly the same?
yes, they're exactly the
They're
same
exactly the
in
same.
different
So-
processes,
so-
yes.
So what's the difference?
The difference inspectorate is dealing with a service delivery complaint. The docket has still, even if this docket, if I can make it example easier for you, Chair. Even if these matters were never referred to IDAC, say for instance, he never complained about the National Commissioner, another detective should have proceeded to investigate this criminal matter, while inspectorate is busy investigating service delivery complaints, irrespective of it was referred to IDAC.
Now, you were quick to refer Mr. Adams's complaint to the National Commissioner, demanding a response by the 4th of November. If you were minded to regard the complaint as a very serious matter involving corruption, why did you refer it to the National Commissioner? And you've also got, of course, experience as a police officer, knowing that the National Commissioner would refer it to the inspectorate because that is what they do. He refers complaints to them, isn't it?
Yes, while criminal is being dealt
But-
with.
But you're right, they're not
Yeah.
the ones who are going to deal with the complaint. They will farm it out or refer it to the relevant unit to deal.
No, they don't do that. They don't work like that.
So,
Their job is not to allocate the dockets. Their job is to investigate why the complainant is not satisfied, why his docket were not allocated timelessly. But investigating a case, hence I'm saying, Chair, even if this matter I never referred to IPID, to IDAC, but these 2 parallel processes would have been done because a detective in Western Cape would have proceeded with investigating this criminal matter, while inspectorate is busy checking why the complainant is not satisfied with the service delivery.
so why didn't you write to the detectives in the Western Cape and the detectives in Gauteng and say, Honorable Member Adams has referred this matter to us. After he's referred it to you, he's had no joy. Can you please deal with the matter? Why didn't you do that, knowing that there'll be some weight behind your email because you are now writing on behalf of the minister?
You can't do that if a complainant is showing that he lost confidence in the National Commissioner. So the moment a person is showing that he does not have confidence in the national commissioner and he's requesting an independent body to investigate his matters, you can't refer it back to the national commissioner.
You see it, I still fail to understand, and with respect, I'm sure that that most people listening or watching would fail to understand why you make a demand of the National Commissioner to respond by the 4th. The inspectorate, and I'm reading to you from their mandate. Their mandate is, I'm not going to, it's in terms of a national instruction, in terms of the relevant section, is to ensure they are responsible to ensure investigation of specific service complaints, which in their discretion, based on the relevant merits or circumstances, require to be investigated.
That is their job, to investigate service delivery complaints. They do not investigate criminal matters. They do not investigate dockets. In fact, they were not even supposed to uplift those dockets because it's not their job to investigate dockets. If their service delivery complaints is in relation to those dockets, at least what they could do is to make copies of those dockets and carry on to investigate their service delivery complaint while the detective is continuing investigating a criminal matter. Because you cannot, because inspectorate is dealing with the matter, you cannot hinder the criminal investigation.
It's not hindering the
Can
criminal
we
investigation.
take Honorable Nomvalo?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde, I just want to check. For you to make a determination that a person, any person, not just Mr. Adams, has lost confidence in the National Commissioner, what do you actually ascertain? What makes you to arrive to that conclusion?
It's a content of his email. That's what he said.
So you rely on what he says.
Yes, whether he's true or not, then I can't get involved.
And then you act as such.
Yes.
So if I come to you and say, I've lost confidence in the National Commissioner, do this, you will do it. And you will believe, because once you do as he says, or as he suggests, that means you also believe what he says. And it means for you to believe what he says, you don't need any further verification. You just rely on his words.
In this case, Chair, hence I'm saying we are receiving hundreds of complaints per day. Then you screen them, you refer them accordingly to the relevant authority. So now, each complaint has on its merits. In this one, when I screen this one, the ultimate goal for this person, he wants to see his cases get investigated. That's what he wants to see. And is requesting that because of whatever is saying, whether it's true or not, he requests an independent body to investigate.
No, so don't you think that it was not going to, or don't you think that it was going to accord with rationality for you to first ascertain if really attempts were made by this person to address his concerns with the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner failed to act before you arrive to a conclusion? Because my problem here is that you are taking ownership of this thing. You are saying this person lost confidence, and you are owning that assertion. You are not even saying he said he lost confidence. You confidently justify your actions on the basis that, according to you now, you are saying he lost confidence in the National Commissioner. So You just relied on what he said. He just said, I lost confidence, and then boom. Yes, he lost confidence, then you acted.
That what he said, whether it's true or not, that what he said, then I'm referring complaint as I received them according to its merit.
The reason why I'm citing it now is because you are making it a justification for your actions. It's now today in this session, you are saying because he lost confidence, you acted in a manner that you acted. You are not even saying because he said he lost confidence. You are owning it as if you verified that loss of confidence or the reasons for a loss of confidence. So don't you think maybe you should have acted much better by verifying if really this allegation of losing confidence had a foundational reason or a solid foundation? Don't you think maybe you were supposed to engage the National Commissioner to see if really he did not attend accordingly to this complaint? And then you make a conclusion that even after my own assessment, I could really make a determination that really there was a reason to lose confidence here. Don't you think so?
Chair, maybe before I answer, let me clarify this. I'm not saying I refer this thing because the complainant has lost confidence. I want to clarify that that is what he said in his email. I'm not taking an ownership by him losing, because I'm not sure whether it's true or false. But when we're receiving complaint, it's highly impossible that I can start do that preliminary investigations, because in all the complaints, it's either it's correct or it's true or it's false. You rather refer it where it will get investigated, because that will mean not only this one, all the complainer will then need to do a preliminary investigation, of which in the office of the ministry, we cannot get into that operational matters.
Yeah, but my problem, I'm not even there. My problem is what you are doing now when you respond to the SC. You are taking ownership. You keep on saying he lost confidence. This person lost confidence, as if really there's something you did to establish that assertion. Whereas you did nothing, you just relied on what he told you and acted according to what he instructed you to do. So that's where my problem is. I'm not blaming you for failing to make a verification, but I'm saying here the mistake you are making is that I'm trying to rescue you, by the way, because you keep on taking ownership of this assertion that was made by him. It's now your assertion. Are you willing to correct it?
No, that's what I'm correcting, Chair, that I acted based on what he was saying in his email. I'm not taking ownership of whether he's correct or he's wrong.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be quick, Chair. You know, I know that we have to finish early today. But Mr. Nkabinde, you said you are receiving how many emails a day in your office?
Almost 100.
Are you giving attention?
Average.
Are you giving the attention you gave to Mr. Adams' email, Honorable Adams' email?
If I have my laptop here, you would have seen how many emails referral I made at the same time while I was dealing with that, because that complaint, there's nothing special about it. I don't even know even the merits. What was it for?
Yeah, but
You can
Mr.
even see even it even having a limited information. It's case numbers, unlawful intercepted. Please go and investigate. So there's nothing special about Adam's complaint.
Yeah, but Mr. Nkabinde, you know that it's abnormal. As my colleague has said, Honorable Ngola, that within 2 days, a person opened a case in Cape Town Then it goes to Gauteng and open a case. And then that case is referred to a national commissioner. In other words, every citizen, if he's hearing us here, as we speak now, people should send emails when they are not happy to you to give it to the national commissioner for attention. Without any basis. In 2 days' time, I'm saying I'm opening a case. I've opened a case myself. It's 2 years now. I've never bothered the national commissioner about that, about my unhappiness. But a person who opened a case within 2 days is raising that, and you send that to the national commissioner to attend that matter. Is that fair in your view? That for the national commissioner himself, that he must attend every case which people are sending to you, because somebody feels perhaps is an animal farm, is more important than the others. But you said to me, you are getting 100 and your laptop is not here. In other words, all those referrals daily in a month is 3,000 or almost. So, okay, say 1,000. The national commission must attend to that. And you open a case in your nearest police station. If he's not happy to open a case here in town or wherever he stays, then he will go to Durban next month. They'll run a parallel investigation. It's wasting state money. You can. I'm not condoning what you say, that it can be run parallel. For me, it's bizarre. But anyway, you gave that attention to the national commissioner. But I'm a bit worried the way you are defending this matter, in particular of Honorable Adams. I thank you, Chair. It was a comment.
Honorable Matthews.
Chair, my question is that the witness has indicated he receives hundreds of emails. So can you tell us how many of these, since you've been in office, have you referred to IDAC more or less?
This was the first one.
Okay, thank you.
May we proceed, sir?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Nkabinde, the minister, and if you want me to take you there again, I'll take you, on page 288 of that bundle. The minister signs off on the information note. You've seen that.
Yes, I seen it.
And that is on the 8th of November 2024.
That's correct.
What does that indicate to you?
To me, it's indicated that a service delivery complaint has been dealt with. That is my indication.
No,
Service
surely,
delivery complaint has been attended to.
no, surely is
Then they
indicating,
are requesting extension.
Mr. Nkabinde, surely is indicating that he agrees with the recommendation, which is that an extension of 10 working days is recommended for the following to be conducted: interview with the complainant to obtain a detailed affidavit, perusal of all the criminal dockets, including the Valeria docket, determine if any other government department is investigating the same allegations. That is what the minister is endorsing
Which is
when he
good.
signs. Sorry?
Which is good.
Which is good.
Yeah,
But-
it's good.
so-
The
so
service
why-
delivery
No,
complaint has been attended
No,
to.
no, no,
So
no,
why
no,
do
no,
you-
no, 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 no. No, 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 no. We can't do our business like that. Can we have one speaker at the same time? Yeah? Can we have one speaker at a time? Please. Let's proceed.
So, Mr. Nkabinde, explain, why do you, in your referral, which is CMN 5 to IDAC, why do you attach, for ease of reference, and I'm reading from your referral, a copy of a written correspondence addressed to the Honorable Minister by Member of Parliament, Honorable Fadil Adams, referring to exactly the same case numbers.
Was
You,
it-
you
it's a-
fail, well, the chair said only one of us can speak at a time. You fail to indicate to IDAC that the same complaint has been referred to the inspectorate. The inspectorate has indicated that they need more time to look into the matter, essentially. The minister has signed off on it. It seems to me you acted entirely on your own by referring this matter to IDAC. And while I'm still speaking, can I ask you, did you look, you couldn't have, did you look into any of these dockets? You
That's
didn't
n-
have them.
That's not my job. We can't look into the docket. We
Well-
refer to the relevant people to look into the docket. And when you're referring to this info note that the minister signed, he did very well to acknowledge the work of the inspectorate. And if Chairperson, Honorable Senior Counsel is saying why I never indicated to IDAC that inspectorate is dealing with the matter. IDAC has nothing to do with inspectorate. Because inspectorate, they are dealing with service delivery complaint. Hence, I'm saying even if these dockets were not referred to IDAC, the investigating officer here in Cape Town would have proceeded to investigate these cases, while inspectorate is busy investigating service delivery complaints.
Mr. Nkabinde, you obviously didn't look into the docket or the content of the docket, and you rely entirely on an email sent to you and to the minister, isn't it?
Correct?
Make certain allegations that he's reported these cases, you've got a case number, you don't know what's, and he makes allegations of theft, nepotism, and fraud. That's what you sit with. Now, this is what the inspectorate says. May I refer you to page 290? Complaint against the South African Police Service, allegations of corruption and defeating the ends of justice, complainant F. Adams, MP. In the discussion, they referred to the allegations in the 6 cases. And then this is what they say at paragraph 3.2. The affidavits in the dockets are basic and in the opinion of this office lack the elements of a crime. As part of the protocols to address service complaints, an affidavit is obtained from the complainant. Colonel Philip of this office was tasked to obtain the affidavit. However, of the numerous attempts, it seems as if the complainant is evading the request. And Colonel Philip's affidavit is attached as proof. Then the recommendation at 4.1, due to the sensitive nature of the allegations, which has been widely announced by the complainant, it is imperative that before any criminal investigation is launched, the office peruse the affidavits to provide a legal opinion on whether the elements of a crime exist and advise on the way forward. So, Mr. Nkabinde, you must accept, not having looked at the you not having looked at the docket yourself, and given that the inspectorate themselves had looked at it, and I can refer you to the affidavit of Mr. Faiz Philip on page 292. Where he says, as part of my duties, I also assist investigations of service complaints received at Division Inspectorate. I was tasked to assist a service complaint leveled by Ms. Fadil Adams, MP, wherein he alleged that the SEP's provincial officers had interfered in the investigation of criminal dockets opened at Cape Town Central SEPs and Orlando SEPs. These are exactly the same complaints that you referred. The allegation, I'm quoting him, the allegations contained in the criminal dockets were directed at senior officers attached to the division crime intelligence. So the complaints were viewed with the necessary seriousness. It was referred to an opinion, and the upshot. Where's the final? The final opinion in the starts at 293, where the Divisional Commissioner Legal Services, Lieutenant General Chamani, on the 11th of December. So it's moving quite fairly quickly, really rapidly.
And I'm very impressed myself.
And this is the opinion. The current information at paragraph 13 on page 296. The current information contained in the dockets is scanty and too vague to formulate charges against any suspects. As a result, legal services is unable to confirm that the required elements of any offense are contained in the dockets. So again, I ask you, Mr. Nkabinde, why could you not wait for the outcome of this process before rushing off to IDAC on the 11th of November?
Because these are different processes.
I fail to understand the difference. That it's
The
the
difference
same-
is,
It's the
yes.
same dockets.
Can proceed.
Okay, you talk.
The difference is, Chairperson, inspectorates are dealing with service delivery complaints. They are not investigating criminal matters. So criminal matters has to proceed to get investigated, irrespective of it's been referred to IDAC or not referred to IDAC. But it has to be investigated. Hence, I made a very a clear example, Chairperson, that if I report a member of parliament to ethics committee, that has nothing to do with a criminal matter of an assault case. You cannot now say why Cape Town Central are investigating assault because ethics committee is busy with that. Those are two separate processes. It's exactly the same as this one. What you are reading there, I'm also impressed. They are doing very good when it comes to service delivery complaints. But there's nothing stopping me to refer the matter to the relevant so that the criminal investigation gets started as well.
So what would you call the inspectorate's investigation and Officer Phillips' affidavit? What is that? Is that a different kind of inspection or investigation? What is it?
He
They-
is investigating service delivery complaint.
Yes, so they say,
He's not investigating corruption as alleged by the complainant. He's not investigating fraud. He's not investigating nepotism. He's investigating why this docket, and Chair, if I can make an example with my experience as a police officer. I'm hearing that the information, it's about this case were registered 2 days. It is wrong not to allocate a docket for 2 days because the SAPS regulations, every new docket must have a 24-hour inspection. So it is wrong that you open a case, you receive a case number on your cell phone message, and for 2 days is not allocated. It's wrong. It's definitely need inspectorate to investigate why this docket took 2 days to get allocated. Those are their functions in inspectorate.
Now they look at they look inside, they look into the dockets, isn't it? They look into the dockets, and at the end of that inspection investigation process, they find that the content of the docket is too scanty and too vague for, it doesn't disclose a crime, even a common law crime like the complaint that relates to theft and fraud, nepotism, let alone outright corruption. You haven't looked at, you can't even argue about it because you haven't looked into the docket. Now, your complaint to IDAC has resulted in the head of our crime intelligence and others being arrested. That is the upshot of your complaint to IDAC, isn't it? Obviously, you're not responsible. Well, you are, because you referred the matter, you've got to take responsibility. But you will say, well, you referred it to IDAC, they had to do their job, they had to do the investigations, and they're the ones who arrested him and had him charged. But it started with your referral, which I want to submit to you in conclusion on this point, to be entirely inappropriate. That's putting it mildly.
Chair, as senior counsel is concluded in this matter, let me also conclude by saying I've done nothing wrong in me referring that matter to IDAC.
So
Sorry, Chair, just clarity. I recall when the head of IDAC was here, she said that there's a process that gets followed in terms of reporting corruption to IDAC that you need to complete. Was it a section 27 or something?
27 years.
A section 27 needs to be sent. So who, when you referred this matter to IDAC, who then completes the section 27? Is it the complainant or is it yourself?
The complainant will be the best person to give affidavit because he will know what is he complaining about. What I did here is to refer the matter that we've received something like this, but there's the details of the complainant. You can consider looking into the matter.
So you would then think that IDAC prompted the complainant to complete the section
Yes,
27,
yes,
and that's why it was acted on.
yes. I would have assumed that.
Honorable Nomba.
I'm waiting. I was just waiting.
Yeah, no, I want to check with you, Mr. Nkabinde, if after the referral that you forwarded to IDAC, you were able to then make a follow-up in terms of progress, or you just ended by sending a referral and allowed IDAC to deal with the matter further? What happened after you submitted the referral? Did you make a follow-up to check progress?
Chair, referral to IDAC, we are not expecting any form of feedback because they are reporting to another minister. So we just leave them as independent and they should be. We don't make even any follow-up. Even in this case, I don't even know what happened after that.
So you don't even know if ultimately the claimant, I mean the complainant was called by IDAC to file an affidavit?
Yes, I don't even know.
You don't even
Even
know
now, yes.
what transpired.
Yes.
Okay.
But for my side, I was safe because I have proof that I never sit on in the complaint I referred.
Okay, no, it's fine. Thank you.
Honorable Matthias.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde, just for clarity, the minister, did the minister instruct you to refer the complaint to IDAC? Or you just took it upon yourself to refer it to IDAC? Just clarity.
Chair, in respect of this matter or this complaint, every complaint, we run it through the minister. Because
Okay, so the
then
minister, we
once-
just asking you,
once
the
we-
minister ask you to, the
then the
minister,
minister, yes, said,
yeah.
"Oh, okay, refer to IDAC."
okay, do you know whether the minister engaged the justice minister about it or the head of the NPA? That they are expected to receive a complaint?
No, no.
And then in your communication with Honorable Adams, did he indicate that he wanted the matter to go to IDAC?
No, in his email, he just said independent board. We used our discretion.
Thank you.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. When you say we are going to use our own discretion, are you saying, are you with other people?
With minister.
No, on this matter, the one you said that you refer matters to the National Commission, am I right?
Yes.
But besides this one in particular of Honorable Adams, you took your own decision to refer it to IDAC, am I right?
No, I'm saying every complaint, you don't refer anything without present it to the minister.
Yeah,
Then the
I'm
minister
saying-
will then advise that send this to IPID, send this to Hawks, send this to IDAC.
Yeah, I'm saying to you, remember what the Honorable Matthias said to you, and you said yourself that besides this one, why are you saying besides this one?
I was trying to give her a standard practice.
Now, on this one, there was no standard practice.
This one also follow the standard practice
No.
that any complaints I run through the minister first, because those people are writing to the minister, in fact, not to me.
Understand that?
Yes.
But you said this is the only complaint which you referred to IDAC, am I right? If I heard you well.
Yes, since I joined, with all my referrals, this is the only complaint I have referred to IDAC.
Why was this one in particular special to be sent to IDAC?
Because it has an indication that a complainant is not having any confidence with the National Commission.
Now,
And on top of that, besides even that, he requested that his cases can it be investigated by an independent body.
Chair, it will come at a later stage, Mr. Nkabinde. That's not the only case, but thank you.
Can I check if we still have further questions? Clarity seeking. Okay, let's see. How much more time do you need to conclude?
I don't know, Chair. If I can get a clear run, I can finish sooner. But I would suspect about 20 minutes, half an hour.
You need 20 minutes to half an hour. Is that what you are saying? Let's see. You say you need 20 minutes to half an hour.
20 to 30 minutes.
I'm giving you 40 minutes. You are going to have I give you a home run. You run uninterrupted.
Can I bet a bit longer?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
So do you agree, honorable members? From here, we can
No.
only ask questions after he would have concluded.
Mr. Nkabinde, Did you inform the minister that you are referring the matter to IDAC?
I presented it to the minister and the minister advised me to refer to IDAC.
Notwithstanding the fact that the minister signed off on a recommendation giving the inspectorate a further 10 days to investigate the matter. You say the minister was informed by you that you were referring it to IDAC.
Yes, because it has nothing to do with that inspectorate investigation.
Okay, I suppose the rest is for argument because it just doesn't make sense to me. You say in your referral to IDAC, it's CMN5. Attached, please find for ease of reference, copy of a written correspondence addressed to the Honorable Minister of Police by Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Fadil Adams.
Yes,
So you skip out an entire process. This referral is the one that of 1 November. That's the referral that you're referring to.
which process I've skipped?
The process that happened subsequently when you wrote to the National Commissioner.
That has
And said,
nothing to
"Please
do with this.
investigate."
That has nothing to do with this.
So I want to put it to you. Either you did this without telling the minister that you are referring this matter to IDAC.
Now, all the complaints, we present them to the minister.
So you're saying today that the Minister Mchunu at the time, was complicit in referring this scanty complaint that lacked any veracity to IDAC for investigation.
No, minister did a very good job to refer something. Because if he sits on it, it will be committing a defeating ends of justice.
In your affidavit, so what was your, just remind me again, your answer was that the minister was aware that you are referring it to IDAC.
Yes,
The minister didn't instruct you or direct you immediately to refer it to IDAC.
he directed me when I was presenting this complaint. In fact, it was not even one complaint, it was several complaints, and this one was included.
So, sorry, what did he tell you?
No, we were discussing, remember, I'm presenting the complaints. I'm giving him the merits. I'm giving him that this complainant, he require an independent body and is complaining about the National Commissioner. Then the minister said, IDAC will be appropriate if now is complaining about the National Commissioner.
So you say at paragraph 67 of your main affidavit, Minister Mchunu decided to have it referred, decided to have it so referred, and on 11 November, I directed correspondence to IDAC to have the matter referred for investigation.
That's correct.
It's not quite the same. It's not quite the same as what you say in your letter. The letter says that attached here to for ease of reference, copy of a written correspondence addressed to the Honorable Minister by Honorable Member of Parliament.
Yes.
It is different, materially different.
That
He's
what happened.
adopting, yes, you're adopting a hands-off approach. You say, look, the minister has received this complaint, and here with the complaint, I'm sending it to you.
Like my email to the National Commissioner, I said that the ministry received this complaint. We're referring to you.
No, but you don't say here, which is what you say in your oral evidence today, and you confirm in your affidavit, is that the minister has not only received this complaint, he's discussed it with you. You said you discussed it amongst other complaints, and he has decided to refer it to IDAC. Can we agree that that's not what your letter says to IDAC?
Do you think I was supposed to say that? For what? For what?
All right, I'm sure there'll be some other questions that you can answer later on. I think it's materially important that you say to an institution or to a unit like IDAC or to an anti-corruption body that the minister has decided this thing, and herewith I'm referring it to you.
Should I send all my letters to you first and proofread?
No.
In
SC, please hold there. The chair is outside. So there's a general rule that when the chair is outside, I'm the acting chair. Mr. Nkabinde, we don't think you are respectful in terms of how you are responding to what the SC is asking you. You can't say those things that should I send it to you before I do this and that. You can disagree with what the SC is saying, but you can do that in a respectful way. It's completely incorrect, it's unacceptable if you are going to treat these two settings in that way. This is the third question. Now I'm noticing you are responding in a very wrong way. So can you please refrain from that?
Not that.
Before you respond.
Honorable Matthys?
No, but I don't know when did it become a general rule that you are the acting chair? Don't take us for granted like that.
Mr. Nkabinde has noted that. SC, you can proceed.
Yes, acting chair.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's not a joke.
Okay. Mr. Nkabinde, can we move to the minister's directive of the 31st of December 2024? You had no role to play in advising the minister or drafting or co-drafting the directive? No?
That's correct, Chair.
What was your role?
My
If any-
role was to send out the letter of directives.
Did you, were you in it physically in the office when you were required to send the directive off to various people?
No. I was at home
You were at home and the minister was also at home.
and the minister was also at his home, yes.
Did he first call you?
He called me to say that there's a lot of directives he will need me to send out.
So he must have sent the letter to you
Yes, he did.
and you then sent it onward.
Yes.
Now that letter is CMN 3. Oh, sorry, the email, the letter itself, sorry, is not attached. But the email attachment is CMN 4. No, 3. No. Have you got CMN3?
Do you have a page number?
Your affidavit, Mr. Nkabinde, it's not paginated. The main affidavit. So have you got it? Did the minister send you the directive also by email, or how did he send it to you, a fax, or what, how did he send it?
Email,
Email.
yes.
You don't have that email from the minister to yourself that you can share with us?
No,
You don't have it at all, or you just haven't?
I can go through my laptop once my laptop is back.
Are you able to locate it as soon as possible and send it and let us have it?
I don't know when will my laptop be back.
Or is it also one of the devices that's
Yeah.
been seized?
I can't even check the minister's device. They were also taken.
So you'll make a note that you'll send it to us. So what did the minister instruct you or direct you to do?
He said he needs me to send the letter of directive to the national commissioner and copy the acting national commissioner who was going to act at that time, Lieutenant General Lusikisiki.
So did you know, were you aware that the national commissioner was at that time going to take leave,
Yes, I was aware.
and that the national commissioner Lusikisiki, that's how you pronounce it, Lusikisiki?
Lusikisiki, yes.
So the minister tells you send it to the national commissioner, to the soon to be acting national commissioner, and to who else?
That's all. He just gave me those two names.
Okay. With no other instructions.
No, not at all.
So your email on CMN3 is addressed to quite a few people.
Yes,
Did you email this to them on your own initiative, of your own bat? You weren't instructed by the minister to send it to them?
that is a standard practice.
Oh, okay. Standard practice to send it to, now let's look at the name. Masemola is the national commissioner. Lusikisiki is the soon to be acting national commissioner. Sebola,
He's an executive manager of the national commissioner,
the Toko,
staff office of the national commissioner,
Landu,
the PA of the minister,
Mtembu,
our PLO in the ministry,
Mokotsi,
the spokesperson of the minister,
and Pakoli is
the
the
special advisor to the minister, yes.
Pakoli is the special advisor. Okay. And who is that person? Home 13404@gmail.com.
Is the email of the minister, private email of the minister.
Okay. So before the directive was sent, apparently there was some exchange between the minister, and I speak subject to correction. You may have also asked Advocate Pakoli to make some changes, some comments. Is that right?
That's correct.
Were any other persons involved?
Not at all.
So are you, I suppose you wouldn't know, when you received the directive from the minister, it's been signed by him,
That's correct.
and you would have assumed that he drafted the directive.
That's correct.
So how did you know, when did you know that Advocate Pakoli also had some hand in it?
The minister instructed me that before I send, I must send it to Advocate Bigoli for proofreading and inputs. I'm the one who sent it to Advocate Bigoli.
So that was the instruction.
Yes.
And the acting commissioner, where would the acting commissioner have been at that time when you sent it on the 31st?
I'm not sure unless if she would be in Pretoria.
So wherever they were, they would have received this
Yes,
email,
yes, they do because
their email address.
yeah, it's synergized with our cell phones. So you get your emails anytime.
And what did you think about the directive when you read it, when you saw it?
No, I just treat it as one of those directives that it's just between a directive between the National Commissioner and the Minister. I never have any thought of it.
And the content of it, don't fill, there's a moratorium on the filling of intelligence posts, border posts, disbandment of the PKTT. You would agree three major decisions.
Yes.
You didn't think anything of it or asked minister any questions?
No, did not think of so.
And the fact that this is the last day of the year didn't strike you as odd or strange?
No, it was not strange because we were busy working even on that day.
What was your experience, if any, of the PKTT before that day, before the 31st of December 2024?
No, there's absolutely nothing. I now start to hear about PKTT when there's these proceedings. There's absolutely nothing about PKTT that I know.
Were you not at any meetings with either General Nkabinde or Khumalo before then?
Before 31st?
Yeah.
Yes, there were meetings where PKTT was mentioned, which I attended.
Yeah, can I refer you to your affidavit at paragraph 68 on page 23?
I got it.
You've got it?
Yes.
So you say, do I ever have knowledge of the existence of PKTT? I recall attending meetings in November 2024, which was attended by SAP's top management, of course, in my capacity as a chief of staff.
Which paragraph?
paragraph 69 of your original affidavit.
I got it.
So what were those meetings? You talk about meetings in November 2024.
Yes, there was a meeting 21st of November, there was a meeting 22nd of November where the PKTT issue was touched on.
And who all attended that meeting?
The first meeting was the top management, deputy ministers. The 22nd meeting was the top management again and all provincial commissioners.
And as you say in paragraph 70, you attend all meetings with the minister as his chief of staff.
That's correct.
So what was discussed in these meetings in November?
Even though I won't have the full picture, but the main topic was about an organizational structure. They were finalizing a new organizational structure. So there were several issues pertaining to that. And the PKTT issue was touched on during that discussion.
So where did the PKTT, according to your recollection, where did it fit into the organizational structure?
It was agreed that it will fall under a murder and robbery unit. Serious and violent crime unit was gonna be in a new structure and murder and robbery unit as a component. And all these other task teams and specialized unit will fall under this murder and robbery units respectively.
I'm not going to engage you any further on it because of time, but those of us who were in the hearings when Minister Mchunu, your minister, testified, didn't quite relay your understanding of what was said in that meeting the way you do today. So there seems to be a conflict. It wasn't discussed in the way that you conveying to us today.
It was discussed like that. It was not a standalone issue, but during those interaction about organizational structure, PKTT was touched on, including inspectorate was touched on, including VISPOL and ORS was touched on.
So your recollection, it was touched on.
Yes,
It wasn't a standalone topic.
yes. The standalone topic was an organizational structure.
So it was discussed, as it were, by the way.
It was discussed because it was affected by the new organizational structure. The inspectorate was affected, VISPOL policing was affected, and all the other specialized units was affected.
Are you saying that your recollection is that after that meeting, it was your sense or your impression that the PKTT was going to be disbanded and now fall under murder and robbery?
Yes.
So why did you not respond initially when I asked you what was your reaction when you saw the minister's directive on the 31st of December, which calls for the immediate disestablishment of PKTT? Why didn't you say, oh, well, this wasn't news to me. After the meeting we had in November, where this issue of PKTT was discussed and it was going to fall under murder and robbery, it didn't come to me as a surprise.
Yes, hence I'm saying I did not have any thoughts because even those three issues for me, were not a surprise. So I took it that it's just a directive between the minister and the national commissioner, like I normally facilitate.
Well, I've already put it to you and I'm going to leave it there, that's not the recollection of Minister Mchunu. Certainly not because the National Commissioner was also in that meeting.
Yes,
You say senior management was in it.
yes.
Who was there on behalf of PKTT?
Kumalo was there, General Mkhwanazi was there, all provincial commissioners were there.
Well, it's certainly not their recollection. They claim, and it seems to be accepted as common cause, that they were not consulted on the disbandment of PKTT before the 31st of December.
No, I can't comment on that. But 22nd of November, this was discussed. It's an organizational structure and all affected units were spoken about.
Yeah, so it seems to me, Mr. Nkabinde, that everybody was surprised except you and the minister about the directive on 31st of December.
I am not sure. I can't comment.
And subsequently, not that it's particularly material because you were the chief of staff and not the decision maker, but subsequently you were at the portfolio committee presentation on the 5th of March.
That's correct.
And what did you make then of Lieutenant General Kumalo's presentation? That in fact, that no disbandment is going to take place. It's going to be a phasing out process.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well. That was a national commissioner presented to the minister on the 22nd of January. That this is an approach is going to take. So I was not surprised there because that was a decision of the national commissioner.
Yeah, then on the 6th, the 5th of March, we were here in Parliament. The 6th of March, there's again a high-level presentation by senior management. You were also in that meeting.
That's correct.
And you were also in the meeting of the 27th of March.
That's correct.
Can you confirm at that meeting that you and Minister Mchunu got very angry that he was now being told that there's going to be no disbandment or disestablishment of the PKTT, but it's going to be phased out over time?
No, there's no such thing.
Right.
There was no such thing. We already had an understanding through a 22nd of January report. The National Commission made very clear how he is planning to implement a phase-out approach of the PKTT.
And the current situation, what is your view on it? That the PKTT is still alive, kicking, and in operation, taking on more cases?
There's nothing wrong. It's about the National Commissioner. He's the one deciding what he wants to do as an accounting officer. For us is to support him.
Now, you, on the 2nd of January, you received a call from Lieutenant General Nkabinde in relation to the directive,
That's correct.
and you deal with it from paragraph 52 onwards. And in your supplementary, you deal with the recording of Lieutenant General Nkabinde from paragraph 72 on page 24.
That's correct.
This is what you say in paragraph 52. He asked why I allowed the minister to issue the directive and further asked me to speak to the minister and to request that he withdraw the directive. He said I should speak to the minister not as chief of staff, but as a person who has known the minister before I became chief of staff. Lieutenant General Mchunu indicated he saw the letter on social media. He indicated that if the minister does not withdraw the directive, there will be fight back. He further indicated that if the minister is clean, he can continue with the implementation of the directive, and they're going to dig up on him when he was Premier of KZN.
That's correct.
What did you understand by what, assuming that is what General Mchunu told you as you recorded it? What was your reaction or response to that? You all friends.
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, you hang out together, isn't it?
That's correct.
Uh-huh. Okay. So he's phoning you as a bosom buddy.
That's correct.
So what is your response?
No, I said I'll speak to the minister.
Then on the 3rd, you say he called again to ask you whether you've in fact discussed the matter with the minister.
That's correct.
And you told him you didn't have a chance to do so yet.
That's correct.
And what was the reason for that? Did you not take him seriously?
No, I could not have a chance. I was still gonna do it, but I could not have a chance there and there to do it.
But you then did discuss it with the minister. And you told the minister that General Mchunu was not happy.
That's correct.
And you told the minister that he's using language like there'll be a fight back.
That's correct.
What was the minister's response?
The minister just said, let us discuss about it when we meet in Cape Town. We were going to come in to Cape Town. And then he further said, if he's giving such a serious threat, you should consider recording him.
So on the 4th, General Mchunu called again.
That's correct.
And you told him that the matter, the minister said he would discuss the matter when they met in Cape Town.
That's correct.
So did you record General Mchunu on the 4th of January?
No,
And on the 5th of January, you receive a WhatsApp from General Mchunu, which was a forwarded message addressed to the general, whose name is unknown. The WhatsApp message, is that the one that's on page 20 below paragraph 57.5?
that's correct.
Okay. It says, good evening, General, the police minister, chief of staff was contacted by KZN Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mchunu. Mchunu has threatened the minister by saying that if the minister does not withdraw the instruction of disbanding the PKTT, General Khumalo and General Mchunu are going to arrest the minister with false cases. General Mchunu also stated that the minister and Parliament Police Committee must leave General Khumalo alone, and they are going to use their contacts to secure a warrant of arrest to arrest the minister. General Mchunu has also mentioned to the Chief of Staff that he was appointed by the National Commissioner to be the chairperson in the General Khan departmental trial in January, where he's going to dismiss General Khan because of the minister who is coming after him and General Khumalo. That's where the WhatsApp ends. Now, all that's what in all, that is what in the WhatsApp. That's obviously not true. That's not what General Konazi told him.
Yes, it's not true. That's not what we discussed on the second.
So that's what General Konazi sends to you on the 5th. And is it on that day that you recorded your discussion with him?
That's correct.
Was he aware that you were discussing it with him?
Was he aware?
Was he aware that you were recording the discussion with him?
No, he was not.
Why didn't you tell him that you were recording it?
It's because I did not understand why he's sending me a distorted message. Some things that me and him were in conversation with. Now, all of a sudden, on the 5th, he is sending me this message with the distorted information. So I did not understand what a game is played. Then I decided to record so that when again he comes back with something like this, I can produce and have evidence that no. Because I did not understand where this thing is taking us now. Because it's just two of us talking on the 2nd. Now he's sending me a message purportedly about our conversation with a distorted, totally out things that himself he did not even say.
But you've confirmed that the message that is forwarded to you by General Konazi, that the content of this message
Point of
is-
order, Chair.
Point of order.
Thank you, Chair. Previously, Mr. Nkabinde, you are now telling us lies. A few minutes ago, you just said to us that the minister suggested that you record General Konazi. Is that not so?
Yeah, he did say that.
He did say so.
Consider-
So why are you now saying that you recorded him because of the misunderstanding, because you did not understand?
Honorable James, with due respect, I said, let's allow the SC to conclude. And then that matter, you must just note it. We are going to afford you time to raise it with the, just write it down. Well, I will come and afford you time to ask the questions. Thank you.
May I continue, Chair? Honorable Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nako ya go ile ke magotlo. It means you are on the referee's optional time.
Am I on a yellow?
Yeah, if you
Am I on a yellow?
if you look at Honorable Skosana behind you, he is saying to you that the
Was
goals
giving me a
of
red
winning the match are scored in the dying minutes of the game. That's what he's saying to you.
We'll have to go to VAR, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde, you know this message is not, it's forwarded to you from General Konazi, but it's not General Konazi. It's not his message to you. He's sending it to you to tell you, inform you that this is a WhatsApp that has appeared somewhere and he's sending it to you, that this was on social media.
That's correct.
And you confirm that what's in the WhatsApp, the content is untrue, it's false.
That's correct.
So why do you tell the minister that you had this conversation with General Nkabinde and the minister interprets what you tell him as a threat and then suggests to you, oh, well, maybe you should record him. That doesn't make sense, Mr. Nkabinde.
I spoke to the minister on the 4th. That is when minister said we'll talk about this in Cape Town. It was before this call. It was before the 5th. The minister, I referred our conversation on the 2nd. That's what I shared with the minister.
Yes. But you only record General Nkabinde on the 5th.
On the 5th, yes.
But by then he's WhatsApp you several times.
That's correct.
And there's nothing threatening about what he's telling you in the WhatsApps.
Which WhatsApp?
Well, between the 2nd and the 4th.
No, there was nothing threatening. He was just making a follow-up to check if I did speak to the minister or not, and what is the minister saying.
So that's the point that I want to come to. So why would you want to record him? Is it because you wanted to record him? Is it because the minister had suggested or recommended or proposed that you record him?
In this particular one, what prompted me to record it's when General Mkhwanazi is sending me a message purportedly to be our conversation, just two of us, but with the distorted information.
And subsequent to you, I think we have tried to play the recording, but it is corrupted. Maybe it was sent to IDAC. It was corrupted, so we couldn't hear the exchange properly, because the minister had brought it here and said we should play it. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall.
What was your recollection of what was discussed?
What was discussed where?
Yeah, was it threatening?
It was threatening. Fight back is a threat. There'll be fight back. We'll dig on you while you as a premier. That's a threat.
Yeah. So are you now saying that? Let me just find the message. Are you now saying that part of this WhatsApp that was forwarded to you by General Nkabinde on the 5th, that is partly accurate?
It is partly accurate.
Okay. Yeah, now you're moving a bit. You said first the contents are entirely false. Now part of it is actually true.
Yes.
Okay. Why didn't you again look at it and see what other parts might be, according to your recollection, what General Nkabinde told you?
Which are in this message.
Yes.
For the minister to withdraw the instruction of disbandment, he did say that he wanted me to speak to the minister about.
But would you accept, Mr. Nkabinde, that if, according to General Nkabinde, General Kumalo, General Masimola, the key people involved with PKTT on the operational side, who weren't consulted, that if they say no, you must withdraw the instruction or the directive, is that a threat?
He did not say you never consulted, you must withdraw. He said he must withdraw, otherwise there'll be fight back. And otherwise, we're gonna dig him while he was a premier. He never said And in fact, if General Mkhwanazi, because he is a close person to me, if he was open up, maybe I would have arranged other things, maybe arranged him to meet the minister or something.
Sorry. Okay, maybe just quickly move on to another topic. I'm sure the issue of the WhatsApps and all that's going to be further explored with you. A search and seizure warrant was also granted against you to seize your electronic devices.
That's correct.
Why do you think, and I think we've got the affidavit of Brigadier Kuneni. You are implicated. Is it the next to the affidavit? The notice of application for the search and seizure is an exhibit. And you've got a copy. We had previously made it available.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So without going into any detail, you are implicated by Brigadier Kuneni and I think the key paragraph is at paragraph 61 on page 21.
61.
Or rather, let's start at paragraph 59 of the affidavit. You find it?
50.
Paragraph 59 on page 21.
Yes, I got it.
This is what Brigadier Kuneni says. Mchunu, Nkosi, Nkabinde, and Sabia are the people to whom Mokgotsi and Matlala had direct and indirect access to. Mchunu, Nkabinde, and Sabia were the chief role players in the disbandment and disestablishment of the PKTT. Matlala and Mokgotsi's communications on the one hand, and Sabia, Nkabinde, and Mchunu's irrational conduct relating to the immediate disbandment of PKTT on the other, establish a factual basis for the reasonable suspicion that they are complicit in the unlawful termination of the PKTT. And then at this stage, this is the following facts, points towards the existence of a common purpose or conspiracy. Mokgotsi's knowledge of the disbandment of the PKTT prior to this decision actually taken. Mokgotsi's knowledge that the dockets were to be forwarded to the police headquarters weeks before Sabia's correspondence was prepared and emailed. Mokgotsi's possession of WK2, that's an exhibit before it was in the public domain. That's the directive. The fact that Mokgotsi forwarded WK2, the directive, to Matlala and then explained the disestablishment process going forward indicates that Matlala had a vested interest in the termination of PK22. Why would Mokgotsi explain these irrelevant details to him on a public holiday? Matlala's pledge to support Mchunu in whatever help he needs just before WK2 and his subsequent further financial contribution towards the flight tickets for the ANC's 113 annual celebrations in early January 2025. Mchunu's disestablishment of PKTT without any consultation with the main role players and his failure to provide any cogent reason for his decision. Cedrick Nkabinde's absolute disregard to Masamola's decision and instruction of a phased-out approach in the establishment of the PKT. Your comment on this? That's the basis on which the warrant was obtained, isn't it? In court, it goes to a judge.
Yeah,
These allegations are made on oath, and the warrant is then authorized.
my comment will be, this affidavit and all these allegations, it was compiled in order to obtain a search and seizure warrant. So to obtain a search and seizure warrant and get all those relevant devices and so forth, it's for them now to conduct investigation. So if one will comment, I will say I support their move. I fully support their move that when there are such allegations, investigate so that you will get evidence to avoid unnecessary speculations and assumption. So I fully agree and support what they are doing in taking those devices so that they can prove their case. Because what I like with investigation as an investigator myself, the investigation prove you guilty or disprove you guilty.
Well, but then you also suffer the inconvenience of having your mobile devices seized. You can't use them. You end up appearing in a hearing and you forget the dates because you don't have your devices. And there's all kinds of other inconveniences you suffer. The public humiliation, having your devices seized and being a suspect in a really serious charge of conspiracy to disband the PKTT. Okay. No.
That is exactly the reason why I support the investigation. So that after all this humiliation, the investigation will reveal the truth, whether someone is guilty or is innocent, instead of speculating.
I've been shown a yellow card and before I get a red card, you know, like the Springboks get every week. I'm going to ask Chair that there is one other aspect, if I could come back at some other stage, that relates to your leaving IPID in 2018. If I could just reserve that for later.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ngubeni.
Okay. So thank you so much, SC and Mr. Nkabinde. Honorable members, this is what we are going to do. I have calculated your time. We are going to run until 10 o'clock to 10:30. So what we are going to do today, because it's 11 of you, I'm allocating each one of you 30 minutes flat. There is nobody who's going to be allowed to ask follow-up questions. You will ask within your allocated time. So each one of you has 30 minutes standing alone. You don't share it with anybody. So if you have any follow-up question, write it down. Your time will come. You will ask at that time. Honorable Skosan.
But how are you going to predict what the chief whip is going to ask?
Yeah, no. Remember, I agree with what you are saying, but sometimes the follow-up questions take us too long. And that is why, because I'm a benevolent chairperson, I compensate you by giving you extra 10 minutes. Yeah, and those who are alternates were supposed to say the chairperson is.
Now, Chair, because today we have extra members, we've got Honorable Zigalala and Honorable Mukwale. You know, you are aware of that. Though I don't know which party are they from, but they are with us here.
Advocate.
Now,
Advocate Mokhaitsi and advocate.
Mohaiti is. No, it's honorable. When we are saying advocate, no, today they are honorables today. Now, what I wanted to find out from you, Chair, was if I give 20 minutes of my time, I reserve the 10 minutes for follow-up. Is that fine? Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, yes. If you reserve 10 minutes to do follow-ups,
Thank you, Chair.
you can always come and use those
10 minutes.
10
Thank you,
minutes.
Chair.
Yes, it's up to yourself. I did not want to disadvantage anybody because sometimes follow-up distract speakers. And one other tendency I have observed is that follow-ups are often used opportunistically, but the chair will decide not to stop members from speaking even when there are those opportunistic manifestations. So now I'm giving you 15 minutes break. Honorable members, we are coming back at 15 minutes after 4 so that Mr. Nkabinde can go and drink water. Yeah. You can go and drink water. There is Tloyabulepie behind you. You can check with him how you have been faring. He can give you an assessment in those 10 to 15 minutes. I instruct you to stand up and go out. Or you want me to write a letter and request the chief whip to instruct you?
Recording stopped.
Bonani. Bonani. Is there no bell here which we can ring? Don't we have a bell here? Yeah. Because we are now eating your time, Honorable Ngola. Is it your time or Cameron's time? Yeah. No, Cameron has requested me that today is his payday. Well, you can't. I'm granting him. Yeah. No, no. He has requested me, and he has made a reasonable request. You guys who are afraid to go home, you go home at 12 hours, 5 a.m. in the morning. I can't allow that. I can't allow that. No, he says he told when he came here, he came to give me a report that we are going to start with the questions. Mr. Nkabinde. It's now 20 minutes after 4.
Recording in
We are
progress.
going to run until 20 past 7. So it means by 20 past 7, we would have taken 6 speakers. Is it very clear? By 20 past 7, we would have taken 6 speakers. And then we are going to start with Honorable Sokanyile, followed by Honorable Cameron. We are swapping Honorable Cameron with Honorable Ngola because today is the anniversary. Honorable Cameron has an anniversary today. So it's a very important day for him. And as the chairperson, who has seen many anniversaries, I must also take this opportunity and congratulate Honorable Cameron in one of his many anniversaries. Yeah, it's not easy to achieve that milestone. Yeah, so it's very, very important day for you. We celebrate with you, Honorable Cameron, and we want to wish you many more peaceful anniversaries. Thank you so much. Enjoy this moment. Je moet elke oomblik van die dag ontmoet, meneer. Honorable Souls, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Chair, maybe I must also say, firstly, happy anniversary, Masakan.
Yeah.
And then, just on a point of procedure, Chair. I thought it would be apt for me to raise it before we start here now. Honorable Mates raised a very important thing before we went for break. we know that you are human, so whenever you leave, we understand. But for two occasions now, yesterday and today, when the chair has left the building, then there was a robust exchange between whoever's questioning and the witness. And then there's no one to preside.
Yeah,
So I think perhaps we should decide on what happens when chair is not here. And obviously Honorable Ngola has proactively taken the position to do so. If that's the case, then let's put it on the record so that we know that it runs smoothly when we
Yeah.
go next time. Especially, I mean, it's part of the rules, section 159 as well. So I just thought I should raise that. Thank you, Chair.
Bonani has brought it to my attention. We don't need any decision. What we must just do is that if I go out, honorable members must no longer do what they do in my absence. No, I'm just joking, honorable source. I think you are raising a fair point, which if honorable members have a suggestion, I don't think it's something we can subject it to an election. Just, yeah, honorable members can just say, we suggest that in the event you have to respond to certain processes. So and so can be standing in. Yeah.
No, I think, Chair, the brightest in the room should do so. And clearly, Honorable Ngola is the brightest in the room. And he's been proactive. When you went here, he jumped and presided and brought order. So from myself, I think he should continue. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any further comment? Thank you so much for your understanding, honorable members. Honorable Ngola, you are the deputy referee or the deputy umpire in this game. So you are not an elected deputy. Yes, you are a deputy who does his work, no, at the behest of the chair. If I go out, I may decide not to. Yeah, but if I'm not here and there is a need for that guidance, you can just quickly come in and steer the ship. Not steer, but serve. Yeah. Thank you so much, honorable members. It's 25 minutes past. It's up to 25 minutes past 7. So it's 3 hours exactly. Honorable Sokanyile, your time starts now. Honorable, Mr. Cedrick Nkabinde, good luck to you and Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much.
30 minutes on the dot.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah.
But Chairperson, if maybe 5 or 2 minutes are left, I donate them to Kola, not to Honorable Cameron.
You are wasting
Keep those
you are
minutes.
wasting your time. Because the clock is ticking. It's not.
Say that up front.
Yeah, but the clock is ticking.
Oh, thank you very much. Mr. Nkabinde, can we look at your statement on paragraph 25? 25, it's on page 12. I'm taking the initial statement, not the supplementary one, whereby you indicate that your findings show that the hawks were being used for political things interfering on the matter. That's your findings. Can you share with this ad hoc committee your findings that led to the conclusion that you had about the Hawks having to interfere with your findings?
The Hawks never interfered with my findings. But during my investigation and those several interviews, were that reopening of a case which was declined 5 years ago. What was the valid reason? So that what I got that it's a political interference. That was a pressure from externally. But the political interference, that's what I gathered. To the Hawks, yes. IPID, through my report, this was our recommendations that if indeed there are reasonable reasons to reopen a case, these are the legal steps you need to follow. It was outlined in the report. So that they are not reopening it based on any pressure from outside. There is nothing wrong to reopen a case, but just follow the law.
Okay. On paragraph 28, that is again on page 12, you indicate that you had a misunderstanding with the executive director based on the report that you filed with the former minister, Bekicel, which was leaked to Mr. McBride. That is in 2018. What did this report relate to?
The report relates to a several number of unethical conducts against the then executive director, Robert McBride, in colluding with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. In fact, I was reporting, I'm working with them and I'm reporting what is happening. Then if I go to details, I will have to look at it.
Then did that cause you to leave your work?
Yes, because McBride was so angry that I reported him.
You're afraid of him?
No, he
McBride.
suspended me. He placed me on suspension.
He placed you on suspension.
Yes.
And there were charges that were instituted against you.
Yes.
And then you felt being victimized. Is that so?
That's correct.
Then again, you are saying that on paragraph 29, on the day of the disciplinary hearing, you were offered a settlement agreement. And you accepted that. Why did you accept that instead of correcting that dirtiness that was happening? Because if you're saying that there was a report that you produced and that showed many dirty things. Why did you have to take a settlement that was offered?
Uh, This was the option available to me since I did not enjoy any protection. Like for instance, when I was suspended, the reasons for my suspension and the reason of why I have to be disciplined it was about the report that I did, of which for me, it was in contravention with the Protectors Disclosure Act. Then I reported almost everywhere that I reported unethical conduct. Now I'm being victimized and I'm going to be dismissed. I reported it to the public protector. I reported it to the portfolio committee on police. I reported it to the minister again, the very same minister whom I gave the report. Then I say, now the report that I gave you, I'm now suspended. I'm now subjected to victimization. What the then former minister did, he wrote a letter. I do have that letter. He wrote a letter to McBride that he must stop the imminent suspension of Cedrick Nkabinde. The matter now is in his table, of which he disregarded the former minister as well. He proceeded with the discipline. I got a response from a public protector. They wrote to him and copied me that Mr. Nkabinde lodged a complaint of occupational detriment, that now he reported these things, now you are suspending him. We request you to put the disciplinary in abeyance until we finalize investigation. He also disregarded that, he proceeded. Then I wrote to the portfolio committee on police. Then the portfolio committee on police responded to me that they are an oversight body, they can't get into those labor issues. So I was left like that. Now you are facing a disciplinary of which you already know it's a concocted trump-up charges against you. And you sure you are going to be dismissed, whether you're right or wrong. And then this is an offer.
What is that offer?
This is now an offer. During the disciplinary hearing, before we even commence with the disciplinary hearing, McBride arrived in that venue. He came and stopped the hearing and proposed the settlement agreement that
How much? He gave you how much?
No. The offer was that we are going to withdraw all charges against you. We are going to withdraw, we're going to stop all this thing. You must resign, let us part ways. So that was an offer. Then I must also withdraw all my occupational detriment complaints. I think they were all over my complaints.
The
So I
offer,
had,
the offer was one-sided.
the
You
op-
must resign.
yes,
And then in turn of your resignation,
we withdraw against you. Then
meaning that it's you who was wrong then, who was on the wrong side of the law, if they are saying that. Because if you're saying that the report, it had an impact to McBride, but now their settlement offer, it's saying that you must resign, then they're going to drop everything. Why? Can't you see that it
Not-
was one-sided and you'll be seen as a person who was wrong?
It's not one-sided because the settlement agreement has nothing to do with the report.
Uyanisitha ke ngoku.
The settlement agreement had nothing to do with the report.
Hmm.
The only things that I had to withdraw is those occupational detriment victimization complaints that I'm now suspended.
Mm.
So, but my report, even today, my report stands.
So you knew that going to the disciplinary hearing, you'll be dismissed.
I know, because this is their chairperson. I knew I was going to be dismissed, but now to allow me to resign and you withdraw cases, I can still find another job.
And indeed, your report was used.
Yes,
The moment you were gone, it was used against McBride,
yes.
not renewing the contract. Are you saying that? Is this what you are saying? That the former minister Bekicele used the report that you had with your findings against McBride, it was used, not his contract being renewed.
Yes, it was used. I was already left by then, but it was used.
Okay. Then on paragraph 33, page 13, you are outlining the circumstances surrounding you and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi visiting the minister at Mpangeni, Minister Mchunu. You are saying that you were requested by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to go to visit the minister at Mpangeni. And yet, when Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was here, he told this Ad Hoc Committee that it is you who requested him to accompany to the minister's homestead. What are you saying about that?
Chair, I never said General Mkhwanazi, he requested me to go and see Minister Mchunu. I never said that. What I said, General Mkhwanazi requested me to accompany him to Mpangeni area. Then once we were there, then I suggested that we go past the minister because it's the same location. I took him to the minister.
You are saying that you are going to Mpangeni, not to the minister's homestead.
Yes, we were going there for our things.
Hence, you said on that day, it was a boys out,
That's it.
outing.
Yes, then I remember that we are in the same area as the minister, and it's been a while. I never saw him. Then I said, let's pass the minister.
So he's correct then to say that it's you who said you and himself must go to the minister's house.
That's correct. It's
So
me.
he's correct.
Yes, it's correct.
Because on that day, on the first appearance of yourself here, it's a pity that we cannot play the recordings of that day. You said it is Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, unless my hearing was not correct on that day, who said you must go to the minister.
I know, I never said like that. We were
Yes, sir.
going, yes, we were going for our things. Then I'm the one said, it's been a while, let's go and pass.
I
and see
thought
the
you
minister."
even said it's you, it's Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi who came to you with the car, you were driving. I thought we're dramatizing that to show that indeed it was Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi who said to you, must go to there. when you are dramatizing, because you are dramatizing that on that day. Today, at least you are not dramatizing issues. I'm happy about that. Can I say that? I'm happy about it. That's why I'm saying that it's, you were consistent to say it is Lieutenant General Mkhwana, but anyway, at the end, you are saying that whilst you were doing what you were doing at Mpangeni, then you went go via Minister Mchunu. So what did you go? Just greetings, nothing else.
No, nothing else. We just spoke about general things. There was nothing to discuss about.
Even Lieutenant General Mkhwana didn't find a space to say, Minister, can we discuss other issues? Because I know the pain and the thorn on the flesh with Lieutenant General Mkhwana, it was the issue of the PKTT. He didn't say anything on that day about PKTT.
I know, not really. Remember, the minister was a minister of water. They never been spoke
Oh,
about.
then he
Yeah,
was the minister of
never
water.
been spoke about.
Thank you
policy.
for reminding me.
Yeah.
Thank you. He was the, but you wanted to introduce Lieutenant General Mkhwana of some sort to your friend. Because now Minister Mchunu was your friend.
No, he's never been my friend.
Oh, Kalu. On page, what is this page? On page, it's paragraph 26. Paragraph 26, yeah. Page 12. Whereby, let me look at it. Page 12. Yeah, paragraph 26. You are saying that in another meeting, you exchange phone numbers. That's good. But now in paragraph 26, you are saying that Minister Mchunu and I continued to have a relationship after that investigation, which over the year developed.
It does not make us friends.
Oh, because to me, by saying that, I'm saying that it developed to the extent that you became the chief of staff in the office of the minister. It is because of that relationship that developed after you have exchanged phone numbers in one of the paragraphs and the report, wara, but in 26, in your statement written by you, that relationship developed. When you say that a relationship developed, didn't it move to another level?
No, it does not make us friends.
If I may.
You want to say it developed without blossoming.
Because if you and the chief whip, your relationship develop, it goes, you become friends. I assume. Because if Mdu was a girl, it will develop to another level. So I'm looking at this one with the minister. It developed that the minister saw a chief of staff in you. Do you agree with me on that?
No, I can't agree. It has never developed to be friends.
It developed to be what? Because it's you have written, you left it hanging. That's why you are having conclusion.
No, it's never developed being friends. But now and again, we will then contact each other, especially me, I will contact him.
You are saying that the directive of the 31st December, 31st December. You know, when people are very much happy, we're busy in the office. And we're writing that directive. The directive maybe that has caused us to be having an ad hoc committee and a commission. And now, I just want to check, you were saying that the contents of that directive, they were written by you,
The content of
of the directive,
no,
of the 31st, that letter,
it was written by the minister.
they were written by the minister.
Yes.
Hence, you had again to send to the minister's private thing. You thought the minister didn't have that correspondence in that directive in his,
Oh, I copied him so that whatever response he will also receive. Because when a person responds to the trail email, he will also see.
you know, yesterday, we had a lady here, Lady Mary de Haas. Lady Mary de Haas wrote a correspondence to the minister on the 31st October with the instruction to the minister to disband the PKTT immediately. Wara is saying all that. And the correspondence of the minister, they're having the exact words of the letter written by Mary de Haas. Is that a coincidence?
I never checked the content of Mary de Haas.
But the letters of the minister, they also come to you.
Of Mary de Haas, I never received a Mary de Haas letter. Maybe I was not the
Or
office.
the minister, that one, he had hidden it from you. Because Mary de Haas wrote to the minister to immediately disband the PKTT.
No, I never saw
In fact,
that
the
correspondence.
words that are on the letter of Mary de Haas, those are the same words that are contained in the directive.
No, I never saw it. I can't comment.
That's why I'm telling you, it is because you didn't see it.
No, I never saw.
Hence, it becomes a worry to us that someone who's not within the minister's office or working with subs, but to instruct the minister to disband the PKTT, it's worrisome. Thank you, Chair.
Five minutes. No, the next speaker is Honorable Cameron. No. You ended at your own volition. So can we move to Honorable Cameron? Honorable Cameron, your time starts now.
Th-
It ends at 20 past
Thank you,
5.
Chair.
Let's move with speed and save time.
Can I start, Chair? Thank you, Chair, Mr. Nkabinde.
Yes.
I'm going to start with the McBride issue. A few thoughts. I was going to leave it for later, but I want to touch on this just because the previous honorable member asked it. While serving on the National Task Team for Special Investigations, were you ever approached by members of crime intelligence?
Not at all.
Were you ever offered any kind of a promotion at that stage, favor or benefit for making statements or affidavits against Mr. McBride?
Not at all.
Because that, the reason I'm asking it is that that is the loose thread that's hanging around this thing. I'll come back to it now, but why do certain, because interesting, after last week's blunder with the testimony, a lot of messages that we got said that several crime intelligence officers placed you at the center of this whole McBride campaign that was being run at that stage. Would you comment on that?
No, there was no such thing.
You produced a very damning report against Robert McBride. Do you still stand by that report?
Yes, I did.
But the Public Service Commission found that your allegations were entirely baseless. So if the PSC, do you see them as being part of some kind of a conspiracy, or was your report an attempt to smear an effective investigation?
My report has never referred to PSC.
But the PSC found it entirely baseless.
So they can't find that and don't give me a report as a complainant. It's the first time I hear it from you, honorable member.
Okay, I'll come back to it again. I want to ask in terms of IPID's charges against you. IPID charged you in failing to disclose the crime intelligence approach, apparently. Do you accept that there was a charge against you with IPID, from IPID?
Yeah, not that one, not the one that you are referring to. I was not charged for that.
So what was the charge then?
The
according to
charge was me writing a report, and then in one line there, they are saying I put the department into disrepute by giving out false allegation against the senior managers.
And then IPID allegedly also charged you with obstructing investigations regarding a 45 million rand iView cell phone grabber case. Would you, do you concede to that?
No, I was part of investigation there.
Were you part of the investigation?
Yeah, that can't be me investigated.
No, I understand that, but
It
the
has never done.
information that we got was that
No,
they complained
that's
about
wrong
you.
information.
It's interesting. Why did you rather sought settlement instead of clearing your name?
I could not clear my name because there was the only option I had now when Mr. McBride is offering me the settlement.
But you approached them for the settlement,
No, he approached me for the settlement.
not according to the statements that we saw. Jay, there's something very wrong here
Statement from who?
from Robert McBride himself at that stage. The statement from back then.
No, that's not true. I don't have that statement.
Well, you would have seen it because
No, I
you
never
were a
saw it.
respondent in it.
I never saw it.
Well, I'm sure we can share
I
it.
don't know where he wrote that statement to who.
I'll share it with you. But Chair, maybe it's an option to invite Mr. McBride himself to then come and explain that, because according to his statement, you approached him for settlement and it wasn't the other way around. In fact, you approached Mr. McBride to resign, and then you instructed your lawyers to negotiate a settlement. The reasonable inference is that you then avoided a public process because it would expose your dealings with crime intelligence. Is that correct?
No, that's no such things. If there was such a things, Mr. McBride will not agree to that. He will never. I know him. He will never if there was something like that.
So he wouldn't agree if you approached him for a settlement?
Yes, if it's based on those reasons, he would not agree.
But if you approached him and conceded that you had made a mistake and you said that you don't want to fight any further, would he concede? Would he agree to a settlement?
That will be then up to him.
The reason I don't understand this, Mr. Nkabinde, respectfully, there's a saying that says, strip a man of money or position and he can rebuild. Strip a man of his name and he has nothing. Surely with something like this, if someone questions your integrity to this point, you would do everything to clear your name. If it meant to go to court, do whatever you need to do, but simply conceding and moving on without actively clearing your name, don't you think that casts significant doubt on you?
No, it will cause a doubt on McBride as an executive director. Instead of dealing with a serious misconduct, and decided to circle with a junior member.
It's very interesting. Mr. Nkabinde, I'm surprised that you haven't seen the McBride statement, Chair. I think that's something that we should consider and calling Mr. McBride, because I think it would give a lot of foundational information regarding Mr. Nkabinde in this process. In terms of your contradictions of the Mpangeni meeting and your appointment, Mr. Nkabinde, you describe yourself as a straightforward public servant, correct?
That's correct.
Let us test that. General Mkhwanazi testified under oath that you brokered the Mpangeni meeting with Minister Mchunu. You say he did. So both cannot be true. Did you broker it, or did General Mkhwanazi broker it? Who's lying?
What do you mean broke for it?
Organized it, arranged it, planned it, scheduled it.
No one, both of us planned it or arranged it. While we were there in the area, I'm the one who suggested that let us go past Minister Mchunu.
So you arranged it.
Yes, so General Mkhwanazi is correct if he's saying while we're there, I took him to Minister Mchunu. He is right.
According to me, though, you said that he was the one that arranged it.
Not Minister Mchunu, because he's never known, they never know each other.
Not Minister Mchunu, General Mkhwanazi. You said that General Mkhwanazi was the one that arranged it. Never mind, we'll go on to the next one. I'll come back to it. You also testified that the minister had no list and that you were the only candidate for the chief of staff position in the minister's office. The minister testified that he interviewed multiple candidates. So again, who's telling the truth, you or the minister? Was there a list or was there not a list?
Minister can't interview anyone. He can't get involved in those processes.
So the minister doesn't get involved in any form of process regarding his own chief of staff.
No, he can't. The only involvement is to nominate. Then he leave everything to HR.
So can you explain the process that led to your appointment as the chief of staff to the Minister of Police?
The minister nominated me. Then the HR started the process whereby I was requested to write assessments, which it was 3 assessments. I also requested for my pre-screening fingerprints to check if I have any criminal records. Then they check they check my qualifications with SACA. They check my experience. Then they check the suitability. Then they recommended me.
And the minister testified that he interviewed multiple candidates. It's interesting that you say he's got nothing, that he's not part of the process at all. And you indicate you were the only one on the list.
For chief of staff, yes, but in different areas of positions, it was multiple people.
And on what basis do you think you were selected for the senior role? What assurances can you provide us that you operate independently? And we asked this to almost everyone. We asked it yesterday to Mr. Haas as well. How can you assure us that you're not being used to advance the agendas of others within or outside SAPS?
No, I got this position on merits. I do qualify in all ends with my experience and my qualifications, and I'm suitable for the job.
But I'm concerned, Mr. Nkabinde, and again, respectfully, General Mkhwanazi testified that you contacted him to ask him what the role of chief of staff entails. Did you?
No, I contacted.
So is he lying under oath?
I contacted General Mkhwanazi to inform him about the offer.
So he's lying?
I could not even ask him because he has never been a chief of staff himself. I could not ask him.
Well,
how would
he
know?
testified before this house that you contacted him to ask about the role of what the role of a chief of staff entails.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, so you say that General Mkhwanazi lied to us.
Yes.
Can you clarify whether you now fully understand the responsibilities and the scope of your role?
Yes, I do.
What steps have you taken since your appointment to ensure clarity on your duties? Have you done anything additional? Have you gone for a course? Have you learned anything? Have you spoken to other chiefs of staff? What have you done to ensure that you know what you're doing?
We are having regular meeting with all other chief of staff.
So you've been reported and you said it to us today that you schedule meetings for the minister, correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain why this task is performed by you personally? Is this not ordinarily the function of the minister's personal assistant or admin support staff? The reason I ask this is, how do you determine which engagements fall within your mandate versus that of other administrative staff?
With the schedule and calendar of the minister, we are meeting every week, and the PA, he knows which activities the minister will do, and my responsibility is to facilitate and communicate with other stakeholders. If it's going out now to coordinate, it's going through me, not the PA.
Then, may I ask, have you ever declined or questioned or challenged a request from the minister that you believe to be inappropriate, irregular, unethical, or unlawful?
No, I never come across with such an activity.
If not, then how do you ensure that you are not simply complying to every instruction? In other words, how do you guard against becoming a yes man in a role that requires independent judgment and advisory responsibility?
If at one stage I come across with such, I will engage the minister and advise him. I won't just simply do wrong thing. I will advise him.
And can you provide an example where you exercised some kind of independent judgment that differed from the minister's proposal or position?
Like even when we were busy with his diary, he will be now pushing for a certain meeting, but I can also use my overall leadership that as priorities, Minister, can we shift this one and put this one? Because I need to prioritize, because at the end of the day, I'm the overall supervisor in the office. I must make sure that we do prioritize, irrespective that minister wants this, minister wants that, minister wants that.
See, this is why I'm concerned, Mr. Nkabinde, is because that job, exactly what you just said, that's in the job description of the secretary. That's not the job description of the chief of staff. I have the benchmark with the chief of staff here in front of me, and it's certainly not that. I want to ask you about your relationship, the closeness of your relationships with both Minister Mchunu and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Can you elaborate on the nature of these relationships? We can start with General Mkhwanazi. Last time you spoke about boys' weekends where your wife shouldn't know what you do. But let's talk about that. Today, I get a different picture of the Mr. Nkabinde that sat before us last week in terms of your friendship with Mkhwanazi. So what kind of relationship do you have?
It's a very close relationship. In such a way that we discuss personal stuff, me and him. We visit each other. We even go to social gatherings together, social functions together if we are invited. So he is a very close person to me, General Mkhwanazi, in that sense.
And in terms of Minister Mchunu,
In terms of Minister Mchunu,
would you consider yourself friends?
no, he's not a friend.
How do you reconcile your description now, though, with what we've heard from General Mkhwanazi? What went wrong? Why would he say the things about you that he has? And I mean, you're sitting here on a public platform where you say that, for example, that he lied to us. I mean, that doesn't look like a solid friendship to me.
When that happened, I just had an inference that General Mkhwanazi was upset that I recorded him. That was an inference that why he's so upset. It's because how many things he discussed with me. So that means how many times I recorded him. So he took it very personal that a person who's very close to me and a person that I talk to him everything, he now recording me.
But do you blame him?
No, I don't blame him, but that's why I also had the justification why I recorded him.
I want to ask you a question. Did you leak the confidential PKTT disbandment letter written by Minister Mchunu to Mr. Mokgotsi or to Mr. Matlala? So did you leak that to Mokgotsi or Matlala or any other unauthorized person?
Not at all. And moreover, I don't know Matlala.
Were you acting as some kind of a political conduit at that stage? Did you ever pass any sensitive documents to advance any agenda of any kind?
Not at all.
And can you explain your involvement in preparing and revising that 31 December letter?
I was going to say, Chair, that is why I was saying to the Honorable Evidence Leader, even if it's inconvenient for search and seizure and all, but in a way I'm happy that at least the investigation will reveal the truth, whether you did something or not. Coming to, can you repeat I just got disturbed?
No, I just asked, can you explain your involvement in preparing, revising or handling the letter?
In preparing and revising of a letter, I was not involved at all. When the letter was drafted, we were not together with the minister. So I cannot even comment when he was drafting it, how he drafted it. I only got involved when he said, I've got a directive that I want you to forward to the National Commissioner. I only got involved there. And it means if it's not my job for administration work, probably it would have gone without even me knowing. It's just that it has to via me to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabinde. What role did Advocate Pikoli play in redrafting or reviewing the letter?
He proofread it, and I can remember he had some inputs, which I can't recall now. He had some inputs where it was inserted before then the minister then okayed it, then I said.
Are there any of the changes that you can remember? Changes or can you remember any of the input?
I'm not sure whether there were anything talks to constitution or something, but it was in line with a minister's powers.
And how would you interpret the fact that someone with this kind of senior experience did not detect the alleged constitutional deficiencies in the initial draft? Yeah, how would you interpret that?
In reference to Advocate Pikoli.
Yeah.
You know, after the letter was seen by him, you then have that confidence that a person with legal mind and a special advisor, he will advise the minister correctly. So there was absolutely nothing even for me to think further.
I think it would be good, Chair, if somehow, even if it's a written submission, to get clarity from Advocate Pikoli on that for the record. In terms of the recording of General Nkabinde, Mr. Nkabinde, you never informed General Nkabinde that it was being recorded, correct?
Yes, I never.
You deliberately hid the recording device from him. Or it was recorded over the phone. It wasn't a device.
It was a phone.
It was
yes.
okay.
Yes.
Who authorized you to record the general?
No one authorized me. I took that decision.
So explain to us again shortly, what was the purpose of it?
The purpose of the recording, I had a conversation with General Mkhwana on the 2nd of January when he was querying about the letter. Then he mentioned all other sorts of things that there will be fight back. If he's clean, the minister is clean, we're gonna dig him while he was a premier. It was those things that General Mkhwana alluded to me. Then on the 5th, General Mkhwana sent me a WhatsApp message the one that now is reflecting here in my statement. He forwarded me that message. Then I read it. Then he contacted me afterwards. He said to me, "Hey, you see what I got from Facebook? How do you think our conversation on the second got outside? Because it was just two of us." Then I said, "General, where do you get this thing?" He said, "I got it from Facebook." Then we started to deliberate. Do you think someone is listening to our phones? We were now deliberating. Then he said, "Hey, maybe someone is listening to us." That is when I come back to and say, "Hey, but General, I don't think someone was listening to us because the content of this message is not correct. If someone was listening to our conversation, surely he would never leave out that there would be fight back. He will never leave out that if the minister is clean, we're gonna dig him. But all those things is not included here. In fact, I'm telling him on the recording, in fact, General, you did not say you will there will be a warrant of arrest. You never spoken anything about warrant of arrest, General. And again, you have never said the minister is a small boy. I can't remember you saying that. So what is going on now with this? And it's a conversation between two people. Now, I know for the fact, our conversation I never share with anyone. And it was a conversation between me and him. So now I started not to understand where does this message come from.
So you just recorded it and kept it for your own record?
Yes, that's okay. Let me record. In case something like this happen again, I will just show the recording.
But why did you previously then say, or Minister Mchunu said that he instructed you to record General Mkhwanazi because he was threatening you?
No, I was telling the sequence of event that after the second, after our conversation on the second with General Mkhwanazi, I informed the minister. Then the minister said, "These are serious threats. You should consider recording him." That's what he said, the minister. But this time around in this one specifically, I'm not saying I would not comply with the suggestion of the minister at any stage, but this specific one, what prompted me is what General Mkhwanazi is giving me, which is now contradicting and distorted.
So is Minister Mchunu lying? Because Mr. Mchunu said that the recording that we know about was because of him instructing you to record General Mkhwanazi.
No, he never instructed me. He gave an idea that you should consider recording him.
Immediately. So if the purpose, let me rather ask her this. So the recording wasn't your idea, correct? It was the idea of Minister Mchunu.
Sorry?
Was the recording the idea of Minister Mchunu or was it your own idea?
No, it was my own decision.
See, again, discrepancy. That's not what Minister Mchunu testified before this House. So that's now the second discrepancy where Minister Mchunu or yourself or General Mkhwanazi or yourself, so you're contradicting each other here. The person who benefits from this recording is the minister, not you, correct?
No, it was me.
How, or let's rather say, you can't prove that this is the full unedited recording, can you?
It's not full?
Unedited recording, can you?
I can prove because it's me who recorded it. It's not edited.
And you knew that secretly recording someone without consent is a privacy violation, correct?
I knew that I'm not breaking any law if I'm part of that conversation.
But you can't just record someone without them knowing.
Yes, but I know that I'm not breaking any law. If I'm part of that conversation, I can record for so many reasons.
That's very interesting. I would say at least under the Poppy Act, at least. I mean, why would an honest official need to unlawfully conceal and record someone?
Yeah, if you have a conversation with someone, just two of you,
Yeah, but
And-
this is your boys' weekend, Fred.
and all of a sudden, he's coming with the distorted
No, but this is
information.
your boys' weekend guy. Like you guys you're like brothers. The way you described it, when you do naughty things together. That's what you told us. Yeah,
Yes, but that was another thing, that how come he's coming back to me with a wrong message?
but wouldn't you confront him with that first and discuss that with him instead of just
No,
recording
we
him for
discussed
backup's
it.
sake?
We discussed it. It was on record, but we were discussing it. That what do you think what is going on here? It's two of us. One of us leaked this thing, but my worry, the information is wrong. That was my only worry.
The information in
It's
the
wrong, yes. I don't want tomorrow, General Mkhwanazi said, he said something that he did not say, even himself, because this message contained things that General Mkhwanazi never said, even himself. So it's very dangerous now when this thing it will now as if I'm creating it. I want to have a bad name of Mkhwanazi. He's speaking, it's just two of us. And now the message comes back with the wrong information. What Mkhwanazi will think, he will think maybe it's me now, I'm lying, I'm exaggerating things that he never said.
Apologies for interrupting you. Why did you not previously tell us that that wasn't actually the recording there? Because what you're saying now, if I understand you correctly, is that the recording that we've heard part of is not actually an accurate recording. It's been altered. Is that correct?
It's not altered.
You're
The specific recording is not altered.
But you're breaking my brain here because you just said that the one that he referred to that was on Facebook was not the real recording.
No, I'm not referring to the recording. He sent me a WhatsApp message purportedly to be our conversation on the 2nd, of which our conversation were not a correct version of this WhatsApp message, not a recording. On the 2nd, there's no recording.
I'm speaking about the recording, Mr. Nkabinde. I want to understand whether it was the original recording that was played on Facebook.
What do you mean on Facebook? It was even on Facebook, it was not a recording. It was a message. That's what he said. It's not a recording.
Yeah, I'm gonna conclude. I think we're going in circles at the moment. Mr. Nkabinde, I'm concerned. It's one thing to do something like this without a colleague knowing, behind his back. Even more so your boys' weekend guy. I think we must seriously consider and remember what else could potentially have happened. Do you understand the seriousness of this, the contradictions that we've heard today between what you say, what Minister Mchunu says, what you say, and what General Mkhwanazi says? It literally contradictions between the three of you. Thank you, Chair.
Are you responding to the statement, Mr. Nkabinde, on the contradictions?
Sorry, Chair.
Are you responding to the statement on contradictions?
Yes, Chair, I can comment. I never contradicted with anyone. What I share to this committee, it's a correct version of what I know.
Chair? I think it's just a closing comment, Mr. Nkabinde, and you can stand by that. It's absolutely your right. What I'm saying is there's a clear discrepancy between your version and the version of General Mkhwanazi, one, and there's a definite discrepancy, especially in terms of the recording. of your version and the version of Minister Mchunu. So you can stand by your version, 100%, but you're missing each other on it. And then maybe just the last point, if you share a recording like that with a third person, it becomes illegal. So it's good to remember that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron, Mr. Cedrick Nkabinde. It is for the first time since we started with our proceedings, Honorable Cameron, that you exhaust all the time allocated to you. This is the anniversary spirit. Keep it up. Thank you so much. Who is taking the microphone? Honorable Nomvalo. Is it you, Honorable Nomvalo? Yeah. It's now 23 minutes past. Your time expires at 7 minutes before 6. Your time starts now.
No, thank you, Chair. No, maybe I must start by saying that with no attempt of trying to subvert the previous performance of the witness before us, but I think today is doing much better. I thought it's important that I make that statement.
Are you saying he has the helmet on his head?
Yeah. No, Mr. Nkabinde, you've been with IPID since 2010, right?
Yes, correct.
I think you are going to be an asset to some of us because the obsession here is to drill down, and we want to trace back all these allegations so that we'll have an understanding of when they started to feature in the operations of SARS. Now, when General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was here, when he was describing your relationship, he said that you guys started to be close when you had problems at IPID. Apparently, you applied for a post for which you were not appointed, and that's how you got close to each other. Can you say something about that? Is it true? Was it a true reflection of what you know? If you want to make some additions, you are free to do so.
It is very correct that during my hardship from IPID, General Mkhwanazi was a person supporting and next to me because he was not also in support of what is happening in IPID when it comes to state capture. So now when I'm reporting this, he was also happy that someone could stand up against the state capture. So he is correct that I ran to him and share my frustration.
So, in your belief, were you unfairly treated when you were not appointed, or the processes were fair and you were excluded on merits?
The post that I was unfairly treated, when I left IPID, then I was outside government. Then at some stage, there was a post advertised in the SAPS. Then I applied. When I applied for that post, I was invited for an interviews. Then I became number 1 to that post. I was recommended for the post. Then while I was waiting for an appointment letter, Paulo Sullivan sent an email to the then National Commissioner, General Stoll. And in that email, he's saying, you dare appoint that man, Nkabinde. And he copied me in that email. Then at the bottom of the email, he wrote to me, Nkabinde, how do you think I would miss this? Because I told you I won't let my eyes off you. So that means, according to Paul O'Sullivan, I must suffer for the rest of my life while he's still alive. So that's what happened. And indeed, I was not appointed based on one email from Paul O'Sullivan. The way is so powerful.
Okay.
Can we just request SC? Because he's now Honorable Nomvalo's time to ask questions. The camera can't locate him because he's sitting right behind you. It's just 1 minute, don't worry. We're counting your time in light years, not in minutes.
Can I proceed, Chair? Well, I forgot to ask you, should I address you as Mr. Nkabinde?
Yes.
I'm asking because the issue of titles is very important. Someone came in here as a professor.
Mm.
When we went for lunch, he was a doctor. When we finished, he was a Mrs. So it's very important that I capture your title accurately. Now, you are saying Paul O'Sullivan wrote an email to the National Commissioner.
Yes.
Who is this Paul O'Sullivan? Because even General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, when he came here, he spoke about him. What is his interest in SAPS? Does he play any official role in SAPS?
He does not play any role in SALPS, but is in charge. Because he can send one email and everything stopped.
So,
I even, through you, Chair, I even took that matter to Labour Court. How on earth an outsider send one email, and I've got all the proof that I got the post. I'm recommended for the post. How on earth an outsider send one email and my appointment is stopped? And while that Labour case is going on, it was when Minister Mchunu appointed me. Then I had to then withdraw that post because it was a lower post anyway.
so according to your understanding, what triggers his interest in SAPS operations as an outsider? Why is he
there's-
so interested?
There's a long history because the report that we are referring to in this house, it also implicates him. In fact, that is a report that I was reporting what McBride and Paul O'Sullivan are doing. So I know they just hate me with passion,
Okay.
including Sesogo,
Yeah.
the one that is with IDAC.
Did you ever have a relationship with Paul O'Sullivan?
No, not at all. He was working with us.
What do you mean working with you? Because he is not, he does not have any official responsibility, right, at SAPS?
That was exactly what I was reporting. He was leading us, but from outside.
Did he ever, besides the influence that he had on the position that you applied for, notwithstanding that, notwithstanding that influence, did he ever have any influence in SAPS?
Not
Did he ever influence anything despite what you have mentioned?
not only in SAPS, he's running IPID, he's running SAPS, he's running NPA. You know what General Mkhwanazi is reporting about the state capture?
Mm.
This is a real estate capture
Mm.
because even the docket, if the docket involves Paul Sullivan, there are two dockets are there lying dust in the NPA.
Mm.
In fact, it was even removed from a black prosecutor.
Mm. So did he ever, I'm trying to connect
And
some
sorry, Chair.
dots.
When we talk about this thing,
Mm.
I become very emotional what is happening between me and Mkhwanazi
Mm.
because I was fighting this with him.
Mm. So you were fighting this interference?
Yes,
this
with him.
undue interference
Yes.
by Paul O'Sullivan?
Me and Mkhwanazi, we are one WhatsApp group. So I don't know what is, maybe I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time
Mm.
because these are the things that even what is reporting now, these are the things that me and him are fighting, state capture.
But what I'm trying to understand here, Mr. Nkabinde, is how does he successfully interferes in SAP's operations? Does he has people that he works with in SAPS? Is he connected to some influential people who just take instructions from him? And if so, who are those people?
Yeah, he works with very senior people in SAPS in such a way that even with that appointment,
Mm.
my appointment, they leaked it to him. He even wrote there that I know about an imminent appointment of Nkabinde. Then you dare appoint him. So now how does he even got internal documents.
So do you know who he works with at SAPS? Can you specify people with whom he has been working to influence SAPS operations?
Not really, but it shows that because he knows everything in SAPS, but you wouldn't specifically say this did what when.
Okay. So while you were still working for IPID, did you ever get any instruction from him? Or did he ever try to influence you to take a particular position?
Yes, he was giving us instruction.
How was
He was in charge of us.
How was he giving you instructions? Was he calling you, or he was coming to your offices, or he was sending you SMSs? How did it happen?
He come to the office, he hold meetings with us to tell us what to do. At some stage, he will go and interview our witnesses, portraying as if he worked for IPID. Having our letterhead of IPID, he will just call you to come and sign, and it's done everything.
Yeah, because you know what I'm trying to understand here is how does an outsider who does not work for SAPS how does he has so much influence in SAPS operations? Where is he getting those powers from? I mean, it means the system is very loose at SAPS. Anybody can just go in and call staff members and invite them to a meeting. Is it loose to that extent that anyone like myself, I can just go to any SAPS offices here or IPID offices and say, guys, let's meet in the boardroom, let's have a meeting and give you instructions?
Yeah, no, they are in charge. He is in charge.
But where does he get those powers from? Because for you to be in charge, you must get powers from somewhere.
Hey, we don't know. Maybe this, at least now, it's revealed now to the higher authority in Parliament.
So
Because
can you?
this thing was never even attended to. My report was never even interrogated, except that Minister Cele use it
Yeah.
not to renew his contract. But the allegation, they were never dealt with. In fact, I'm the one who's suffering outside. That even when I've got an opportunity to get a job, Paul O'Sullivan will send one email to stop me. Now, it means even this appointment, I only got it because it was a hierarchy from a political office. He could not stop it.
Yeah, so what you are saying here is that you were not appointed because of his influence
Yes, one email,
to the National Commissioner.
yes,
So the National Commissioner acted in accordance with the instructions of Paul O'Sullivan.
yes.
Okay. So did he ever influence a dismissal of anybody or a removal from any position of any person who ever worked for SAPS?
Yeah, that was the project that we were in, which is part of what I was reporting. The project was to make sure that General Pahlane does not get appointed as a permanent national commissioner. He was an acting national commissioner by then.
No, wait. So when you are saying it's a project that you were in, do you also involve yourself in that project?
Hence, I reported it, yes.
So you were a group that was plotting against General Pahlane.
We were in that task team that were plotting with an instruction of McBride and Paul O'Sullivan.
So how were you plotting? Were you holding physical meetings or?
Physical meetings and how we're gonna do it. That's why I ended up reporting this. It was against my conscience, destroying people. Then Pahlane was then suspended. Motiba came in as an acting national commissioner. We go for him.
So tell me, why was Pahlane a target?
The main thing was that there was no permanent national commissioner. Pahlane was acting.
Yeah, sorry, because I also want to move with you. If you don't mind, and if you can remember, can you cite times, years and months to say at this time we plotted, at this time we did this and that, so that we can move together? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it was a year 2017 where we were busy with plotting to remove Pahlane. He was an acting national commissioner. The main reason, Paul O'Sullivan wanted McBride to become a national commissioner. So we were targeting everyone who occupied that seat. Because Paul O'Sullivan want McBride, it's like in IPID, powers are limited. So McBride must become a national commissioner. So the project was to remove everyone in that seat.
Yeah, because my recollection is that, well, I might be wrong because it happened some time ago. My recollection is that Pahlane was suspended,
Yes,
and part of the reasons for his suspension was an issue of blue lights and I think a sound system.
sound system.
There was a
yes.
story about blue lights and the sound system. Those are the reasons. So I'm trying to now weigh those reasons with what you are saying, against what you are saying, because you are saying he was suspended because you guys plotted against him, and then what was reported in the public domain are the reasons which I've outlined. So were those reasons fabricated?
Yes.
How were they fabricated?
We created a scenario where we have a search and seizure to go to his house to look for the sound system that he bought. But the aim was not about sound system. The aim was to come with the media. Acting National Commissioner's home was raided. So that the president will have no choice but to remove him.
So you came with the media.
Yeah, the media was plotting with us.
So you plotted with some journalists.
Yes.
And then the other story of blue lights.
No, the other story, Blue Light, it was after he was not even already, he was already removed.
He was
Yeah,
removed,
it was other,
but it
ongoing
also
investigation.
implicated him.
It also implicated him. And in that Blue Light, the target was him because they were looking for him in all angles. Even the Blue Light story was part of that.
So the gist of all of this was a power struggle.
The gist of all this is to usurp power in the criminal justice system, because our targets were in different departments: NPA, SSA, IPID, SAPS, all of those. The plan was there, how those people have to be targeted so that they would get removed.
Now, you said you were plotting, so I assume that you were plotting as a group. Are you in a position to mention other people who were part of that group that was plotting against
I
Pashani?
can give one example, just one example here in my report. In one paragraph here, it was a well-known fact that Mr. Robert McBride wanted to become a national commissioner, and he was telling some members of task team that he was considered for the post.
Sorry, before you go on, we are talking about a task team here. Was it a factional task team or it was an official task team? Is it a task team that you established yourself in pursuit of what you wanted to achieve, or it was a task team of SAPS, an official task team?
Now remember, this is IPID.
I mean, sorry, of
This is
IPID.
IPID,
Yes.
then McBride
Yes.
established a task team. Then he recruited us from different offices to become a
So
national task team.
he established a factional group.
Yes,
So you were part of a factional group.
yes.
Okay.
And
no.
we even the name of that group, it was a Pahlane task team.
So the name, did you have documents? I don't understand. What do you mean the name? Did you have founding documents of this factional group? Where was it termed, or you had a WhatsApp group?
Yeah, but we were reporting directly to McBride.
So you had a WhatsApp group.
Yes.
That's where you were plotting. So that's where this name was written, Pahlane Group. I mean,
The
Pahlane.
name of the group, yeah.
The name of the group was Pahlane.
Task team.
Pahlane Task Team.
Yeah, because the task team was established solely for him.
No, Chair, I think we'll make a submission, but I think it's very important that we invite General Pahlane to come to the committee. Yeah, you can carry on. I interrupted you while you were still speaking.
I was just want to make one example in this paragraph that there was a meeting that took place at Mr. Paul O'Sullivan's house. This house was a former house of a well-known Rondobel creature, whereby Mr. Paul O'Sullivan was sharing this meeting. And among other people present in this meeting, it was Mr. McBride, Mr. Mandlagayise Mahlangu from IPID. He was with our task team, the late Mahlangu, Mr. Cedrick Nkabinde, myself, Sarah Jane Trent. She was a Paul O'Sullivan assistant. A white lady called Candice from Crime Intelligence, Mr. Cedrick Nkabinde, the former Gauteng Hawks boss, two white males, representative from AfriForum and from DA, and a white lady as a journalist. The main purpose of this meeting was to plot how to bring down Pahlane to ensure that he was not confirmed as a national commissioner. AfriForum representatives guaranteed that the funds were available to carry out this mission. And Paul
Oh,
O'Sullivan.
sorry, I'm sorry for interrupting you. You forgot to mention the year. When was that? 20,
This report is 28 April 2018.
2018,
report.
when you were about to leave IPID,
Yes, so this probably towards the end of 2017.
or towards the end of 2017, okay.
The main purpose of the said meeting was to plot how to bring down Pahlane to ensure that he was not confirmed as a national commissioner. AfriForum representative guaranteed that the funds were available to carry out this mission. And Paul O'Sullivan was responsible of spying on Pahlane to find anything. The meeting sought to plot how to usurp power of the entire security cluster, NPA, Crime Intelligence, SSA, DPSI, and specific individuals were identified from the above mentioned department to be targeted, the purpose of which was their removal from the same position. Mr. McBride gave assurance that IPID will go after them and Paul O'Sullivan will be a spy on them.
Okay, no, can you do me a favor, Mr. Nkabinde? If you can summarize, because there are some questions which I want to ask you, and I'm afraid I'm running out of time. The gist of that meeting, even if you don't read word by word. So the gist of the meeting was to establish a plan to get rid of Pahlane.
Yes,
And in that meeting, you identified Paul O'Sullivan as a person who's going to spy
yes,
on Pahlane.
Pahlane, yes.
So that was the first meeting of that formation.
That was the first item. The other item was to identify other role players in other departments.
Yes. So what was the common interest here against Pahlane of these people? What was a common interest against Pahlane and in favor of McBride? Why was Pahlane not preferred, and why was McBride preferred?
Because Pahlane did not comply with Paul O'Sullivan. So Paul O'Sullivan could not control Pahlane.
Whereas he could control McBride.
Yes,
Okay. And then ultimately, the goal was achieved because Pahlane was suspended.
removed, yes,
So according to your evidence, the reason why Pahlane was suspended was because of this plot
yes,
and nothing else.
yes.
And everything else which was reported was fabricated.
Yeah, that's why he has never been arrested on those things.
Okay. And then
That is why allegations are very dangerous if not proven. Because we have people like Pahlane now who they lost all their livelihood. So it's very important to prove allegation and test them.
So with this blue light case, they were just fueling
Yes.
a plot which was already in
Yeah, so that
existence.
there will be more halabaloo.
So which company was supplying blue light?
I can't remember, instrumental law something.
Were they charged? That company?
Yes,
Were they formally charged?
yes.
Do you know where the case is now in terms of progress? Is there anyone who was arrested,
They are
prosecuted?
going court even now.
Yes,
Yeah.
but no one has been arrested,
No, they were arrested. They are appearing in courts now.
or they have not been convicted.
They are not been convicted as yet.
Okay. And then when the NDPP was here, I asked her about her relationship with Paul O'Sullivan. And I asked if she knows Paul O'Sullivan. And then she said in her reply, she doesn't know Paul O'Sullivan. She only hears about him. Subsequently, I asked her about a case. I think we got some information somewhere that Paul O'Sullivan was once charged and prosecuted, but charges were later withdrawn. But let us start here. According to your knowledge, is Paul O'Sullivan also interfering with the NPA?
Yes.
Do you know who is his link in the NPA?
No, I don't have a specific individual, but why I'm saying that, it's because case against Paul O'Sullivan, it gets stuck in the NPA.
Okay, so the case for which he was charged and prosecuted related to what?
It's related to what I'm reading out in this report.
He misrepresented himself as an IPID employee.
All those things, yes.
Yes. Do you
And
know?
then he was charged, and McBride was charged, and the case was withdrawn to get a racketeering certificate, which is up until now. Instead, it was removed from another prosecutor to the other, but it does not come back to court.
Yeah, because
Over 5 years now.
Because we requested the NDPP when she was here to tender a progress report in that regard. And we were patiently waiting for that report. But do you know who was the prosecutor of the case? Who was
Yeah.
dealing with the case?
Yes, I know.
What is
Advocate,
what is his name?
Advocate Mashego,
Is he still working for the NPA?
I think so. At DPP's office,
So he's the one who was handling the case.
yes. And the investigating officer of that case is Major General. He's now acting as a divisional commissioner here in the head office subs.
Yes, yes, yes. So according the chair is saying I'm running out of time. I so wish I can have 4 hours with you today because there is more information that you are giving. The last one, Do you think Paul O'Sullivan has a funding that he gets somewhere which agitates him to have this uncontrollable appetite on issues of subs, or he's just being flamboyant for no ultimate benefit? Can you give a response? I won't come back. Thank you very much.
It's written in this report that he do have fundings from overseas.
So the funding is specifically for the task that he is pursuing
Yes,
to interfere with the work of subs of the justice cluster.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Skosana,
Thank you, Chair.
6 minutes past 6, your time expires.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, good afternoon, Mr. Nkabinde. Now, I must say that what you just testify about here, though we know we're still probing, we still say these are allegations. But indeed, I want to give General Mkhwanazi a salute that today you've spoken about the issue of the state capture, that the state capture, the real state capture is now, am I right?
Yes.
Quite scary that there was a task team which was established in particular to focus on the former acting National Commissioner General Patlanen.
Yes.
I understand that, as you said, this thing makes you emotional and being a target as well. You risk your life as well today by revealing names here. And I want to thank you for your bravery, that it takes a man to do what we have done just now. The issue of Paul O'Sullivan, who were told that he's got many passports, am I right?
Yes.
Now, I think SAPS must arrest that man with immediate effect. Now, I'm going to start by saying to you, when the boss of IDAC was here, Advocate Andrew Johnson, I posed a lot of questions, and I think I'm going to do that to you today. Do you believe that there's an Indian cabal at IDAC?
I can't be sure of that because I've never interacted with them or worked with them.
Do you know Harumel?
Yeah, there is a chief of Perumal.
Yes.
Yeah, there is there. Right there.
Do you know Beluch? What is it? Beluchun?
Chan, yes.
Sunij?
Yes, he's there.
What is your relationship with them? Are they rogue? Because you know there was an issue with Advocate Patoi that he was very sensitive that we should not use those words loosely. But what we receive, let me just make a disclaimer. I sit in the Police Portfolio Committee. There's a lot of people who are sending us their frustrations like they are sending to you, as you said, almost 100, am I right?
Yes.
Now, this so-called, inverted comma, alleged Indian cabal works with a prosecutor called Advocate Kailas Chavalala. Do you know him?
No, I don't know him.
You don't know Kailas?
Not by name.
I'm sorry?
I know the name, but I don't know him.
Okay. Now, in your submission, what made you leave IPID?
I left IPID after my after I blew a whistle. Then I got victimized, and subsequently I was offered a settlement agreement.
In your submission, remember you said that you were used by a Minister Peggy Tele, and the Portfolio Committee did not renew me, right? You know, as an IPID executive director. Can you elaborate on this?
The contract of I left IPID 19 September 2018, and the contract of McBride was due to expire the following year, February.
Yes.
So now the process of renewing a contract of the executive director, it has to go to the portfolio committee and go and be confirmed in the National Assembly. The minister should motivate why he recommend the renewal and why he's not intending to renew. So those are the motivation the minister, former Minister Peggy Tele, he submitted to portfolio committee that he's not intending to renew. And one of his reasons, then he used this report. And that report was deliberated in the portfolio committee. The portfolio committee issued a report that they are not intending to renew, and the report was adopted in the National Assembly.
Now, you said McBride and O'Sullivan hate you with passion. Can
Yes.
you summarize it for us? Why?
Because of this report,
The one which
the-
you,
which I, the report, I sent to Begitele reporting all of their unethical conduct. Because in this report, it was not an anonymous. I wrote that it comes from me.
you mentioned that there's 2 cases registered against McBride and O'Sullivan. Which other 2 cases which are gathering dust? What is the status as we speak now with those 2 cases which you mentioned?
It's quiet about it.
What are those cases? Do you know? Do you have an idea?
Yeah, the other one will be corruption, defeating ends of justice and so forth. The one that where Paulo Sullivan was impersonating as an IPID officer and all that against Patlane. That is the one. The other one, it was in respect of the meeting that I was alluding here, where one of a former Hawks boss, Mokoteti, he registered a treason case, which also that case was nowhere to be seen.
So in other words as well, we have to have another witness, but I guess we have that chair of Prince Mokotedi. It's been mentioned many times, and I guess we have to have him with General Patlane here. Because your role in these cases was that task team where you plotted to have Patlane not getting a permanent appointment as a national commissioner, am I right?
That's correct.
Who idea was this?
Paulo Sullivan was spearheading it, and
No.
then and McBride.
Now, was the minister aware of this?
No, I don't think so. Minister Begitele,
Was not aware of this.
no, he was not.
So it was a clandestine operation within SAPS.
Yes.
You've mentioned General Esbia. Was he then the Hawk boss, or was he with was he at national level? As you said 2018, he was not a deputy at that time. I guess he was with the province at that time, am I right?
No, he was at municipality.
So he was plotting whilst he was working for the city of Johannesburg.
Yes, he was not in the police.
Wow. Now, you've mentioned a DA member and an African AfriForum member who attended your meeting at one of the most notorious gang star who I think is still serving his sentence. Am I right? Then who is that house belonging to the state, or there's somebody, there's a family there of Cajun, if I'm right about the name?
It's now Paulo Sullivan's house.
No, this is a mafia state.
That's the question again, Honorable Skosana. I'll give
No, I will.
I'll give
I
you-
will, Chair.
I'll give you 30 seconds. Ask the question again.
I ask, Chair, this house, as we speak, somebody is serving a sentence in that house. And if my memory serves me well, we were told that house was auctioned.
Yes,
Am I right, Mr. Nkabinde?
yes, that's correct.
So the guy who bought the house is Paul O'Sullivan.
That's correct.
Are you happy, Chair?
Whose house is this house you are asking the witness about?
It was Ketcher's house, the one who was arrested, who's serving a prison sentence,
The fugitive.
a fugitive. which now confirms that even Paul O'Sullivan is a fugitive with those passports he possessed. Hence, Chair, I'm short of adjectives of how to describe these revelations which we are getting now here. Now, as I said earlier to you, that Advocate Johnson posed a few questions to her. Hence, I'm asking you because you were with IPID. At least you are 3 in 1. You were with IPID, IPID, and you had the IDAC, and now as a chief of staff of the Minister Senzo Mchunu, am I right?
No, I've never been with IDAC.
Oh, you never been IDAC, so you have been IPID all the time.
SAPS and IPID. By the time IPID guys moved to IDAC, I was already outside.
Oh, okay. Now, in your view, what measures can we, as lawmakers, to help SAPS with all what you told us today, that you have meetings? Hence, I was asking you if you remember the issue, those members, if you know them from AfriForum and the DA. Do you know those members? Are they top echelons in their structures?
Not really. They were just introduced like that.
But they were introduced as a DA member in that. And remember, we have Roke as well, a journalist. You said there was a journalist there.
Yes.
Perhaps, do you have the name?
No, I don't have a name. It was a white lady.
How I wish that we had pictures, because as I have mentioned some of them here, Karen Morgan, Marian Tam, Paul van Veek, and you say it was a female, am I right?
Female white, yes.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure whether we can do that. There's cameras in that house, in Bedford View, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, now, this unethical conduct, is it for the first time we are reporting this to this Ad Hoc Committee?
Yeah, it is the first time someone is listening to me about them.
But you did try to raise an alarm on these matters.
Hence, hence the report was sent to the minister,
Which minister?
Minister Begicele.
So Begicele did nothing about this.
I did nothing except use it not to renew the contract.
Your contract.
No, he only used this report not to renew McBride's contract, but he never done anything about it. It's the first time I talk about it. The only thing I know about this report is that I lost my job.
Now, if you remember the issue of the blue light, that contract which some few generals were arrested, am I right?
That's correct.
In your view, I think there was a police, a provincial commissioner Tilang in that blue light issue, am I right?
That's correct.
And there was General Mukwena in that arrest, am I right? There were about 8 or 9 or more. And General Patlane was a target, am I right?
That's it.
Because of this position which he perhaps would have been appointed for if there was no Patlane task team.
That's it.
I hope the president is listening. That in this country, at the top echelons, in 2017, in 2018, 2019, the state capture was indeed in a swing. And the media as well, whoever was there as well, because we know that they sponsored views poisoning our society. We are quite aware of that. Now, when did you last spoke to McBride?
I last spoke to him during my last day of work. 19 September 2018.
So in your statement here, who's Mr. Temane Binang?
He was part of the task team. Now he works for IDAC
He was part of the task team
team.
and he was working for,
He was part of Patane task team.
yeah, what I'm saying, was he working for SAPS or was he
No,
working for?
the task team was for a IPID task team.
Okay. Now, you've mentioned as well SSA, if I listen to you carefully. Who, are you comfortable to give us the name? Because you've mentioned Mr. Sisoko from IPID, am I right? Before you went to IDAC. And you mentioned Mr. Kuba,
Yes,
who was able to stop this investigation, am I right?
yes, they were the heads.
Mr. Kuba, where is Mr. Kuba? Is he still with IPID?
IPID, yes.
And Sisoko is IDAC, am I right?
Yes.
Now, there was a meeting which shortly before the African National Congress, in your statement, African National Congress conference, and they wanted to procure a crime intelligence equipment costing 45 million, which will be used during the conference. And however, that did not, that procurement did not succeed. Am I right?
Yes.
What was the plan? What was why was the police wanted to procure that equipment for the African National Congress conference, in your view?
No, the guy Songwane, Brigadier Songwane was part of that meeting. He mentioned that a grabber worth 7 million, they were pushed to buy it for 45 million. That was what he said. And then Mr. McBride then said the rest of the money was planned to be used for the conference.
Of the ANC.
Yes.
In other words, they wanted to inflate the invoice of that equipment.
Because in that meeting, a special advisor of the then Minister of Police, he was part of that meeting, special advisor of Fikile Mbalula, who was the Minister of Police by then.
So the special advisor of the current Secretary General of the ANC was involved in these shenanigans.
Was part of that meeting, yes.
Now, if you remember very well, I think as we speak here, General Vuma is still suspended. Am I right?
That's correct.
Why was she suspended? Do you know? Can you share maybe a minute if you know?
I think it's part of that that procurement. I'm not sure.
Now, the plan was to use one Brigadier Sungwane. Is he still with the police as well?
I think it's been dismissed.
Because he's the one who was supposed to influence this procurement.
Yes.
I mean, procuring this machine. And Petle and yourself, you were supposed to fabricate a statement. Am I right?
Correct.
To achieve what?
To remove Motiba as an acting national commissioner.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Pave the way of McBride.
Now, the 702 Barry Bateman at that time was used to for disinformation. Am I right?
Yeah, it was part of us.
So Barry Bateman was part of the Pahlane a task team.
Correct.
Mandla Kayise Mahlangu, you said he has passed on, unfortunately, if I heard you well. Was he a prosecutor or was he a policeman
He was an investigator from IPID.
from IPID?
He was part of the task team.
So the executive director came up with a strategy to get 2 members from the DPCI to be seconded permanently to IPID. Who were those members?
It was Colonel Rulopse,
Colonel
Rulopse,
Rulopse,
Captain McLean,
Captain McKay. Oh, I remember that name. Now, you know what we have done, Mr. Nkabinde, and to my honorable members and to South Africans, we will pray for you. You know, in all the, let me not say all. You've mentioned General Sibia that he was part, remember?
Yeah.
And many people who are still working for SAPS. Am I right? You've made a recommendation in your statement because these are serious revelations indeed. And for me, I'm not sure about our state security because they should have known this. And this was supposed to be reported not only by you alone. But, as I said, Chair, I'm reserving my last 10 minutes.
No, you will be told by me what time is left.
Thank you. For now, I want to stop here because I wanted to make a follow-up at it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You stopped at 19 past 6. So you were to expire at 26 minutes past 6. So it's 7 minutes plus the 30 seconds that I promised you.
Thank you. I really appreciate your benevolence, Chair. Thank you.
Pass the microphone to Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Ngola, your time expires at 18:49.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening to the chief plotist in front of me.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Look, let's take it back to the recording. You are quite confusing us. You have responded to the evidence leader that you have recorded the General Mkhwanazi on the basis of the advice from the Minister of Police. You replied to Honorable Cameron that you have recorded General Mkhwanazi on the basis of your own volition. In paragraph 75 of your supplementary statement, you make mention that you have recorded General Mkhwanazi on your own volition, and the two can't coexist. It's either you have recorded General Mkhwanazi on the basis of your own volition, voluntarily, from your own accord, or you have done so on the basis of having received an advice. Which one is true?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I have never said to the evidence leader, I recorded General Mkhwanazi because of the advice of the minister. I've never said that. What I said to the evidence leader is that yes, indeed, minister gave that advice that you should consider recording. But in this specific recording, I was prompted and I took a decision based on General Mkhwanazi is sending me a message which is now not correct than what we spoke on the 2nd.
Was that decision taken before or after the advice from the minister?
It was after the advice.
So, okay, then it answers my question if that's the case.
Yeah.
So, you have considered the recording on the basis of the advice of the minister.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, what is correct?
What is correct, I decided to record after General Mkhwanazi is sending me a distorted information.
So you considered the advice of the minister?
No, I never considered the advice of the minister. I was prompted by that message.
Okay. I think let's pass this stage. I don't want us to spend more time, but I really do not agree with how you structure it. It's fine. Maybe we'll deal with it on a later stage. Part of what you say is the issue relating to what you call threats by General Mkhwanazi, who says if the letter is not withdrawn, there is going to be a fight back and all that. And I can assure you that even the minister has even brought a recording. But in the recording, the person who is heard uttering those words is you, not General Mkhwanazi. Have you been able to get access to that recording, and what is your view about it?
That is exactly what happened. After I received this message, which is it's querying incorrect information, I started to record. Then while it's recorded, we are now deliberating, myself and General Mkhwanazi.
Let's do like this, Mr. Nkabinde, with due respect. May you just pull back a moment, redirect the microphone to, yeah, you can switch it on and proceed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then when we are talking with General Mkhwanazi that what would have happened because it was just two of us conversation on the second. Would it be maybe someone was listening to our conversation or tapping our phones? Then I then said, no. I don't think someone was tapping our phones because there are crucial things that you said, which is supposed to be contained in this message. If there was a person tapping us or listening to us, he wouldn't leave out that you said there will be a fight back. He wouldn't leave out that you said, if the minister is clean, he can continue. And then General Mkhwanazi is affirming, is agreeing with me that, yeah, no, he never said this thing, and is agreeing with me with in reference to our conversation of the second. So that's what the recording entails.
Okay. You say there is nothing special about the complaint brought by Mr. Adams, but the series of events are proving otherwise. There is 2 days in between opening the 2 cases in Cape Town and Johannesburg. But in a space of about less than 20 days, there was an arrest already. It went to the minister, went to the national commissioner, went to the chief of staff, went to IDAC, an arrest was made. Now, the events actually suggest that the complaint by Honorable Adams was actually treated specially. So, in your own recollection, are all the complaints that you receive treated the same way, getting the same special attention, and exacerbated within this short period of time?
First of all, why I was saying the complaint of Adams was not special to me. It's because I treated like any other complaints that I'm getting. In the complaint, I did not even know details of the complaint. I only see case numbers. I'm not even sure who's involved and who are the suspects. So that is why I'm saying that complaint for me, it was like any other complaint. I even referred the same day to different authorities.
Do you usually refer complaints the same day?
Yes, I refer complaints like almost every day. I screen them, I refer to the relevant department. In some others, you'll find that it does not even for the police, then I need to refer to other departments. So there's always referral. And then how people receiving it, done about it, I cannot comment, I'm not sure.
That's fine, but I'm telling you, the series of events in relation to the complaint by Honorable Adams do suggest that the complaint received a special attention, but we'll discuss that with the committee on committee deliberations. You say, apart from IPID, it was therefore important that the complaint is referred to another independent body, IDAC. How is IDAC an independent body?
IDAC is independent from SAPS, or it's independent even from the Ministry of Police, because SAPS, IPID, DPCI, and SERA, those are entities reporting to the Minister of Police. IDAC is under NPA. It's totally independent from our environment.
Yeah, it should have been properly explained that independence from the police.
Yes, from the
Because
police.
when you say independence, it will have an overarching.
No, from the
application.
police.
Because even
portfolio.
the accounting officer of IDAC is the Director General of the Department of Justice. So that's why we wanted to get what you mean exactly. So the minister testifies before the committee and says he has nominated about 3 people for the position of the chief of staff, which therefore was subjected to the HR process, and interviews were later held or conducted. Is that correct?
I don't know if for the chief of staff position, there were 3 people nominated. Minister has never shared that information with me.
But do you recall that you said you were the only one in the last testimony?
Who?
You.
I said what?
You said you were the only one who was nominated. You said under oath. Do you recall that part?
Yes, because I was the only one doing those assessments. I was not competing with anyone.
Okay, let's go to do internal communication protocols of the police service permit a chief of staff to call a press briefing to talk about policing issues?
No, it's not allowed.
It's not allowed.
Yes.
Okay. What did you mean when you said if anything happens to you, it must be blamed to General Masemola?
It's because those police who came suspiciously with balaclavas, they said they were sent by him.
The people who invaded your place
Yes, with
had
balaclavas.
balaclavas,
Yes,
and they said they were sent by Masemola.
yes.
Did this not happen during the time of the raid and confiscation of gadgets?
It was during that time, but the raid could not happen because I was not at home.
So was it police who arrived at your place?
Yes,
They wore balaclavas,
yes,
and they said they were sent by General Masemola.
yes.
Okay, that point is noted. You said you don't know the names of the further 4 people who attended the meeting with the minister.
Yes, I don't
And
know.
you say you did not attend the meeting as well.
Yes,
But you say you confirm that the Stilfontein debacle was discussed in the meeting. How do you confirm the discussions of the meeting you're not part of?
no, the purpose of the meeting was for that. So surely part of the discussion will be informed by the purpose of the meeting,
Okay,
because that's how I facilitated it.
that's fair.
Yes.
Then how is Mr. Mokgotsi a relevant body for Stilfontein in your own?
My assumption will be that Stilfontein is part of his province.
Stilfontein is part of his province.
Yes,
Oh, is he part of the mining industry?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay. Is he a leading the province? Is he a local leader?
No, I don't know.
Was the meeting not based on calling local leaders to discuss the debate in Stilfontein?
Yes, the purpose was for Mokgotsi to arrange local leaders.
Local leaders.
Yes.
Okay, you say there is a 22nd November top management meeting of the SAPS
Yes.
that discussed as part the political killings task team. But you further say you don't think it's important that you disclose the discussions in that particular meeting. Why is it so? The crux of why we're here is the dissolution of the political killings task team. So any information relating to whatever meetings was, you'll recall, Mr. Nkabinde, that we have got numerous evidence with us. And most of it contradicts each other. Kwanaza says this, Masemola says this, Sbia says this, Mchunu says this. So it's very important, boss. We must understand the steps leading to the letter of the 31st of December 2024.
Why I said that is because I can only share what I could remember, but the meeting is for the minister, who knows why he called the meeting, but I can share what I can remember, what was discussed. That is why earlier on, I did not even mention only PKTT, because I remember the issue of fiscal policy and ORS. I remember an issue of inspectorate. Then I remember the issue of murder and robbery unit, where PKTT name was touched on as one of those task team that will fall under murder and robbery unit.
When were you appointed as the chief of staff?
1st of August.
August.
Yes.
Are you aware of the letter of Miss Merdihas
No,
on the 31st of October?
no,
You have not seen it,
no,
which was a complaint to the minister?
no, I never
You
seen
didn't
it.
see it?
No.
Okay. Now let's go to paragraph 64 of your main statement. Of your main statement, 64 of the supplementary statement, sorry. Of the supplementary statement. You say, yeah, you have no prior knowledge of the existence of the PKTT before the letter of the 31st of December 2024. That's paragraph 64 of your supplementary statement. But in the same statement, you say you had a meeting on the 22nd of November 2024 discussing, amongst other issues, the PKTT. Isn't that a contradiction?
No, it's not written like that, 64. It does not say I had no knowledge of the existence.
Okay.
Yeah. The 64 is saying I had no prior knowledge of the operational activities of the PKTT.
Okay. So you have the knowledge now after the 31st meeting?
I have no knowledge, even now, I don't know what they are doing. I don't have any knowledge of their operational activities.
But why are you saying prior the 31st of December? Was inadvertently, this means after the letter, you actually have knowledge of the operations now.
No, there was a specific question that I was responding, guided by the consultation. There was a specific question that there are incidents happened before the 31st directives, which those incidents, they are perceived or alleged to be a contributing factor for the disbandment. So that was a specific response during the guidance of what the committee is looking for.
Okay, let's go to, you say you, as part of your life in the service, taught the law of evidence
Yes,
to maybe the juniors, the trainees, and
Yes.
all sort of that. Now, we'll presume that at least the basics of the law of evidence at least are understandable.
that's correct.
So in your own understanding, can an illegally solicited evidence be admissible?
No,
It can't.
can't.
Okay. Do you understand that there are laws that govern the handling of intelligence information in South Africa?
That's correct.
Okay. So can a person wake up and say they got an intelligence report on the doorstep when they woke up going to pee in the toilet, then go to IDAC and lay a complaint without producing those documents by just writing an affidavit? Can that happen in a normally operating, say, security cluster?
No, it will be very difficult to comment because I don't know what happened to that person.
Okay.
So it will be irrational for me to comment on something I was not there. I can say he's lying. What if he's not?
Okay. I'm asking, I'm not referring to a person. I'm referring to what the law says about the handling of intelligence information. So that's why I'm making an example about myself. Can I, is it legally permissible for me to do that? Wake up in the morning, say at the doorstep of my home, I saw a file with intelligence information, and therefore I am laying a complaint on the basis of that intelligence information, but not produce that information to you, the person I'm laying a complaint to. I just bring it in a way of, in a form of the word of mouth. Can that be legally permissible as a credible and an admissible evidence?
It's depending that once you get that information, you then definitely need to probe further to collaborate. Yeah, because those are the things you cannot just take from a face value.
Yes.
You just need to probe it further and verify and confirm. As far as the source, the originator of that leaked report, because it means it was leaked somewhere.
And to investigate it further means part of what I must get hold of is the said report.
Yes, and
Yeah.
trace it back.
Yes, as part of the primary documentary evidence
Definitely.
that I must have in supporting the actual complete, the actual intention to pursue further towards an arrest. I must have at least went and solicited that documentary evidence, trace it how it came about and all that.
That's correct.
So if I did not do that, it therefore means my actions towards Honorable Doli as a person who is actually an alleged culprit in the complaint, my actions would actually be not justifiable if I had not undergone these steps me and you are arguing about.
Yes, but I don't want to take ownership in that direction because every case has its own merits. So you'll find that there is a part of classified document and we wouldn't know what else that one should consider in investigating the matter.
Okay. Let's leave this matter and go to the boys trip. You say in your statement that the boys trip ultimately ended up taking a visit to Minister Mchunu's homestead,
That's correct.
and you call it incidental.
It's not incidental. I decided that let's go past there.
Okay.
It can't be incidental where you will drive to that direction.
So you withdraw incidental.
I will.
Written in the statement, the introduction of Mkhwanazi to the minister was incidental. And incidental, how I know it is us accidentally meeting each other in the toilet, meeting either in a restaurant, meeting each other in a corridor without knowing that we're going to meet each other. So taking a conscious decision to take a drive and visit someone can be incidental. Do you agree on that?
No, it is incidental in a way that it has never been a planned trip. And we're coming from Durban, we drive all the way to Mpangeni side for something else. Then we are in the area. Then I said, hey, let's go and visit the old man.
That's the
Yeah,
part.
yeah.
That's the part.
So that incidentally come from there.
That's the part that contradicts your explanation. You say incidental means you didn't plan.
Yes.
And you say again, then you are in the same area. Then you say, hey, let's go visit that man. That's a plan. You plan to visit the minister.
No, it can't be planned if it's sudden.
Can be planned if sudden.
If it's a sudden thought that now we are here, can't we go and pass by the minister?
But do we agree that incidental means meeting each other without knowing that we're going to meet each other?
I was referring to that because General Mkhwanazi had no plan to go and see the minister. I hijacked him while we were in the area. Then he agreed.
Yeah, I get that explanation and I'm not against it, but I still maintain that it was not incidental. It's an acceptable, look, don't confuse this thing and think that we're saying is wrong. No, that's not what we're saying. But all we're saying is that it cannot be incidental as actually alleged by the statement. Because you consciously took a boys' trip to Minister Mchunu's house to visit him with an intention, visit him. So it's not a coincidence. It's
Yeah,
not an
but
incident.
it was not planned.
Okay, let's leave it. Have you been able to? Wait, this is my last point, Chair. I'm taking this to you because you have experience in the detective work. So, have you been able to see or access or hear what General Khumalo is charged with? The charges against General Khumalo?
No, I never got a chance to see except what is on the media. But without me seeing a docket as a detective, it's very difficult to make a comment because I don't know what is in there. But if I can have that docket as a detective trainer, not even a detective, I can tell whether there's a case here or not.
Okay. amongst the charges is an employment of brigadier somewhat. I just can't recall the surname. There is an employment process that has been undertaken. And there is an accusation that it was an irregular employment. There are a lot of things that are said about it. But can that tend to be a criminal case?
Depending the circumstances surrounding that.
Which circumstances can a labor matter like this be tend to be a criminal trial?
Once an irregular appointment consists of forgery, it's now become more criminal than labor, but I'm not too sure the circumstances of that specific matter. But if it's involved any sub form of manipulation, misrepresentation or what, it's just that I don't have the merits of that specific case.
Chair, it's just that my recollection is failing me. I'm not sure if as part of our draft list for witnesses to be called, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan is part of it. But if not, can we add Mr. Paul immediately?
We have that list, we can't add him here, we must. If there is any witness that has to be added, the name must come in a formal meeting of the committee. But the name is there, Honorable Ngola.
Yeah, that's why, Chair, I started by saying
Yeah.
if my recollection is serving, my recollection is not serving me well.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much.
You were left with with 1 minute of your time.
Yeah, Chair, that's why
Oh,
I
yeah.
want to valelisa officially to the chief plotist.
Yeah,
I want to also echo, Chair, the views by Honorable Mvalo that today you are doing very well.
you brought the helmet.
In assisting the committee, because our own objective is not to fight with anyone, but to try to get to the bottom of what happened so that it informs our findings. I was worried last time because you appeared like someone who was here to stage a fight back. And I was like, if this is the attitude, this one is going to collapse within a minute. And it happened. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. The members are applauding you for bringing your helmet and the badge. And I added the necklace and the amulets.
Thanks to you, Chair, for your good advice.
I'm calling the grannies at home to organize the beads for you. Tema will bring those beads. Honorable Kola Barnett, your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And then it ends at 7:20. We're going to break.
Thank you.
And come back at 8.
Sure. I'm finding it quite fascinating that we're talking so much about Robert McBride, and yet for some reason we're not calling him to give evidence. Surely he must be given the right of reply. I think that must be seriously considered. I agree with my colleague. And while people were going on about this man, Paul O'Sullivan, I Googled him. And he apparently runs O'Sullivan, Brosnan and Associates and are leading experts in forensic and fraud investigation and a whole lot more. So it seems quite a substantial firm for people wondering what on earth he does. Now, Mr. Nkabinde, I was in Parliament in the Police Portfolio Committee meeting. I think probably the only one in the room here now, except Nicolette perhaps, it was a meeting in which Robert McBride was turned on by ANC members of that committee. And the outcome of that truly acrimonious meeting was that he was not allowed to be retained for a second term as the head of the IPID. It was a job I had very serious reservations about initially, but finally accepted that he did the job well and without fear or favor. Now, I was fascinated to read about the claims of how in 2018 IPID members were encouraged by SAPS members to undermine the IPID head McBride. And Mr. Nkabinde, you said during your first, sorry, I can't see you. May I ask, yeah, I can shift. Anyway, I'm here, if that helps. You said in your first appearance before this committee that you in fact put in a report, and you confirmed that today. I'm not sure who you put it to, and that it was as a result of that report that it was decided Parliament would not allow him to stand for a second term. Now, Mr. Nkabinde, you said this decision was taken before the parliamentary committee sat to determine his fate. You in fact said that the decision was taken outside of Parliament before we inside of Parliament met to deliberate on the matter. The implication is that Parliament is just a tick box exercise for people like you, and while long suspected by many, this confirmation for MPs is in fact horrendous. Could you comment on that, please?
Thank you, Chair. The Portfolio Committee embarked on investigating this matter. As a result, they wrote a letter to me to confirm my allegations, because my allegation, as per the report, was central to those deliberations. Then until the committee finalized its deliberations and issued a report, which in that report, my report is in reference, which is on the public domain.
Well, in 2018, when you worked at the IPID, did you work with Lieutenant General Kumotso Paklane, the much arrested acting National Police Commissioner who followed Ria Piecha after she'd been removed, to try and discredit the IPID so that he wouldn't be charged? Let me repeat, you were employed at the IPID by the time, dealing with criminality within the SAPS at the time, but you seem to have forgotten that Paklane was arrested for a 191 million rand fraud and corruption case involving him and a string of other senior police officers. It was a very serious matter, which somehow you seem to claim was just a setup, it's been through court after court, appeal after appeal, he's lost and lost and lost. And yet you somehow claim it was some kind of state capture business. To me, it just looked like down and out theft. And that's what he was charged with. I've got the names of all of those charged. And some of it included the irregular procurement of software called RipJar, which was meant to be used during the incidents of October 2015, the Fees Must Fall protest. All irregular contracts related to procurement, which is where most of the thieving in the SAPS usually happens. Did you write an affidavit specifically for Paklane to use as a supporting affidavit for him when he was charged by the IPID, the very entity you were working for?
No, I wrote this report, which it was in favor of Paklane.
Okay. You were a senior investigator at IPID and on the very task team investigating Paklane, when it apparently came to light, and I quote from an affidavit and various other documents, in mid-March 2018, that certain SAPS members, including General Mchunu and Paklane, had allegedly approached members of the IPID task team and offered them promotions to brigadier within crime intelligence in exchange for giving false statements implicating McBride and other senior IPID members involved in the Paklane investigation. Now, your response to that?
I was never approached. I was not also part of those people, if there are any, whom they were approached. I don't know about that.
So did Lieutenant General Mchunu convince you to give a Section 204 statement against McBride and try to destroy the case against Paklane? Of course, you were one of the main investigators, saying that as your very close friend, he would help you get another position.
No, that has never happened.
Okay. Were you offered a brigadier position in the SAPS for bringing McBride down?
No, not at all.
Okay. And certainly an affidavit by Mandla Matlangu confirmed what was happening and that had happened to him, but he was killed shortly after deposing that affidavit. I'm sure you must have known him. Now, the IPID was at that stage investigating crime intelligence for the purchase of the grabbers at the massively bloated price of 45 million. It's presumed that this is one of the reasons McBride was targeted. Yet somehow when you were talking earlier, you gave the impression that somehow he was behind the purchase instead of driving the investigation into the purchase. Could you clarify, please?
I was part of that investigating team. We were investigating that matter.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
so you were not implying that, in fact, as the head of IPID, he had purchased the grabbers?
No, McBride was investigating that
Yes,
matter, yes,
okay.
with us.
Sorry, when you presented earlier, it didn't quite come out like that. That's fine. I'm glad you clarified that. Thank you. Now, I'd like you to clarify your expertise. Did you in fact meet the minimum requirements in terms of experience for a chief director post? Because as the chief of staff to a minister, the requirement is you must have at least 5 years experience in senior management, which means you must have been at least at a level of director for 5 years. But you left the IPID as an assistant director, which is a junior management position. So it's difficult to understand how you were given the position, in that the HR department is very, very sticky in this area.
Yes, after I left government, I acquire a managerial position as a head of forensic, managing forensic in private sector,
For 5 years.
more than 5 years.
Thank you. I've read various affidavits wherein your claims are described as, quote, extravagant and utterly false. I find it truly a shame, and I agree with my colleague, Ian Cameron, that you chose to leave rather than go through the process or indeed going to court to clear your name. Do you regret that now? Should you not have stuck it out and cleared your name?
No, I could not wait to get dismissed. If I get that offer, I could, no ways I cannot grab it.
Okay, I'm told you actually asked to go. You were not asked by others. You asked to leave, yes?
Can you repeat?
You asked to leave the IPID personally. You said you want to go. You've had enough.
No, it's never happened like that.
Okay, that's not my information. That's most interesting.
No, McBride came and proposed the settlement agreement. That's why we were all shocked. What is he doing at the disciplinary hearing venue? Because as a head of department, you can't be part of disciplinary. So he came there to stop it.
Well, that's
And
again,
I also know why he stopped it. He did not want to go out of proportion, because what is in the report, it was just a drop in an ocean.
again, I'm receiving contradictory information, which is again why I think, Chair, if we had a chair, acting chair, whoever we have in the room, I think we need to definitely call. We're having accusations that are one-sided. We need a right of reply. So I think McBride must be summoned to the committee. Thank you. I'm done, Chair, or acting chair, or I don't know what to call you.
Thank you, Honorable Bernard. And the chair has indicated that we are going to consider this proposal. You recall that both Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Skosana, myself, and yourself now have actually proposed a certain number of people to be added. So there's going to be a meeting to discuss that. Thank you very much, Honorable Matthys.
Are we going now or are we having a break? I have no problem going.
Oh, what did you say?
I'm saying, are we gonna continue now or are we having a break?
Let's go. Let's go.
Must be nice again. Mhm. Mm. Yeah.
Honorable Matthys, we're going to take the break or immediately after you. So we will take your 30 minutes, because anyway, we're supposed to take a break at 7:30. So you can proceed on Mateus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nkabinde. Why did you give us a supplementary statement instead of a new statement?
I realized that there was no materially changes that needs to be effected. In fact, I realized that after I got an accurate information, like for instance, the issue of a date of the meeting of Brown Mohotsi and the minister, in my initial statement, I said it happened between October, November. Then if I check the correct date, it was 28 October, which means in my initial statement, there was nothing wrong I did. My estimation was very correct. So it means I just needed to supplement and give more additional information for clarification.
Did your legal team advise you to do this and you agreed to it?
That's correct.
Okay, so there are 6 material changes and possibly more in your statement. We're going to go through it. Number 1, on your initial statement, paragraph 71. I don't know if you want to go to there. It says there was a meeting on the 21st of November 2024 with the top management of SAPS to discuss violent murders and crimes. Then on your supplementary statement, you say, I recall attending a meeting on the 22nd of November 2024, etc. So there's a date change from the 21st to the 24th of November.
It's not a date change.
I beg your pardon?
It's not a date change, Chair. When I consult the calendar, I had to supplement with an additional meeting. 21st of November, it was there. The meeting is correct. What is not showing there is the meeting of the 22nd, which I had to supplement and give as an additional meeting.
On paragraph 80, you said you facilitated a meeting and then you were vague and then on your supplementary statement, you set out the chronology and then you include the dates as the 28th of October and the 30th of September. So here you give an explanation or expansion.
Yes.
It's not necessarily a contradiction. On paragraph 82, there's also your dates are broad. You had indicated January and February, and then you tighten it up to the 3rd of February. So there's some clarification there and not necessarily details. When we go to paragraph 76, you say the 30th of September 2024, and then you clarify in the supplementary statement, you say there on the 1st of October and not the 30th of September.
Yes, I was clarifying,
Okay.
yes.
Right, so it's a date change. On paragraph 71, you say of the main state, in your first statement, you present him as attending meetings on the 21st of November 2024 and on the 5th and the 6th of March 2025. And then you have the 27th of March 2025 describing what was discussed about the PKTT and the murder and robbery unit. So you don't spell out how active or passive your role was in those meetings. Then in the supplementary statement, you reaffirm that you had no operational knowledge of the PKTT prior to the 31st of December directive. But you clarify that your role in these meetings were to provide strategic and administrative support. So you have reframed your role completely in these paragraphs.
Yes, in my supplementary, I was now clarifying more of my role.
You
That-
reframing it. Should we read it? There's a difference to clarifying and reframing it.
No, I was putting in additional information.
You narrow your role down, you're not, okay, let's read it. If you're saying that, let's read paragraph 76 in your statement,
The initial one or supplementary.
your initial statement. Because you reframe your role, and in the main statement or your first statement, you create an impression that you were more involved in these PKTT discussions. And then in your supplementary one, you say that you didn't really participate in it. So you're reframing it, you're not providing us additional information.
Chair, where is it that I was showing my more involvement in my initial statement? Which paragraph?
Paragraph 71.
71 does not
Mhm.
show any of my involvement.
Paragraph 68 to 72. I beg your pardon?
Sixty-eight.
To 72.
I had no knowledge of the operations of the PKTT prior to the directive being issued.
Mhm.
Then 69. I do, however, have knowledge of the existence of the PKTT. I recall attending meetings in November, which was attended by SAPS top management, of course, in my capacity as a chief of staff. I do not believe it is necessary and relevant to speak to what was discussed there, save to mention that there was a mention of the PKTT amongst other issues. So also here, I don't see my involvement or my active participation. 70, I attended all meetings with the minister in my capacity as a chief of staff. My role during these meetings was to provide strategic and administrative support, to take note of key decisions and directives, and to ensure that all matters arising were properly coordinated and implemented through the appropriate channels, acting with the instructions of the minister. Also here, I don't see where I was actively involved, except those administrative support. 71, there was a meeting on 21st November with the top management of SAPS to discuss violent matters and violent crimes. And also here, I don't see my active participation. 72, I attended the meetings of 5 and 6
Mhm.
March,
Okay.
where the gradual disbandment.
You don't, in your supplementary statement, you remove the word strategic.
Which paragraph?
In your supplementary statement, you got knowledge of, you don't say strategic, you say knowledge of PKTT prior to the issuing of directive.
Where do I say strategic?
You don't say strategic in your supplementary statement.
In my initial, where do I say it?
Paragraph, let me go to it. And maybe you can tell us what is your understanding of strategic? Because you just read now about strategic in paragraph 68. Did you not? You just read now.
Yeah, in paragraph 70, I was outlining my generic duties when I'm attending meetings, that my responsibility is to provide strategic and
yeah.
and administrative support.
Okay, and then in your supplementary, you remove the point about strategic. So I guess we're not clear, or you're not clear, because there's a huge difference when you say strategic and then you withdraw it, because now you're downplaying
Yes, but
what
wait,
your role is.
in my
and that you didn't
supplemental, there is no
participate in the
strategic.
meeting. I beg your pardon?
In my supplemental, there is no strategic.
Mm.
There has to
Let's-
be.
So there's just been a complete different reframing of your role in those paragraphs. Let's move on to paragraph 55 in the first statement.
Yeah, but in my paragraph 66, in my supplementary strategic is there.
In the same context, hold on, let me find it. Oh, I have to look on my
Yeah,
laptop. Let's go to paragraph 55 to 58. You say the minister asked that I consider that these are serious threats and that I consider recording my conversation. And then you state in your supplementary that the timelines, which is paragraph 45 to 54, remain accurate. But you say, however, I wish to clarify what is stated in paragraph 55. So your first statement rather is strong, has very strong links to the idea that the recording, which has come up, was the minister's suggestion. Not that he told you to do it, but that it was his suggestion. Now in your supplementary statement, you're saying it was all on your own.
In my initial, there's no way I say that,
You don't say what?
that I recorded because.
The
of
minister
suggestion.
asked that I consider these threats as a serious threats and consider recording my conversation.
Yes, that's what happened, but there's no way I say, when I recorded, I considered that idea of the minister. There's no way I say that.
You are, well, now you're playing with words, but you're saying that the minister gave you the idea to consider it.
That's what he did,
Yes,
yes. But
thank you.
when,
Okay.
by the
And then
time
now
I
you've
recorded,
changed it, but let's just agree that you've changed it now because you make it out like this was only your idea and the minister did not ask you to consider doing.
I never changed it. Why it does not appear on my supplemental?
Mm.
It's because we reiterated that we are not going to repeat what has been said. I can only write in the supplemental what I need to supplement.
You shift in your supplementary. You shift from the minister asked or recommended to it was just you. Let's leave and move on to, let's leave that and we've noted that. Are you still an ANC member?
Have I ever said I'm an ANC member? If you say.
Okay, it's the wrong question. Are you an
if you say
ANC
still-
member?
No, I'm not in politics.
I asked if you're an ANC, so you're not, you can be a member and not be necessarily active in politics.
No, I'm not a member of any party.
Are you, I'm asking about the ANC, yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Let's move like that. Let's talk about the Minister Mchunu's IPID case in 2017. What were your findings? Can you just summarize? Because you were assigned to
My
that
my
case.
findings was that there were no reasonable, valid reason to reopen a case which was declined 5 years ago.
Did you also say that the Hawks were being used to interfere in political matters in your findings?
The Hawks were used.
Mm.
Yes, I said that.
Did you share this information with Minister Mchunu? Did you share the information with the minister
Yes,
about these political matters or?
no, I shared to him that my findings is that there are no valid reason to reopen the case.
I'm talking particularly about that there's been political interference.
No,
No. What was the political interference?
no, that what during my interviews, that what I told, that it's a political pressure. That what the
Who
word
is
was.
giving the political pressure?
No, I never got the name.
So you closed the case or you concluded on a case without having a name of anybody on who was doing that?
I never closed the case. The case,
Well, your
the
findings,
case
let me put it
remained
this
with
way.
them, yeah.
Okay, but your findings, you gave those findings, but you didn't know who the person was
Yes.
that was doing the political pressure.
When you investigate a case, you deal with the crux of the matter. Was there a valid reason to reopen a case or not? That was
No.
my findings. There is no valid reason. Then my recommendations, this is the route you must take if you want to properly reopen a case.
Okay, so you're saying that you, there was no valid reason to reopen the case because, and you based it on because of political pressure. You said not interference. I think your initial statement says interference. It doesn't say pressure, which is two different things, I guess. But let's go with the pressure, right? What was the political pressure? Because if you can conclude like that, there has to be who, how, what was the political pressure? Where was it coming from? Who is the political figure that was involved?
No, I never got into that extent.
So you think you did a thorough job on the case?
Yes, a thorough
Okay,
job was,
okay, let's
the
move on.
case needs to be.
Without knowing who was doing the political pressure, you did a thorough job. Without knowing who was involved, who was putting the political pressure on. You're not even saying I can't say who it is. You did a thorough job without the knowledge of who is the person or the persons involved.
The name was
political
not
pressure.
given. The name was not
And you
given.
didn't ask. And then you believed it. You didn't even interview that person.
I would not interview the person because I didn't know who it was.
And you didn't ask. And that's a thorough job.
No, the name was not given.
Yeah, you said that. I'm saying, and you didn't ask. Because given and saying I asked for the name and they refused to give me the name. It's two different
No,
things.
yes, it did not give me the name.
Because you didn't ask for the name.
I wanted to verify who are those people giving you pressure. Then they could not give me the name.
Let's talk about IDAC. Do you think IDAC has been used in the same manner that perhaps IPID was used in the minister's case?
No, I can't say because I can't prove it. And I never encounter.
You haven't encountered anything. So the minister asking you to refer a case to IDAC for the first time, as you had given in your statement earlier, you didn't think that that might be more or less the same script as perhaps.
No, I see it like it's an appropriate body in that circumstances.
All right. Your favorable findings in the IPID investigation for 2017, were you offered any money, donations in
Nothing.
kind? When the matter was closed, did you receive anything nice, a holiday?
No, the matter was not closed.
Oh, okay, wrong word, not closed, but when you submitted your findings,
No.
there was nothing.
No, it was just part of my job.
Oh, okay, nice one. And then, how many other matters did you investigate while you were investigator at IPID?
We've
More or less.
We've investigated a lot of cases
Mm-hmm.
and most of high profile cases.
Okay.
And,
But just more or less how many?
there are so many, and there are so many people.
Like over 50, under 50, like
over
just you in
100.
particular, over 100.
Over 100.
How
and
many of those that you've investigated have you maintained a relationship with?
what do you mean?
So you've investigated this case, right, that involved the minister, and you've maintained your relationship with him since then to a point where you and Lieutenant General can just stop by his place and chill for tea, coffee, beer, whatever it is that you were doing. So I'm just asking in context of the over 100 cases that you were involved in, how many others had
There are so
maintained
many.
this relationship, or you've maintained relationship?
Yes, there are so
So
many.
maybe just give us one or two names where you've maintained a relationship to that
No,
extent.
there are so many, even
But
others,
so many is not giving
they
us-
don't even know, they think I'm still with IPID. They're still in contact with me. I'm still in contact with them.
You're not going to tell us like more or less out of 10, 20, can you give us some names?
It's people you don't know in
It
Durban.
doesn't matter that we don't know. We are here and we
The
do an
Ngobo family
inquiry.
in Zuma.
Hmm?
Ngobo family in Zuma. They even invited me when they had an unveiling tombstone.
And you can also just stop by at their places. So if you are in the hood,
Yeah, but they are not the same as a a figure, like a former premier.
Okay.
Like if I can get your number,
Okay.
it won't be the same like any other people. I'll say I'm having a
So he
mandate
was the
number.
only high profile, because just before you said you interviewed or you were part of investigations of many high profile people. So I'm just asking, the minister is on that level of high profile. So I was hoping that you could give examples of other high profile people that you were part of investigations.
As
that you've
complainant.
maintained that, and then eventually they appoint you, like perhaps as chief of staff or something.
No.
No.
the-
So
the-
your appointment as chief of staff had nothing to do with your favorable findings in the
It
minister's
has
case?
nothing to do because I left IPID 2018. And I'm already having this relationship with the minister. He's been in a 2 other portfolio already.
Mm.
He has never appointed me, and we have never even spoke about me looking for the job. Because even when he nominated me here, I was working, I had to resign.
Let's move on to, my laptop is just keep moving up and down. It's just jumping. It must be a lucky day because now I'm gonna miss some questions that I need to ask you. As far as you know, is or was the minister preparing to contest the ANC presidency or any positions in the ANC?
No,
your
I
knowledge.
don't know.
Mm.
He has never spoken to me about that.
Who was with you when you recorded the conversation with Lieutenant General Mkhunu?
I was alone.
Have you had any engagements with Sabia, Lieutenant General Sabia?
Not at all.
Ever worked with him at all?
No.
Any engagements? And then what about Brian Pariachi?
No, I never also worked with him. I know the name now.
Where you said you were employed in between May 2029 and August 2021 with Secure Asset,
Yes,
a Secure Assist.
yes.
Did anybody who you are with at the moment, the Minister, General
No.
Mkhunu, assist you in getting that position?
There's anyone who?
Assisted or facilitated for you to be appointed in that position?
General Mkhwana's assistant.
Oh, he assisted you.
Yes.
Who are the directors? Or do you know who were the directors of the company at that time when you were appointed?
No, I'll elect not to dwell much on the private company matter. It will be very unfair to drag their names here.
Do any of them have contracts with government, or did
No.
the company have contracts with
Not
government?
at all.
Okay. Outside of Paul O'Sullivan obstructing you from getting positions and his role, as you have indicated in your complaint to former Minister Bekitele about setting up a whole project or operation with very high-ranking officials within our justice system. Have you had any other engagements with him?
With who?
With Paul O'Sullivan?
No, not
No.
at all.
So when you were part of that operation, what was your Damascus moment where you thought, I need to leave this?
No, after I realized what we are doing, because I thought we are doing the job. After I realized, then I wanted to leave it.
What job did you think you were doing?
Our job as IPID, investigating crime.
And then on this particular operation, when you initially, what did you think you in particular was the operations for this particular job? Like who were you investigating, or what was the investigation
We were
about?
investigating General Pahlane.
Okay.
So I thought we are chasing the crime.
Mm.
Up until I see this too much involvement of Paul O'Sullivan
Mm.
as a leading us. Then I started to realize that no, something is not right.
So that was your Damascus moment.
Yes.
So you were not actively involved in the faction you only realized afterward that this was a faction. And then did you speak to anybody else about it before you went and you wrote the letter to
No,
the former minister? You just went ahead and said that, no, this is a factional arrangement and I'm leaving.
yes,
You are now, looks like we have the same vibe happening there in SAPS, well, pretty much in the justice system of factions operating. Are you also having a moment,
I also have,
are you also having another Damascus moment of exposing a faction?
no, I'm not in that.
You were not involved in any
No,
factions at the moment. You were just doing your job there as a chief of staff.
yes,
You and your buddy, Lieutenant General Konazi, had your things on the side and you weren't involved
yes,
in any untoward things that were going on.
exactly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthias. You still had 4 minutes left. I want to thank you so much for that. Those minutes would be donated to the anniversary of Honorable Cameron. Honorable members who are breaking were coming back at 20 hours. When we come back, the next speaker will be Honorable Sols. Will be the first speaker after break. Yeah, followed by Honorable James.
Recording stopped.
And then Honorable Nkabinde, may you please raise your hand, but don't say so help me God, just raise your hand.
Chair, when is my turn?
We want to welcome you and thank you for the support that you are giving us. It always gives us strength and courage when members of the National Assembly come to see what we are doing here. But it's also important for South Africans to know that the work we do here, we do it in your name as the National Assembly. Thank you so much for that support.
Thank you very much.
And I hope you will stay with us until we conclude tonight's sessions. Thank you so much. Honorable members, I instruct you to stand up and go out for break.
Yes, sir.
Recording in progress.
Welcome, honorable members. Okay, thank you. The owner has taken them. Yeah. Yes. Good evening, honorable souls.
Good evening, Chair.
Mr. Nkabinde. Thank you. I have granted the SC permission to go and consult. He has a sore ear, and he was struggling. So, as a respectful young South Africans, I don't want to see elders in pain. So when he came to me requesting permission to go and get medication, I immediately released him. Honorable Souls and Mr. Nkabinde, your time starts now. And the best I can do from this table is to wish you good luck. All the best in your engagements. Oh, you want to say something? Okay.
Sorry, Chair, to disturb the process. I think it's important that I put this message, which I received now, into the record.
Yeah.
As I'm eating there, I received this message from Paul Sullivan.
Yeah.
Get ready, you lying crook. I am going to make sure you spend some years in prison. You were bribed by Mkhwanazi and Mabula. Now you will pay for your crimes guaranteed.
Yeah. Okay. Honorable members, are you triggered? But I had thought that Mr. Nkabinde has brought the message to our attention. And then what we should do now, we may not be coherent in the manner we deal with it. Let's think about it. And then we are together this week and next week when we are in a committee meeting dealing with these matters. For now, what we should do is for the legal authorities of Parliament, Mr. Nkabinde, to work with you and find a way how they can help you in the circumstances. And then the committee will come and have a discussion on that matter and see how your rights as a citizen of this country are guaranteed. You know, when we fly that that banner which says proudly South African, we also include you in that message. Yeah, Honorable Nomban.
No, Chair, I know that it's not a meeting to discuss all these things, but we just want to put it to the committee that the sooner we call Paul O'Sullivan to come to the committee, the better. We've heard enough about this man intimidating people, running the show alone, putting his hands where he doesn't qualify to put hands. He must come here as a matter of agents. Before we close, he must come before this committee. We just want to put that on the record, Chair.
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. In adding to what Honorable Nomvalo is saying, we'd already made a request for Mr. Paul to come before this committee. But I think, Chair, it is important to put it out there that we bear responsibility to protect the witnesses that are assisting the work of this Ad Hoc Committee, and won't tolerate or stomach any form of intimidation if it comes out of a testimony that has been given before this Ad Hoc. We agree with you, Chair, that we're going to await the legal services department to give us available options to attend to the matter decisively and if needs be, attend it aggressively. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Matthies.
Chair, I think we must also note that this is not the first time that Paul O'Sullivan has sent such messages. There's a PMG recording when the police committee sat, I think it was in 2018, and he sent a similar message to all the MPs. So it's not just about the witness that is here today, but it's also about us as members of parliament and as members of this ad hoc committee. So a very strong message must be sent out to it. And I think we should also explore our legal obligations and options on what we can do about him outside of him just coming to appear here. We can't be threatened in front of the whole nation, actually internationally, by this Paul O'Sullivan. It can't happen.
Okay. Honorable James. Honorable Sauls. Do you want to say anything on this matter?
Yes, Chair, I think very imperative that Mr. Nkabinde should send a screenshot of that message to us so that we also have that on record. And I think the whole country will be watching. What will we as Parliament do? If there was ever a time to show the power vested in us to save this country and put South Africans first, it's now.
Okay.
We can't allow that.
Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess Mr. Nkabinde must screenshot that before he delete the message. And I think as MKP, we've opened cases and the police acted. We'll open a case against him because we can't have a thug intimidating parliamentarians and witnesses here. Like my honorable, colleague Matthias said in 2018, he did the same thing. We cannot allow that, Chair. Hence, I said earlier, we should not be a banana republic or a mafia state. And I hope the police are watching this. And unfortunately, this human rights issue sometimes take time for a person to be arrested. But if I was in charge of the police, or if we're in America, you will be arrested tonight. Thank you.
Honorable Shongwe.
Chair, just to emphasize on Babu Nkabinde, I think when we are screenshotting, just don't only screenshot where there's a name. Kindly screenshot where there is numbers as well, where we can see it's his numbers. You are our guest, Dila. So for this Paul O'Sullivan to understand what South Africans are no longer playing, can he report to any police station tomorrow? Because personally, I am going to open that case. This is our house and you are my guest. We will deal with this person. If his attitude thinks he can run South Africa like he did, we will deal with him. So please, Chair, as soon as next week when we're going to seek at Matlala, can we meet Paul O'Sullivan in that jail so that we can deal with him in that jail and leave him there? Thank you, Chair.
Chief Whip. Do you want to say something? Okay. We will escalate this matter to the legal team of Parliament. You are also here with your legal team, Mr. Nkabinde. And we have full confidence that they will advise you appropriately on what rights you have as a South African and what appropriate steps can be taken immediately to help you. Yeah. Unfortunately, where I'm sitting, I cannot say to them, help you. I can only acknowledge their presence here to say, as people who deal with the law, for sure, they know better what are your rights as a citizen of this country and what are the necessary and appropriate steps that must be taken. And your comments are appreciated, honorable members. there are South Africans who lost their lives. There are families that even today do not know where their children are buried, who were fighting for democracy to happen, freedom and equality in this country to happen. And there shall never be any individual citizen that can arrogate all the rights to himself or herself. This country and its constitution and all pieces of legislation are in the name of the citizens of this country. So when President Mandela said, "Let freedom reign," he meant exactly this, that South Africans must enjoy every imprescriptible right in their own country. There must never be any hindrance. There must never be any boundaries to the enjoyment of human rights. So your rights remain imprescriptible. So you have a right to enjoy your rights. Honorable Souls, it's now 15 minutes after 20 hours. Your time is until 20:45.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's also very important to soberly say that we take what the witness read into the record on his phone in good faith. And we know that he will support the delegation by the screenshot so that Parliament does not appear to be saying we are just taking the testimony and therefore is moving on that. We are still requiring that evidence. And once received, we must take action. No one is allowed to do what Mr. O'Sullivan is doing. Evening, Mr. Nkabinde.
Good evening.
Based on your letter to Minister Cele, former Minister Cele in 2018, do you consider yourself a whistleblower?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, because you were victimized, is it correct for me to say that you understand what whistleblowers goes through or fights against corruption in this country?
That's correct.
Earlier, in your response to my colleague, Honorable Cameron, who said it was illegal for you to record General Mkhwanazi without his knowledge, you said you are sure that it was not illegal and that the law allows you to record. Were you referring to the RICA Act, Section 4.1, that says any person other than a law enforcement officer may intercept any communication if he or she is a party to this communication?
That's correct, Chair.
Just so that the country knows that it is indeed the case. You say that you and General Mkhwanazi is very close friends. If you had to choose between your friend and our country, would you choose your friend or our country?
I will choose the country and I will choose what is right.
You state that General Mkhwanazi called you on January the 2nd this year. What did he ask you in that phone call?
He asked me to speak to the minister and ask the minister to withdraw a letter of disbandment. Otherwise, there will be a fight back. And if the minister is clean, he can then continue with the disbandment letter. Because they are going to dig the minister while he was a premier. Furthermore, don't speak to the minister as a chief of staff. Speak to the minister as a person you know before you become a chief of staff. So in a nutshell, Chair, that was the conversation.
In your statement in section 52 or paragraph 52, you also mentioned, in addition to what you just said, that he asked, why did you allow the minister to issue this directive? Is that true?
That's correct.
And then he says you must speak to the minister to withdraw. Tell me, how do you understand? How did you understand the use of his words? How can you allow the minister to issue the directive?
No, I think the way I understood it is that some of my responsibility is to advise the minister. So I understood by that, how did we advise the minister to reach into this decision and write the letter?
Then he says you must speak to the minister to withdraw. Why does he think you have the power to do that?
I think he was referring to speak to the minister not as a chief of staff. I think he thought that because I know the minister prior, I even took him to the minister. I think he had that perception that I can speak to the minister at that level, of which it was impossible.
Okay. Do you know that he called the national commissioner on the same day, the 2nd of January, and that he WhatsApped the Minister Mchunu also on the same day? Do you know that?
Can you repeat?
Do you know that that General Nkabinde called the national commissioner on the same day, 2nd January, and that he also WhatsApped the minister on the same day?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. I put it to you that that's what he did, and we'll see later why that is important. General Masimula testified that he never called the minister to ask about the letter after speaking to General Nkabinde. Do you think that it's possible that General Nkabinde told the national commissioner on the 2nd of January not to do anything because he will deal with it? Is that a possibility?
It is possible because on going forward, the National Commissioner was dealing with the matter. And even General Nkabinde has stopped even talking to me about the same matter. We were just talking other things after that.
So you think it's possible that the provincial commissioner can say to the national commissioner, he'll handle it, possibly?
No, I think I misunderstood you. I thought you say the National Commissioner said he will handle it.
There's the other way around, but okay, so you withdraw that. Based on how close you are to your friend, General Nkabinde, how would you rate his influence on the national commissioner?
It is obvious that he is having an upper hand because the National Commissioner had no problem in implementing this disbandment. A person who showed unhappiness from the onset was General Nkabinde.
After he called you on the 2nd of January, did he call you again to follow up?
He called me the following day, the 3rd, to check if I did speak to the minister. And he also called me the 4th to check, and he also called me the 5th.
So he called you the following day, the 3rd of January,
Yes,
and he called you the 4th again.
yes.
Why was he so adamant about this, do you think?
No, it means he meant what he was saying, that this directive must be withdrawn. So he was making that follow-up if I spoke to the minister, whether I come right.
Was your friend angry?
He was angry.
So when you say on the 3rd of January, you told the minister that he wasn't happy, you meant that he was angry.
Yes,
Can you describe that anger?
it coupled with the threats that he mentioned. He was not saying those threats politely.
Can you please tell us about those threats again?
That if the minister does not withdraw these directives, there will be a fight back.
Hmm.
And if he is clean, he can continue. Otherwise, we're gonna dig him while he was a premier.
Did the minister, you told the minister this, correct?
Yes, I told the minister like that, yes.
Did the minister continue after hearing that threat?
In fact, with these directives, the minister gave directives and there was nothing the minister has to do. In fact, the national commissioner was continuing implementing it.
Yes, but the minister didn't stop it, didn't change it. He
No, he
continued.
did not change it because what he said the directive was for the national commissioner, not for the provincial commissioner.
Now, given the wording of that threat, and the minister heard it, and despite hearing that, he continues to do what he set out to do. Is it proper to assume that the minister did that because he felt that he knew he was clean?
Yes, he continued because he knew he was clean.
You further said that he threatened to dig up on him when he was premier. And of course, you said he's gonna fight. He said the General Mkhwanazi said he's gonna fight back. Is this that we are seeing now, him fighting back?
With the circumstances, you can relate to it.
Is that a yes?
Yes, it's yes.
You say on the 5th of January, he sent a WhatsApp with an unknown name, and that you also went to look for it on Facebook because he said he got it from Facebook, but you couldn't find it. Is that true?
That's correct.
Do you think that WhatsApp was fake?
I just come to an inference that it was still intimidating tactics from him. Because why I can't find it?
Are you saying then,
That was my inference.
does your inference mean that you consider it to be a fake WhatsApp?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to one of the annexures that we received. It's a WhatsApp, I think it's page 71. We received it as a separate annexure at our first meeting. I don't know if you have it.
Yes, I do.
You do? Page 72. Page 72. Do you have it in front of you?
That's correct.
Now, the SC told us in the last time we saw you that that WhatsApp was received or that screenshot of a WhatsApp was received from General Mkhwanazi and submitted as evidence that shows that Brown Mokhotsi sent you a WhatsApp. And that's the conversation between yourself and Brown Mokhotsi. You said in the last session that you don't accept that as a WhatsApp sent to you. Do you still maintain?
That's correct.
If you look at that WhatsApp, what is it that you see there? It says the sender would be Brown Mokhotsi, and the assumption is that the message is sent to you. It reads from Brown Mokhotsi, "Hello, Chief of Staff. I get your numbers from Mr. Brown." Now, would you agree that that sounds a bit suspicious, because how can the sender be Brown and then he says he got the number from Brown? Would you agree?
I do agree.
Would you then say that this is also possibly a fake WhatsApp?
That's correct.
Would you then testify based on both your experiences? Would you say that your friend, General Mkhwanazi, is in the habit of creating fake WhatsApps?
I can't say that, reason being, I got a chance yesterday to listen to Brown Mokhotsi testifying in the Matlanga Commission, wherein he testified about the same message. And he confirmed that he's the one who manufactured this and fabricated these messages.
So you are testifying that this WhatsApp is fake, but it is created by Brown Mokhotsi.
Yes, according to what he has testified yesterday.
How would you think that General Mkhwanazi got this WhatsApp from Brown Mokhotsi, of Brown Mokhotsi to you? How did he get it?
I think they got this exchange of messages from Matlala's phone, where Mr. Brown and Matlala were in conversation.
I see. So you are, as an assumption, you are testifying that this is fabricated by Brown Mokhotsi and it was retrieved by General Mkhwanazi from Matlala's phone.
That's correct.
You testified in your IPID report that to remove the acting commissioner, then that task team that you were part of, that O'Sullivan was a part of, and McBride and so on, that the tactic or the plan to remove the acting as national commissioner at the time was, one, get a search warrant, search and seizure warrant, and then organize with the media to then, when the search and seizure happens, that they are at the venue so that they can then, as a strategy, publicize it and in this way use that as a tactic to remove the national commissioner. Is that true?
That's correct.
Is that the same thing that Brigadier Konene did to you?
I'm not sure, because according to him, they are investigating allegations that this committee is sitting investigating.
I'm not following.
I'm saying I'm not sure if they are playing the very same tactics, because my understanding, they are investigating the matter that even this Ad Hoc Committee is sitting. So they are trying to get evidence. So I think that is an ongoing investigation.
So you agree that you should be investigated? there's grounds to investigate you, to get a search and seizure warrant and also publicize it. You agree with that approach? For you personally?
After all that has been said, I fully support that the investigation has to be conducted so that it will clear our names that are already on the map for nothing.
So your name is on the mud for nothing. So you don't believe that there's grounds for that action, but you are okay with it because you know there's nothing to worry about. They will not find anything, correct?
That's correct.
But procedurally, you disagree with the fact that they would take a search and seizure warrant and then have all this media, around the whole situation. You disagree with that?
I disagree, yes.
So you would then testify that it looks similar than what you have reported in 2018.
That is correct.
Would you then say that the similar thing has happened to General Sibia?
It's great possibility.
As a fact, the PKTT was not disbanded immediately. That's a fact now. They agreed to the winding down. That's what the testimony we've received. And you testified that you were part of 2 March meetings where the winding down was discussed and the minister participated in that. Would you then say, based on that, that even though the minister in his directive said immediately, but based on his conduct and actions thereafter, and you were part of 2 meetings in March, that would show that the minister was not forcing to rush it?
That is correct.
And then let's go to section 33 of your testimony. It would be paragraph 33 of your main statement.
I got it.
You got it? You say there in the second sentence, you say, I agreed to go with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi because I was also planning. Are you there already?
Which paragraph?
33.
I got it.
You got it? All right. You say there in the second sentence, I agreed to go with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi because I was also planning to visit Minister Mchunu the next day, who is also based in Mpangeni. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now that sounds like you are saying that you only agreed when General Mkhwanazi came to your house to visit. The wording there says that you agreed because you were also planning to visit Mr. Mchunu. At first reading, that is what it sounds like, that you already had a plan to visit Minister Mchunu. And then when General Mkhwanazi came, you agreed to go because you already had plans to go to Mr. Mchunu. Is that the correct way to interpret that, or is there a different interpretation?
The correct interpretation is that when General Mkhwanazi wanted me to accompany him to Mpangeni, this is what I told him, that we can go. I was also planning to go and visit the old man. It's been a while. So when we're there, we can just pass by.
Or it was not to mean that you had the plan before?
No,
All right. Then you also submitted, this is now just as a matter of interest, as I draw to a close, you've submitted to us the staff in your office, the support staff. You there, number 4, you have a Miss Mohoti and you have a Mr. Kumalo as part of your support staff.
that is correct.
Just out of interest to confirm, is there any relation to Raun Mohoti and General Kumalo?
Not at all.
You are 100% sure?
Yes.
All right. My last question, another one of interest. Your friend, General Kwanazi, you make us believe that you are very close to the point where you attended a funeral of a family member, etc. Do you know the former veteran and hero in our country, Mr. Riot Mkwanazi? You heard of him?
No,
Never?
never.
All right. Mr. Nkabinde, that's all I have for you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Souls. Honorable James, your time starts now until 10 minutes past 9.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde, do you agree with me that first impressions last and that you never get a second chance at making a first impression?
That is very correct.
5 days ago, you appeared before this committee. You were a completely different person. Am I correct?
I agree.
Who coached you?
No one chair coached me, but you go to a place for the first time. You feel, you assess. Then if you get a chance to come another time, obviously you will then have the sense of environment.
So you left here 5 days ago. You've decided that you're going to pull yourself towards yourself and come here and respect this committee and not undermine us like you did the last time.
Not really to undermine. Even last time I was telling what I know, but obviously there is always a room of improvement.
Did you have any contact with Minister Mchunu over the last 5 days? Did you make a phone call? Did he call you? Did he say, well done? Did he say, do better? Any contact with the minister?
We did communicate, yes.
You did communicate in the past 5 days. And what was his advice to you?
No, he did not have any advice. The only thing he'd always say, not even when I testified, he always stressed that go there and tell the truth.
Okay.
You don't go there to cover anyone, go there and tell what you know. That's what he's always saying.
The other thing was, General Konazi came here and he said he saw you wearing an ANC t-shirt. What type of friendship do you have with General Konazi? Because in your testimony last week, you said you are best friends. That's what friends are for. He got you a job. You were traveling together. You designed his house. He came, he said he saw you in a t-shirt. And do you have a real friendship? I'm beginning to question that friendship.
And I stipulated earlier that he was angry that I recorded him.
So he lied
There
about
was-
you wearing an ANC t-shirt.
No, there was no need to say it. He was just throwing tantrums.
So
There
well,
was-
he said,
There was no need to say it. Yes, I did.
so you are saying your friend lied.
No, I'm saying he was correct that he saw me on my picture wearing a T-shirt. But there was no need to say it here. There was no relevance of it.
No, we wanted to determine the extent of political interference. I think that's how that question came, where he said that he saw you wearing an ANC T-shirt. You said earlier on that you're not affiliated to any political party. Are you then, you were seeing you've got a picture in an ANC T-shirt. Are you an ANC supporter or an ANC member?
I'm in a political office.
Mhm.
The minister is an ANC member.
I'm asking about you.
No, I'm not.
You're not. You just wear those T-shirts.
Yes. If the minister is another political party, I'll support him like that as my principal, whatever is
So
doing.
you'll just wear any T-shirt that where you can benefit. If there's a job, you'll wear the T-shirt.
No, I'm already in the job when I'm wearing the T-shirt. I'm already chief of staff.
But you just said that you'll wear the T-shirt irrespective if it's a different political party. I'm trying to determine who is this man before us.
Yes, I'm saying my principal. If my principal is affiliated in any political party, I'll support him in that because my job is to support him, whatever he's doing. Because I'm in a political office.
So irrespective of your own values and your own principles and your own beliefs, you will just do what your principal does and support.
No, especially if there is no harm in doing it.
Let me get to the more serious questions. In your meeting in your report about the meeting at the house of former alleged gangster, drug kingpin, murderer, mobster, organized by Paul O'Sullivan, who was the AfriForum white male? I'm asking this because AfriForum has been meddling in a lot of issues, and especially when you're saying we have a state, the state has been captured. So I want to determine how far back does this go? I want to know who was the AfriForum white male and who was the DA white male at this meeting?
They were introduced like that, but without giving names.
So there's no register, there's no way of us tracking who these people were.
No. They were referred as representatives.
And the journalist, will anyone know the names of those two people at that meeting if we must go back and investigate this? Because this is very serious what you've mentioned. And the fact that this man is now sending threats, we need to verify that what you have told us here today is 100% truth.
That's correct.
Will we be able to get the names of the DA white male and the AfriForum white male?
That's what you can get if you investigate, but no one entertained this. It was never investigated.
And now it needs to be entertained.
Then it will be, the truth will be revealed.
You said Paul O'Sullivan often speaks and everything stops in SAPS when he speaks. Are you aware of the allegations that Paul O'Sullivan is linked to foreign intelligence services?
No, I'm not aware.
Because that was one of the allegations your friend made.
I'm not aware that's possible.
It's possible.
Yes.
Is it a coincidence that Mr. O'Sullivan owns the house of a drug kingpin, gangster?
It is correct. Where we had a meeting, that house was bought by Paul O'Sullivan.
Do you know what is so scary? The evidence is from a decade ago, your report. Yet the same characters are still very active and in fact are the first to come out screaming after that press conference. And today again, they are the first to come out screaming, sending threats. 10 years ago and today they are still active. That is extremely scary. And I ask myself, you formed a task team, and today we're all supposed to be clapping for a swimming fish. You formed a task team, you knew what you were doing, and you went to the home where bodies were found in bathrooms. You're part of SAPS, and you use taxpayers' money and you take members from every unit within SAPS to advance agendas because people want ranks. Is that fair on South Africans? Is that the right way to deal with matters that compromises our safety in this country? And then you say, I had an aha moment and then I stepped away. Do you know these people embroiled, these people that you were sitting around this table with? They've been feeding drugs to our communities. And I'm not saying this from hearsay. This is how serious this is. And it's scary to think that Mr. O'Sullivan is sending messages right now in this committee, compromising all of these members in this committee. And you as SAPS had a task team set up, a task team not to deal with the safety of citizens, a task team to deal with plotting against your fellow colleagues. Does that make it right?
Not at all. That's why I reported it.
You reported it, but you were part of it. There's no holy cows in this. There's absolutely no holy cows in where we find ourselves. So people can't participate, and months later they have an aha moment, and because they come here and they speak truth, we're supposed to be clapping hands. You were part of the harm. And you need to be held accountable. Am I correct?
No, you're not correct.
Honorable member,
You're not correct.
may you please not pass judgment on the witness. Ask him questions and allow him to respond.
The
Yes, but
moment I realized,
Chair,
I reported.
understand where I'm coming from. These people, I cannot understand, Chair, how SAPS members can go to the home where women were murdered, where bathtubs were filled with blood, and they decide to host and have meetings at a crime scene. We cannot be calm with it because that person that was sitting in jail was selling drugs in our communities with all the networks.
No, I hear what you are saying, Honorable James, but we said that the witnesses who are appearing before us are not suspects. They are having a conversation with us as a committee to help us realize the objectives that we have agreed on in the terms of reference, the 4 pillars.
I agree, they're
But-
not suspects, but even
Yeah.
if they're not suspects,
Let-
Chair, sometimes they are enablers.
Let me conclude this. Because nobody has been charged here or has been found guilty, has been convicted, let's not cast aspersions at them. Even those that are convicted, we still believe that they can be rehabilitated. So just have a conversation with the witness, ask him questions, let him respond to your questions.
Chair, you need to understand where we're coming from, and when we say we are the voice of South Africans. They cannot be rehabilitated when they've destroyed the lives of many children in our communities that's now suffering with drug-induced psychosis. The scars of what they have done. We need to see and link what is happening here to communities, what is unfolding on the ground. Let me move on.
Ask him question, don't condemn him. When he comes out of here, he must still say, I met with the leadership of this country.
Mr. Nkabinde, in your supplementary statement, you apologize for using thumbsuck dates in your original affidavit. You say the wording thumbsuck was due to your inability to verify dates, correct, in your paragraph 16?
That's correct.
You effectively excuse the fact that you told this committee that your dates were thumbsucked because your devices were seized on the 10th of October and you could not verify the dates, correct?
That's correct.
in the same supplementary statement before us, you again provide exact dates. For example, that the 30th of September meeting was cancelled and replaced by the 28th of October meeting. And that Konazi called you on the 1st of October and not the 30th of September. Now, how did you verify these dates if your devices were seized?
I verified it with an assistant of the PA of the minister and the minister's diary.
You blame the device seizure for your thumb-sucked first affidavit. But in the supplementary, you say you verified dates using the minister's diary, which you say now, shown to you by the PA. Why did you not consult that diary before signing your first affidavit? Because what you said here the first time you appeared before this committee, you said that under oath.
My initial affidavit and the topics that I was advised to cover, I was satisfied with the version that I gave up until the question came from the committee that it's not enough. I must first check when and how I met the first time Brown, of which I never, and I think with the evidence leaders and my legal team, we never anticipated that we need to clarify as far back as I only reported the meeting of October, which it had materialized. I thought that was the issue, according to the guidelines.
Moving on to claiming you didn't know Mokgotsi to now, you know him. When exactly was the first time you came across Brown Mokgotsi and how did you get in touch with him?
The minister gave me his number.
When did you first get Mokgotsi's number, the date?
28th of August, 2024.
You say in your statement that minister gave you Mokgotsi's number on the 20th of August. Is that your evidence?
That's
Paragraph
correct. Yes,
55 and 55.6.
that's correct.
And then when you first started communicating with Mr. Mokgotsi, how many meetings did you set up in total between the minister and Mr. Mokgotsi? Because the last time you were here, and I'm getting somewhere, I know we've asked you these questions, you said only once.
Yes, I was referring the one that said.
You said only once.
Yes, it's only one.
And today, 5 days later, it's more than 5 times
No, it's
because
only,
there's been 2 cancellations.
it's only one.
Only one what?
Only one meeting that said.
I'm not speaking about one meeting that's set. I'm asking about your communication and your interaction with Mr. Brown Mokgotsi.
My initial statement is saying I had several engagement with him.
You told Parliament last week that you only arranged the one meeting in Stilfontein, 28 October meeting. Do you remember that that was your evidence?
No, 28 October is a supplementary. Previously, the initial statement, I don't have a date. I said October or November.
But do you see the contradictions between your 2 statements?
It's not.
And they were both under oath
It's
today
not
and last week.
contradiction. It's not contradiction if the date of the meeting is October or November, and the actual date is 28 October. There's no contradiction there. It's within the estimate.
Let me say this to you. What I cannot understand is that you were under oath last week, as you are today, and you told us last week, you told us A last week, but we are told in B, being told B today.
Yeah, there's no different anyway. So it means my estimate were accurate, in fact. The only thing I did not have an exact date.
I am struggling to understand when you were telling the truth. Was it last week or was it today? We know that there were discrepancies in dates.
It means both because there are no changes.
You left out a lot of information last week.
Yes, we never anticipated how the committee will probe.
Given all these contradictions, whether you knew Mokgotsi, how you got his number, how many meetings you arranged, your reliance on thumbsuck dates, why should this committee accept that your corrected version of any of your evidence? Why should we accept it as being reliable?
It should accept it because it's not off.
So you're saying
It's
that
not
this,
way off. If the initial statement, it's estimate October, November, and the correct date is 28 October. So it means there's no contradiction.
so you're saying within 5 days, a leopard changed its spots? I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Are you done, Honorable James? Thank you. Honorable Shongwe. You'll come after him. Yeah, yeah, let's proceed, Honorable Shongwe.
Okay, thank you, Chair. For Mkhosi.
Just a moment, Honorable Sols is raising a hand.
Chair, I have a question. I know I still have time left. Would you be kind for me to ask that one question I didn't ask?
Yeah, I will not agree. You can only come and ask later when all speakers have. We have agreed in principle that we are not going to come between the speakers.
No problem, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Shongwe, let's proceed.
Baba Mkhosi, siyaphila mphathi.
Siyaphila.
Siyaphila, ungixolele iloya lengisithile phambi kwakho usuyongilunguza. Hayi no ngizohlala la. Mhlawumbe usisangashifta kancane. Mfowethu ngicishe ngathi kuwe mawubuye nabazali. Bengifuna nje sekethi ukuxoxa ngoba hayi bengingakuzwa kahle iveke elidlule. Ngiyabona kubuye udla intelezi. Uyikhafuleka. Uqinile namhlanje. Udlile. Asicale la mfaka baba. Ngicabanga ukuthi namhlanje ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ngiyambona ke mina umngwane kaMkhwanazi. Ngoba sidinga amadoda azokwazi ukuthi alimele iqiniso. In the position you were serving, kudingeka amadoda aqinile. Kodwa ke kumina ukaphuma ecaleni leveni, isakulindile iveni ngaphandle. Sekuyoba ukuthi ikhapha ukuthi uyovula icala noma ungene phakathi. Siyoxoxa lapho lo. Ngiqala ufuna ukudlula la. Wenze kahle ke wathatha le offer yomsebenzi when you had a fight with McBride. Why I'm saying you did very well in taking that offer is this. The forms at 83 asks you then, somewhere down there, have you worked for SAPS? Were you ever fired at SAPS? And once you tick the yes, I've been fired, give you a space. Chair, young Pazamis, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Chair. No, penalty, 5 minutes, Chair. More, 5 minutes more.
Proceed, Honorable Shongwe, I'm sorry.
need that 5
I
minutes,
apologize
that
very,
Chair.
very profuse.
No, thank you. So I'm saying that document says where you fired at SAPS, and should you tick yes, it gives you a space where you must put reasons. You are not going to have those reasons because you had a contract or something that was signed, which is an agreement between you and McBride.
That's correct.
So I would applaud you for taking that offer. And I feel very, very sad. You know, when your phones were taken and Mr. Mchunu's phones were taken, not so long after that, a gentleman who's also ahead in the IDAC got kidnapped and his phones were taken. What worries me is that the same Z33 you are applying IO to get to IDAC, right?
That's correct.
It said that Sisoko got fired twice in the subs, if I'm not wrong, or IDAC somewhere.
IPID. Yes.
How come in your own knowledge he got to be rehired on at that time?
By that time, McBride was on suspension when Mr. Sisoko got fired. And when McBride returned back to work after he won a constitutional court, then he brings them back.
So is that allowed in SAPS?
We don't know what processes he followed to bring them back. I was not privy to that information.
Do you happen to know why was he fired?
I know I can't recall.
Angibambele na umphako mfethu uye nayo ekhaya engakakhohlwa. One, ngicela mawufika makubuya amafoni wakho. Ungizamele ngakho yonke indlela ukuthi umthole labantu be-DA, AfriForum, especially lower media. Do you know who was that journalist?
I don't know the name.
You know the name?
I don't know the
You don't
name.
know. Okay, umphako wokuqala lo mphako wesibili now, O'Sullivan, wakubhalela i-email, wabhala i-email to whoever was supposed to hire you, right?
That's
And you
correct.
were not hired. I need that email. And who did it go to? Who was it sent to, that email?
The former national commissioner.
Who was that?
General Sitol.
Did he confirm that he got such an email?
Yeah, I was copied. He got it because he responded to Paul O'Sullivan.
How did he respond?
He said he acknowledged the message, he will keep him posted.
And do you think he did keep him posted?
Yeah, because I was never hired.
Okay. Do you assume you were never hired, or you know what you were never hired because of that email?
I know I was never hired because I had all documentation that I was recommended for the post.
Oh, okay, okay. So please, ubambeke lo mphako mfethu, I need that. Do you have any evidence, mphako wokugcina, do you have any evidence that O'Sullivan gets money from ngaphandle?
What I know is that he frequently to London and then he comes this side with equipment of spying.
He bought them outside.
Yes,
Does he have any business with Paul O'Sullivan? Uyasebenza anyway, does he have a salary or what?
I don't know. He calls himself forensic examiner or forensic investigator. He called himself like that.
Do you think that would make him a very rich person?
No,
Who McBride, is it the same McBride who was, I'm not sure, fired at Kuruleni or something was happening? Is this the same McBride?
yeah, the same one who was fired at Guruleni.
Is he friends with Paul O'Sullivan?
Yeah,
And why would you say that?
yeah, because while I was in IPID, they were very close together.
They were very close.
Yeah, I thought at the beginning, Paul O'Sullivan is a complainant,
Hmm. But?
but I realized that no, they are pushing a certain agenda here.
Unpet. Is this the agenda of getting McBride as the commissioner of SAPS?
That's correct.
Ngike ngasebenza ke mfowethu emaphoyiseni. Ngenkathi ngikhona, wayekhona lama rumors lawo. Ngikhumbula indaba kaPhahlana, ijimiswe kakhulu nge-sound system. At some stage, General Pahlane, it was said he was in his office giving proof to whoever was there in that office of the payment of sound system. But at the same time, it happened with on the media, there were people whack with estate. Broadcasting the issue of this sound system, while on the other side, he was giving proof. Do you recall such a story?
I was there.
Where, which side were you, at his office or in the house?
I was at his office. We arranged the media to be that side. So that when we arrived, the media was waiting for us to capture us. Then when he produced the proof that he bought the sound system, we were so disappointed. Then we contacted McBride that no, we are having a problem here. This man is producing a proof. Then he said, no, just go, just so that we can do what we are doing for the media.
In that same time, I remember in one of his interviews or somewhere, or it was part of the story moving around SAPS, because I was in the college. It is said that Paul O'Sullivan entered that estate pretending to be working for SAPS,
That's what happened, pretending to work for IPID.
for IPID.
Yes.
Was there a case open for that?
Yes, that is a case that I said it's gathering dust.
Hmm. How long ago?
When I left IPID, the docket was already there.
And
Maybe
how long
20
ago have you
maybe-
left IPID?
2018,
Is this when you were fired or given an offer?
yes. The docket but was already there.
Ngikhumbula something, when I say now I see umngani kaMkhwanazi, you are now showing me what you did what Mkhwanazi did. Bakushaya.
That's correct.
So usho ukuthi ekuthenini uphinde futhi uyenze lento wayenza bosovinjwe isisu mntakababa ukuthi mhlawumbe akunakudla ekhaya.
No, under the circumstances, it's all about principle and the truth.
Hmm.
I can be your friend, but I also be firm with the truth.
If you were to get a chance to speak to Ubaba Mkhwanazi, what would you say to him?
We're still gonna talk.
Mbungathini again.
No, we are still gonna talk about the whole of this thing because my assessment into all of this, and now we are having ad hoc committee and all. First of all, General Mkhwanazi is a person that what you see is what you get.
Okay.
And
Mhlawumbe ungizwa mntakababa ubungathini ubaba Mkhwanazi. Ngizokunika ithuba lembuzo yakho. Yabo lo wakho umbuzo uzubuzile wena. Asambe ngalo wami mntakababa. Uma ungabona ubaba Mkhwanazi ungathini ke?
about the whole issue.
Ungathi asilungise insizwa sebabangani silwempi noma ayifo ayishayane lethi induku ushayane
Hayi namanje siyibona abangani.
nisaxoxa
No besingakaxoxi phela kusashisa.
idube.
Kodwa namanje sayena umngani noma sixabane ngalutho. Wadinwa nje ukuthi ngimrekhodile ngizozomchazela nje futhi mhlawumbe ulalele la uthi hayi ngangikurekhoda ngoba ungilethele imessage engingayithola.
Okay. Yabona la
Kodwa kona ukuxabana sixabene. Asixabene.
phethe 3 amaphepha imibuzo yami yokuqala nayo bengikufaka evenini ngale. Ngale ngifuna ukukulalela. So ngifuna ukuthi sicede sibuyele emuva. Senimshikishile kuphahlana. The next in line was supposed to be Mchiba to be National Commissioner. What happened with that? Did you guys anticipate ukuthi angangena?
Yes, then he was become a target.
Namenzani yena?
There were 2 cases opened against him,
Which cases were those?
defeating ends of justice. That I remember. I think it was 2 defeating ends of justice.
Were they successful?
They wouldn't be successful because they were fake.
They were fake.
Yeah.
Okay, asidlule lapho. Kunomfo kaDladla uyamkhumbula wayeprotect uBaba Zuma. Kwakune story ukuthi ukhandelwa amacala. And then I think I remember ngalezo inkathi wonke umuntu esabse becabanga ukuthi uyena ozoba ugeneral. Umsholozo wanishikisha wadlala idraft wafaka usithole. Nenzani ngomfo kaDladla?
Udladla, he was very close to the former president because he was responsible for presidential protection services. Then McBride identified him as a person who could speak to the former president and make it happen for him to be the national commissioner. And in doing so, they had to go and check and dig what they can find against Dladla, so that that will be used as leverage to Dladla.
And what did you find?
There was a case of he bought a house and he had a shortfall, and that shortfall was paid by a certain service provider.
Was that service provider Mr. Mantata?
Yes,
Mantata, Manata, ne?
yes.
Mantata. So in that case, nenzani, angitholi kahle uyichaza. Yavulwa leyo case kwathiwa.
Then he was called. This is the case we are having, but this is what, let's just make a deal. This is what we want for McBride to become a national commissioner.
And was the
Then the
deal,
case will be not go forward.
was the deal made?
Yes.
Do you think he took that offer because he was guilty or what? Was this money clean, the money lekhulunywa ngayo la, was this money clean or what?
No, we couldn't prove any corrupt activities in that transaction because there was a loan settlement, there was a loan agreement. And also, we could not find if Dladla is involved in any supply chain or procurement services.
So it's also alleged we supply chain as well. There were allegations as well.
The allegation was that the service provider paid a shortfall who happens to fitting a blue light in the VIP cars. So now, because Dladla is a head of presidential protection services, and the cars under his environment were fitted by the very same person. So they were linking that as it could be a corrupt activities.
I once came across a newspaper, I think the article was down there, saying this Mantata won a case. Was it the very same case, Lenny Bill deal or something?
I think so.
But now, you said today they are back in court on the same issue again.
No. This is a separate blue light. There is another blue light where Pahlane is involved.
At the time I was working as SAPS, I think there were 3, if not 4 times of this blue light, because I was working at Benoni Mechanical, where we also fitted blue lights in that college. So his name was very well known. There's a company that fits blue lights, and the vehicle markings as well was done there as well. So I remember this tender didn't come once, it was in sections, right? So all these sections, do you suspect the people who are busy opening cases against Mantata were like looking for imali kuye?
No, I can't be sure because I don't have such evidence.
So what would be making ukuthi abuyele kangaka record ulo Mr. Mantata kangaka? Because he's rumored to be complaining about Abosisoko.
Yeah, I'm not sure because I don't have merits of those cases, but if he is complaining, he need to have some ear to listen and investigate.
Okay. Asibuyele kokugcina la. Why did the NDPP, Mr. Sean Abrams, never agreed with Mr. McBride to bring any docket without evidence?
Yeah, because Sean Abram will not allow to be part of capture.
So that's why he left.
Yes.
So Mawuti capture, were you captured by McBride?
No, he cannot capture me because I'm working with him.
Okay. So were you part of him
Yes.
in terms of doing this wrong?
I was part of him until I realized that something is not right.
Ngiyakhumbula inkulumo ethi wena naqabaniswa icase McBride wayekunikeza isiqondiso sokuthi uyifuna ihambe kanje. Which case was that and what did you do? If iqiniso lelo. Yini yaniqabanisa kahle hle?
Iwo wona lama case abo Phahlane, no Motiba. So those are conduct that I could not take it once I realized that we are not pursuing crime here. We are just destroying people.
So which case specifically singayixoxa ukuthi kwenzeka kanje?
No, mainly it's gonna be Phahlane.
Phahlane.
Yeah.
So Phahlane, you're saying nje ubuhleli lapho in your own word, Phahlane akenzanga lutho, waxoshwela mahala.
Yeah, he produced even a proof, but we had to do that drama because that is a drama that suspended him.
Which drama was it?
the media,
Which drama in specific? Nothing, is it the sound system one or?
the sound
something
system
else?
one is the one, the sound system one. Even after he produced a proof, but we had to go to complete the mission.
I think Chair, on record, can we ask who Mr. Patlana ukuthi asondele sizoyiqoqa le nto? I'm finding evidence la ukuthi, no, I'm not finding evidence. I'm finding into eshoyo ukuthi ke kugangiwe in the state and people were destroyed by his team, Nabo McBride and the Sissokos, if it is alleged, Nabo O'Sullivan. But now I want to know something. The time O'Sullivan angene office in Akulumanana Nipama meeting, you said there was this WhatsApp group. In that WhatsApp group, bekhona bani nobani nobani nobani
No, it's McBride and the team,
and the team.
yes.
Paul was part of that
Was always part,
WhatsApp.
yes,
Giving instruction or just listening.
giving instruction.
Sesizoyivala le ndaba yami nawe manje. Ngine question nje oyishilo, something oyishilo. Kondote, I was not there when a letter was written. But somewhere you say Upikoli had an input within Lapo. What was Upikoli's input in that letter of disbanding PKTT?
I can't recall, but Minister said before you send the letter, get to Upikoli to proofread and check it. And then I remember there was few amendments that he made, which Minister agreed that I must send it with those amendments.
Angimkhumbuli lo Pikoli. Is it Vusi Pikoli? Is it the one ebekakhona ku Zuma Must Fall campaign ahamba lapha phambili, state capture something?
No, I don't think so. He was, how I know him, he was a former DPP at one stage. Yes.
Very vocal.
Yes.
Okay. Mvuka baba, ngicabanga ukuthi abakwaNkabinde namhlanje uzamile ukuthi sihloniphe isibongo sabo. Ngabacelela ukuthi ekuyeni phambili ingathi mfethu ukwenza kwenu ngayicabanga izibongo zethu. Ukuthi kudinga ukuthi siprotecte futhi siyilwele. Ngoba yabona last week abanga ukuthi bowusindwa ilento lezi yami. Ubutatazela into engazwakali ube ngathi ukhuluma into engekho. But today mfethu ngicela uhambe ekhaya uqine. Yabona ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngubale nami nalamadoda engihamba nawo amathathu kanye nomkhwanasi. But asike sibuye siphinde sidibane. Sasa ngicela uyongivulela icase mfethu ngiyacela mina this one ngiyacela angu instruct ngiyacela. Ngikhathele lo Paul O'Sullivan wakho. Ngikhathele impela uyena. Sizokwazi ukuthi silungise i-country yethu. Ngiyabonga. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. I think the first question I would like to get a clarity on, Mr. Nkabinde. It has to do with the participation of the journalist that we are referring to on the McBride plot. What I want to understand is whether the journalist was engaged consciously in an effort to cause distraction to certain people, or the journalist only knew about his or her participation in as far as he or she will be a headline breaker.
No, they knew about the plot.
So they were not just going to be breaking the news, but they were fully in support of the plan of taking McBride to the role of a national commissioner, meaning fully conscious that
They will be,
we also want to see that happening.
yes, they will be present in the planning, even if it's a planning for next week or a day's coming, they will plan with us.
What could be the motivation or the possible gain for the journalist in your own view,
having gone to
A
that.
journalist, it's a breaking story. This is a high profile people, acting national commissioner.
Yes.
And on the other hand, the media is got power to influence the decision makers, like the president.
Okay. So what would probably be their benefit at a later stage would be that this journalist in particular, or those journalists, will have a national commissioner who I will say eats on the palm of their head.
Possible.
Okay. And then on the issue of, and I want to come back to your statement. If you remember the statement that you gave us, I think it's on the first one, paragraph 25. Paragraph 25 of the first statement, not the supplemental one. In that paragraph, you are making references to the hawks being used. That is a matter relating to the concern that had been raised to you and IPID. Who, in your own opinion, and for what purpose was using the hawks, or could be, or could have been using the hawks?
No, I was not privy to understand political dynamics at that stage. I'm not sure.
Okay. When Minister was here, and one of the things that, among many that he told us, was that he directed you to send his letter, his directive,
Yes,
to the Office of the National Commissioner.
yes.
But then he discovered that beyond the National Commissioner, you also sent the letter to the PAs of other generals. Are you aware of that?
Oh, that's not correct.
That's not correct.
Yeah, if he referred to PAs, he will be referring to PAs of the National Commissioner.
Okay. Because he said, we have that on record, that I think it was me or someone else who even asked a question. It must have been myself. I asked a question that shouldn't we draw some inference to the conduct of Lieutenant General Sbiya on the matter, and with him having been told almost at the same time with the National Commissioner about the directive, would not create a perception that Mr. Nkabinde was somehow a part of a game which was intended to ensure that this directive is out. It must never be delayed. Sbiya must have it as soon as possible. I posed that question to the minister because he said, I then discovered that the letter was also shared with the PAs of other generals. So I'm explaining to you to understand why was it important for me to ask that question, because we have been exposed on the activities of Lieutenant General Sbiya, some of which raise questions about the manner in which he essentially applied himself to the disbandment of the PKT. So that is the context within which I was asking the question. So you didn't share it with the PAs of other generals?
Not at all. What
So-
is reflected there, these are only people absent.
Okay. Now on paragraph 32, that's when you were talking about that you were introduced by Mahlangu to Mkhwanazi.
That's correct?
Yes, you were introduced by Mahlangu to Mkhwanazi, and then of course you got along from there as friends. How often were you seeing each other as friends between the time of introduction up to around 2024? How often were you engaging with him?
No, because of the busy schedule, especially his site as a PC, and also me working in Gauteng, and he's a PC in KZN. So it was not that regular. Maybe if he comes this side, we might meet. I might go to his hotel. Then when I go to Durban, he might come to me. I might go to him, but it's not regular because of his busy schedule as a PC.
Okay. And then after you were appointed as the chief of staff, how regular were you interacting with him?
We were interacting quite often now as a chief of staff.
As chief of staff,
Yes, we were interacting quite often.
especially before the 31st, let's say even before the 31st of December when the
Even
minister.
before 31st, even after, because without the directives, we used to talk some other things as well.
Okay. So in the course of your engagement with him as your friend, I mean, it's natural that friends will also share their own frustrations about the work where they are working, whether it's government or in the private sector. Has he not engaged you about what is happening in the PKTT and his assessment of developments that would have resulted into what happened after the 31st of December?
Not at all. Not at all. This thing of PKTT, it came after that media briefing.
Hmm.
We never even spoke about it.
Okay. So when he called you on the 2nd of January, called again on the 3rd of January, because at that time there were no difficulties between the two of you.
Yes.
Why was it not easy for you to get back to him on the 2nd of January? Even if you say, look, I can't find the minister, but I thought because you and I are friends, you deserve to know. You can't call me today about a matter that is of serious concern to you, and then I sleep over it, not come back until you call me back the next day.
I never realized. In fact, I thought I was going to speak to the minister when I see him in Cape Town. I never realized it is so urgent. My aim was not even to call the minister because I knew that that week we're going to be in Cape Town. Then when I sit with him, then now because of these consecutive calls, then I had to now check with the minister that.
You made a reference to paragraph 49 of your statement. I'll give you a summary. You don't have to go back there. You remember once I said. But the point that we were saying was that in your understanding, the implementation of the directive of the minister will only take place when the national commissioner is back. You said that is your understanding.
Yes.
Now, what informs that understanding, given the fact that the directive is issued on the 31st of December, the national commissioner is away at the time when the directive is being issued, and he will only come back on the 14th of January. And yet, the first report is required 6 days later, which is the 20th of January.
For me, after General Mkhwanazi indicated that he is not happy, he indicated that let us wait for the national commissioner to come back, because in any event, the letter was directed to the national commissioner. So why I'm referring to this, it's because the due date is after the national commissioner is back. So when the national commissioner is back in the office and there are any concerns you want to raise, at least he will be back in the office. It will be different if the due date is during the time is away.
Okay. You know, the national commissioner told us
I mean, there's one thing that you and him agree on about the meeting of the 6th of March. I think it was here in Cape Town, that meeting.
Yes.
The two of you are agreeing in terms of your testimony that you were both in the same meeting.
Hmm.
But his contention is that that meeting was very difficult. There were strong disagreements. On one hand, it was him and Lieutenant General Kumalo who were advocating for a particular line in terms of what has to be done in response to the directive. And on the other side was Lieutenant General Sbia. I can't remember who else, but with you also very, very strong pulling to the different direction. What's your comment on that?
On that meeting, there was no heating up argument. There were debates, there were seeking clarity questions, but there was absolutely nothing. And if I remember correctly, even myself, it was only once where I seek clarity on. So you cannot say a person who raised a clarity once, you can refer that person as he's advocating something. I even remember what I was asking in that. I was just seeking that clarity, but all in all, the National Commissioner has never gave any sign of there is a problem. Absolutely. I really don't understand what is going on now because he has never, even a facial expression, you could not even see. He's laughing, it's flowing. It's a healthy debate, clarifying things. He's just pushing the implementation. And this implementation plan came with him, that this is how I want to implement this. And the minister agreed.
By the time you met in March, obviously you had worked with the National Commissioner for almost a year, because you started in August.
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of any other time during your tenure with him where he demonstrated facially, as we are saying, or otherwise, that he's really hurtful, angry, and unhappy with something?
No, it has never happened.
So then how do you know that on that day he was not happy, because it has always been like that? How do you know that he has a different way of demonstrating how he feels when he's confronted by a matter that is uncomfortable to him?
No, we can't have a national commissioner like that. Otherwise, we'll have this ad hoc committee again and again. We can't have a national commissioner who cannot say left or right. Because we are here today, it's because of the national commissioner.
No, he told us that he was saying left and you were saying right with others.
No,
So
it
his
was,
version is that that meeting was very difficult, and he, together with Lieutenant General Kumalo, were very much opposed to what you and Sbia stood for on that day.
no, there was no such thing.
That's no such-
There was
such
no
thing.
such thing.
Now, with the benefit of hindsight and with your experience in the police, Mr. Nkabinde, would you say that Lieutenant General Mkhwana was correct that the minister must be careful because he might be caught in an internal battle within the police officers?
Yes, he did share with me that sentiment. He even said we need to protect the minister.
So you, and in your own assessment, the minister is really now into the space that Mkhwana says we had won against?
No, I think it was a directed. As a person who is also close to the minister, I believe that the minister is just caught in the middle here.
You believe that?
Yes, because I'm close to the minister and even General Mkhwanazi did share with me that sentiment because General Mkhwanazi had a problem with General Sibia,
Mm.
of which the minister tried to call them together as to try a peacemaking meeting.
Mm.
So now the minister is in a predicament where he speaks to everyone in the top management, not necessarily because Sibia is his friend. So General Mkhwanazi was engaging me in that perspective, of which me next to the minister, I could not see anything wrong as well, because the minister, it was all about work.
Okay. And so Mark Bright, and those who worked with him for, of course, including you at the time, for his ambitions to become a national commissioner, it will appear to me at all cost.
That's correct.
So that he can achieve what? What does Mark Bright want?
I think they had more things with Paulo Sullivan, maybe things that we don't know at our level. But to be a national commissioner, it was identified as more powerful than being executive director of IPID.
So in your discussions, when he was leading you into these various interventions of plots, he never indicated what is the end game. Because it doesn't seem to me that it will be convincing to come to the conclusion that all that he wants, nothing else but just become a commissioner. For what purpose? What did you achieve?
If there was anything behind, surely it will be not revealed to us at our level.
So you may have been juniors sometimes to understand some of those details, if they were.
If there were, surely he will not discuss it with us.
Yeah. Now, with your exposure to him and the activities that he was engaged on, your conclusion about him is what? He's a criminal or he's not a criminal? I mean, all of these things that he committed to destroy people's future or livelihoods, if I were to use your name, who is this man? I mean, how should South Africans understand him?
That's a rock element.
It's a rock element.
Yes.
Now, it would seem to me, Mr. Nkabinde, that following your report, the IPID report that you gave us, it would seem to me that maybe more than what we have come to realize, but there are seriously dirty policemen, because I've not heard of a policewoman as yet, policemen in our system. And what do you think we need to do to eradicate them? What will it take? You are a police officer yourself. This is your terrain. You've been there. You were fortunate that besides being an ordinary police officer, you became, you were taken into the IP, deployed there. And from there, you went to the department to become a chief of staff. Now, you are almost closer to people who might say in the nearest future, I've seen it all. What do you think we need to do in order to defeat that behavior, that destructive behavior within the police service?
Yeah, I think it's more of a consequence management. No accountability. Instead of accountability, there's so much cover-ups. So now, if there's so much cover-ups on the top, the train is losing a direction. But it's more of accountability and consequence management and make sure that things people are held accountable.
But how to do it when the leading figures are those who are in charge? I mean, McBride is the top guy in IPID. He's the executive director, that's what it's called. And then, but he engages in such a dirty exercise. How do you deal with that?
I think even oversight bodies, including portfolio committees and all, they need not just to receive what is presented to them. They need to be more held people accountable.
Would you say that with the benefit of hindsight, given where we are now, since the day, that fateful day, if I were to call it, when Mkhwanazi did a press conference, would you say that you are happy that he did that press conference, in a sense that this has given us an opportunity as a nation to confront the rot and hopefully to eradicate and defeat it?
Yeah, as a person who even did it before myself, I always support when people are coming up front and report things. Then it's depending whether the truth or not truth and how the investigation unfold. But I will always encourage people to come forward and talk about issues.
And then on this document, your report on IPID, that report on McBride, I just want to draw your attention to a paragraph on page 6 of 8, where you say, Mr. Sisoko recalled this docket back to the original investigating officer to continue with the investigation after the outcome of the ANC conference. And this case is still not yet finalized up to date. What was the significance of the docket being recalled and you mentioning the outcome of the ANC conference? What is supposed to be understood by us with that? You can see it's on top of page 6, ne?
On top or at the bottom?
No, at the top of page 6. If you go to page 6 of your report to Minister Cele, page 6 of 8.
Or Mr. Sisoko?
Mr. Sisoko, yes. That sentence. You can read it loud so that we can confirm on the same
Mr.
sentence.
Sisoko recalled this docket back to the original investigating officer to continue with the investigation after the outcome of the ANC conference. And this case is still not yet finalized up to date. This docket, it was the docket against Ladla. And it was used for Ladla to arrange and talk on behalf of Mr. McBride to the former president. And then this docket was removed from the initial investigator. Then after the former president appointed General Sithole, it means the plan has never materialized. So it was thereafter, after the conference, when McBride wanted the docket to move now, because it did not yield the desired result.
You know, the reason I was asking Mr. Nkabinde, I wanted to ascertain the significance of after the outcome. Because after the outcome and after the conference may be two different things in terms of the importance you are attaching to them.
Hmm.
But you have used the word after the outcome. Is there any particular reason why there is a reference to the outcome, not after the conference, just general?
Yes, it was relevant because this docket was in reference to Dladla, close to the former President Zuma. So the only time this docket could move, it was after the conference where a new leader was elected.
Oh, I see. No, the chair is protesting that I need to conclude. So let me just ask one last question in this case. The very last, no, it's page 7 of 8 of the same document. Page 7 of 8, same document, last paragraph. And I want to draw your attention to, okay, that paragraph is also, is both a paragraph and no, it's not a sentence. The last sentence. The last sentence says the other mandate given to the two DPCI members was to control the NPA through their white prosecutors' contact. Who were the white prosecutors?
They had their own prosecutors that they deal with, not any other, because they had a certain understanding.
So basically there was a cabal of prosecutors
That's correct.
who are equally part of these conspirators.
That's correct.
And will those prosecutors be within the same group that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan also uses for his own objectives?
Yeah, it's one group.
It's one group.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thanks. I would like to end there. Thanks a lot, Mr. Nkabinde.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip. Thank you so much, Mr. Nkabinde. We have come to the end of the list. I want to ask you some questions. Honorable Skosana, what is that?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Remember when I asked to go, when I had a problem, I said, I'm going to come back. You said to me, because of your benevolent, as usual, you can afford me to make that to finish with my follow-up. Thank you.
How many follow-up questions do you have?
It will take me 3 minutes, Chair.
Okay. Who else?
I'm donating the other 3 to you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who else? How many questions, Honorable Sols?
Two,
Two.
Chair. Yeah.
And who else? Honorable Matthews, how many questions? Yeah, you are the only people who did not exhaust their allocated time. But today is the last time we do this. I'm not a storage or a bank or a loan shark where I loan you time and then you don't pay me back. You don't want to use your time, Honorable James. Eh? You're fine. Honorable Kola Barnett, because you had the most time of all the members, you still had 20 minutes. So, and I wanted to give you those 20 minutes to use. 3 questions, Honorable Scosa. When you ask, I say 1. Come with the second question, I say 2. Then, yeah.
How young intimidate them, your benevolent has been thrown out of the window. But it's fine. I'll combine them quickly. Ngikuthokoze mgcinisihlalo chair lapho. Yabona namhlanje ke chair ngihaphuhlekile namhlanje. Yabona angifuna ukuleya amala ni. You know ngihaphuhleke khulu into erarako la. Ngizokuthoma ngithi if you remember quickly, you know Leon Mbangwa, the former chief of staff of Minister Natim Nhleko. And why I'm asking that? I'm asking that because if the allegation is true that he's one of the person you asked him to help you in terms of how are you going to perform your duties as a chief of staff in that office, is that true?
That is correct.
Now, because already you've spoken about the combination of Paul O'Sullivan and McBride, if I remember well. And did you remember that you've discussed that with General Mkhwanazi? And as well, if I'm right, is it true that as a result of that grievance that you registered, that some person was appointed into the post to investigate because of experience as compared to you? Or was it what you told us that McBride is the one who made sure that you don't get the post?
No, it was a post in the SAPS. It
Yes.
was Paul O'Sullivan who sent an email.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Yes.
My last one. Chair, I just want to find out whether is it true that you told General Mkhwanazi that Paul O'Sullivan was using the grabber.
Yes.
Now, Chair, it means that we still have the grabber with Paul O'Sullivan as we speak today here, and which is dangerous for this country. We have someone who's not authorized. It's illegal. But let me tell you, and I must say this as I'm closing, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde said, you must walk with pride. You must walk tall. Few men and women have done what we have done to today. Forget that you are part and parcel of the cabal, which the Pathane task team. But we need people like you in this country. You know, your conscience spoke to you, who say, noma ngabe kwenzeka ini, mara wena namhlanje uyositshela iqiniso. Ngamanye amagama ngithi ukuthi ungathuki of what happened earlier here.
Thank you.
That why namhlanje udecide ukusitshela.
Charlie, thank you.
Ngithi ngamanye amagama salute.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much, Charlie. Honorable Sauls.
Mr. Nkabinde, which year did your friendship with General Mkhwanazi start?
2017.
And the job that he got you at the security company, what's the name of the security company?
Can I reserve the name?
Are you willing to say it in camera?
Yes, because it will be unfair to disclose a private company name in public.
Granted, if chair allows for us to get the name in camera, I would appreciate that, Chair.
I will arrange for him to inform you. Yeah, but he's right, because, I mean, it was not criminal that we can say it's a matter of investigation, but just to mention any innocent company's name like that, I don't think it's okay, unless if it was a subject of investigations. And we would only do that if those investigations were concluded. Sister, Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde. It's just also to follow up on Honorable Souls. You actually state the name of the company in your first, are you withdrawing that from your statement? Because you, on paragraph 36 on your first statement, you indicate that you were qualified because you served as an assistant director at IPID for 5 years, and then you were the forensic manager at Secure Assist for more than 6 years. So are you withdrawing the name of the company now?
Can I not disclose the name in public? It's fine
But you
if it's
did,
there.
you put it on your statement.
Yes, but can I not shout the name?
But the statement is public.
Yes, it's fine, but can I not shout the name?
Okay, yeah. Your understanding is assistant director position considered a senior position? I thought it was a deputy director is considered senior.
Assistant director, yes, it's not a senior, it's a junior.
Okay,
Then I acquire more when I was in the private sector.
which was, as you indicated.
Yes,
So you started at that company, which you don't want to shout out, but it's here in your statement very clearly. You said in May 2019.
no,
Am I correct? When did you start working there?
it should be November 2018.
It was November 2018.
Oh.
Okay. Do you know that the company was only registered in July 2021?
They are the subsidiary of that company. I know we've got another new one, but I'm started with an old one.
Okay. So here in your statement, you give us the name of a company where you spent 6 years and you named that particular company that you
Yes.
don't want to say loud. But
Yes.
now you're saying there was a different company that you were with. Because
Yes.
this one that you mentioned here in your statement
No, that's
was
a
only registered in